Do you feel what the eyes can't see? You hear it calling way down deep. Trust your heart, it'll keep you true. This world expects so much from you. From the dark out into the light, it'll come in the middle of the night. You were raised in the sacred place. Evil runs when it sees your face. Throne calls your name, you know it's your time. Good will stand and the shadows will hide. Thousand souls listen at your side. Take your people into the light. They won't take you alive. Stand here and fight. They won't take you alive. You must follow me, my friend. Stay together, we can make it home again. Take a look at this place once more. The people, the home that you're fighting for. The throne calls your name, you know it's your time. Good will stand and the shadows will hide. Thousand souls listen at your side. Take your people into the light. They won't take you alive. Stand here and fight. They won't take you Every step will test your soul. You will walk out pure and whole, stronger than the day before. Tomorrow you'll fight for more.
money in the bank. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break, bang to the break, bang to the break, bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank, 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 bank. Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break, bang to the break, bang to the break, bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank.
Usually I take a backseat, yeah. Low key, I I'm discreet and don't wanna put my heart on the line too many times. I've been burned, I bounce back quickly, and with the drama, tell 'em miss me. Won't ever let it go too far, expose my heart, that's risky. Maybe there's just something about the way you stop and stare. Something in those eyes tell me you care. I'm still learning how to trust. So can we keep this between us? I got a reputation to uphold, so don't reach out your hand for me to hold. Don't rush to tell the world that I'm your girl right now, 'cause I might leave swiftly, just based on my history. Been on a take them flights, a different side of trouble. Maybe there's just something about the way you stop and stare. Something in those eyes tell me you care. I'm still learning how to trust. So can we keep this between us? If you choose to stick around, don't say I let you down when I burn it to the ground. Because I'm still learning how to trust. So can we keep this between us?
got a feeling I can't shake, but I'ma try to shake it anyway. I got a move that I can't break, but I'ma break that thing anyway. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, whoa. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. Feet on the ceiling, feeling great. Don't tell your mama we shaking, babe. Break the rules and do your thing. Bring your shoes, yeah, bring your date. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, yeah. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance.
but it's time to come alive. If you want to party, babe, got to feel it deep inside. All I really want to do is the things you just can't hide. Put your funk around it, babe, and I'll take you for a ride. You know that's what you feeling. 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 Now listen to the music as I bring you to the light.
You can stop to see it, don't just open your eyes. All you funky people, just join the funky line.
You're a groove, make your soul shaker.
Everybody sing along.
You know that's what you feeling. You know that's what you feeling. You know that's what you feeling. You know that's what you feeling.
Bitter, sweet, fiery heat, whispers the man of the hurricane. Oh, stop pushing me, gonna push so hard I'll just let go now. Lost in your mind, blown on the wings of the hurricane. I won't let go. 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 I won't let go.
for a ride. Close your eyes, come with me. It's a heaven in disguise, just for you. Just for you. Just for you. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. Let me take it for a ride. Close your eyes, come with me. It's a heaven in disguise, just for you. Just for you. Just for you. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. Because I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. Got a chateau in the mountains that change it, jet set through the islands that change zip codes like it is nothing. Top 10K first class on my side thing. Shorty went viral on a TikTok. Got 'em doing moves in a big mouth, rocking their head doing pop like 20 million streams and she won't stop, can't stop. 911, it's an emergency. Call your friends. Everybody follow me one by one. Moving to the melody. Light up the night. Oh, we light up the night light. We go into daylight. As long as it feels right. Light it up, yeah. We light up the night light. We go into daylight. As long as it feels right. Light it up, yeah. Only show me love, I don't clap back. Homie, got a catfish face so you can have that. Topping hits on hits, can you handle that? Lose it all on a high stakes blackjack. Bet big trip, even in a lockdown. Big tips, only with the fans now. My click, pull up with the top down. We keep it going all night. 911, it's an emergency. Call your friends. Everybody follow me one by one. Moving to the melody. Light up the night. Oh, we light up the night light. We go into daylight. As long as it feels right. Light it up, yeah. We light up the night light. We go into daylight. As long as it feels right. Light it up, yeah.
We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. Eh.
Be delicate, gentle, precise. Calm down. Why are you trying so hard? Isn't this too much for you? Aren't you scared? Don't play, don't compete, stop complaining. Whatever you do, it'll never be enough. Greatness comes from within. Just wait and see.
Welcome to Valorant Game Changers EMEA 2024. In 2023, we were proud of our Game Changers players excelling in Valorant Esports. In 2024, our focus remains on encouraging more women to step forward, shaping the future of Valorant by offering increased opportunities and highlighting explosive talents within our community. It all begins with the Kickoff Open Qualifier, where 128 teams battle it out in a single elimination bracket for 8 coveted spots in the Kickoff Closed Qualifier. There, they'll face off against 8 of the top teams from last year's Stage 3, competing in a double elimination bracket where only the top 8 teams can move forward into Stage 1. This year, we've updated the tournament format for stages to 10 teams, intensifying the competition and casting a brighter spotlight on players. Stage 1 features the top 8 teams from the Kickoff Closed Qualifier, joined by 2 invited teams, BBL Queens and G2 Gozen. Of course, more glory also means more risk, with the 2 last place teams of each stage to be relegated to Contenders. Contenders is now the pathway for the best talents to prove themselves and secure their spot in Game Changers. To claw their way back, the 2 relegated teams will battle it out against 30 other teams coming from regional tournaments or open qualifiers. The top 2 teams from Contenders will earn their spot in the next stage of Game Changers. This entire process repeats for Stage 2 before the ultimate victors are decided in Stage 3. Want in on the action? Open qualifiers are your gateway. Players must be at least Platinum 1 or above to sign up. Keep the key dates and the sign-up dates in mind. With so much action planned, mark your calendar because you won't want to miss a single moment. Follow us on socials for the latest updates and get ready for an epic year with Game Changers EMEA in 2024.
Hello everybody and welcome to VCT Game Changers. It's upper semi-final day and I'm your host, Mitch Man. I've got a little bit of a surprise for you today because I'm not alone on the stream. You might be thinking it's the solo day for Mitch. Nah, we've brought along a couple of friends. I've got Tombiz and Zach to flesh out this analyst desk and bring us some of those more deeper hitting analytical points. First of all, Zach, how are you doing today?
I'm doing pretty good. Very, very excited for this game. I mean, we've got 2 games here, and I'm sure that you're going to be doing. We're going to be doing a lot of talking about them. But I mean, we saw the first eliminations really come through yesterday, and now we got the upper brackets teams that were kind of owning in that group stage, for lack of a better phrase. And I think the first game is what I'm super excited for personally. But we'll talk more about that later.
Yeah, well, Tom, let me hear what you're excited about as we take a look at the bracket. You can maybe bring us through some of the games, any of the surprises along the way. I feel like the first couple games kind of went as expected. Close one for odd one out, though.
Yeah, I think we had a few closer games. Falcons as well, showing that they can still roll with G2. Like Mary coming back to face off against her old team's always going to be exciting. The thing that's impressed me most, though, was that previous video we watched, you doing that whole thing off the dome. That wasn't pre-recorded, was it?
No, I actually did that live just now. That's why I jumped into a different Discord channel. Every day they make me do it again. And I try to do it the exact same way. I don't know if anybody's noticed any little Easter egg differences, but you know, I don't think I've hit it every single time. But yeah, like you said, a couple of these games have been a little bit closer. Mary's resurgence has been exciting, but Zach, ultimately, she has still found herself down the bottom, right? Falcons and Nasser Ignite are waiting for the losers of these matches to face them for elimination.
Yeah, Falcons, you know, Mary joining them, I think it was the booster shot they needed in that group stage, because before Mary joined the first 2 games, they were not the greatest, let's just say that. They were both losses, but yeah, once Mary joined, it was like, boom, Falcons were able to make the playoffs, and I mean, to be fair, to give them credit, they were up against G2, who are like the world champions, last stage champions. I don't even know how many trophies they have at this point, so it's a lot to ask for, but there were signs of like, how do I say it? There was like a lot of potential for the team with the kind of experience they have, and I think that since Mary has just joined them, I think with a little bit more time they'll be able to pop off. So I have hopes in that lower bracket, I'll tell you that.
Well, that's it. We've definitely seen some good hope in some of the other games earlier on, but ultimately when they came up against the G2 Gozens, you know, as expected, you face a few bumps in the road, but they might have their chance to fight back through the lower bracket, as we saw from them, I believe, last stage. For now, though, we're going to be looking at G2's opponent today. Let's talk a little bit about Carmine Core. This squad has been doing a pretty good job in stage 2. Odd one out, as I said, have been kind of upsetting some teams, but KC were able to best them, best Nasser Ignite, and the only one they fall into is GX, which is a bit of a surprise, Tom.
Yeah, I'd say so. And I think we kind of want to focus in on a couple of the players that we have within this roster, because the storyline of today, it's that comeback. It is the face-off of old G2 players against their old team. We've already seen a few memes coming out for it, but Glance and Roxy are two that for a long time were considered to be the best of the best. And G2 have kind of moved on from them. And I think many people are sort of questioning, wondering, maybe that might be a little bit of a mistake. So I guess today is kind of seeing whether or not that will be the case.
Oh.
I think it's a really interesting position, right? When you see ex-teammates coming up against each other. And Zach, how much do you feel like that's going to feed into the rivalry, I guess, today? You know, you've been booted out of a team and now it's your chance to best them.
I mean, from what I know, and for both of these players, it wasn't a case of that. It was more of them leaving on their own terms. I think Glance mentioned visa issues, and for Roxy, she didn't want to be a 6th player, which I fully respect. I'm pretty happy that they were able to come into KC. I mean, I think that when you talk about KC in stage 1, Glance was still there, and she was, I think, arguably the best player on that team. And even though she was putting up the numbers, it wasn't enough to push them over the edge. But with Roxy, I think this roster, a lot of the players did come through contenders last year, and with this experience coming in with Roxy and Glance both being there, they have the international experience to play off of, and I think that with a little bit of more time, I would say KC is like a really good contender. I would already say they're in my top 3 for this split.
Well, we know that there's nothing but love between these players. We've seen it throughout GC in the past, all the interviews and so on, but Tom, it's not like G2 to ever go into a matchup without stirring up a little bit of beef, right?
They are a team that just loves to sort of almost meme and like almost poke the bear. But I guess when you are the best team in the region and have been for quite a long time, it's not really as cocky as you might think. Like, I think if you're like a 4th or 5th place team and you start throwing out tweets like this, I'm like, oh, that was a ballsy play. With G2, they're probably going to win. Let's be honest.
Do you agree with that, Zach? Do you think this is you coming in favoring G2 even with KC stage 2 so far?
I mean, I would have to, as a logical person who looks at stats, I would have to say yes, mainly because I would say that G2 as a core just have a lot more experience. And you know, my initial concern this year was whether they would be able to perform to the same standard as last year, since they did go through some roster transitions. But you know, stage 1, they won that one, and even though their first game in that group stage was a little bit of a back and forth, I think that they are definitely my favorite as well. But you know, KC, I do think that they will do well at the very least. I hope they will do well at the very least.
They have some good pieces. I mean, we just saw the Roxy stats pop up, Tom.
Yeah, I think that Roxy has been someone that, honestly, for most, if not all teams, would be pretty much irreplaceable. But the one person who might actually be able to replace her would be Amy. Like, Amy is someone who I think is definitely going to have an interesting head-to-head versus her. And I think that Roxy's definitely going to be needing to be on her own A-game, because she's going to be that site anchor. And she's going to have to face off against, well, I guess 2 IGL. Mimi and Petra, I think, have been IGL while she's been on that team. So it's not going to be easy when those players have the read on them.
Well, speaking a lot about KC, let's take a look at their last stage versus this stage results, because we speak a lot about the performance hike, but there's a pretty significant hike here. Left to right looks a little different.
just a little bit different, I would say. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Like KC last stage, like I said, even though they had Glance, they had a couple of close games. I remember like some 13-11, some overtimes, but at the end of the day, all of them were losses. They won one map during the entire playoff during the entire stage, and they were the team that got relegated. So the fact that they were able to come back through contenders and qualify, and then add Roxy to this roster to just like look even more star-studded, I'm super excited for it. And I mean, the performance difference, right? You go from winning 0 out of 4 of your games to only losing 1, and I think that just tells it like a whole story.
Absolutely. Well, that's sort of the story of KC and some of the players that have ended up on G2 and fallen back to KC, found a new roster. Let's talk about G2 themselves, though. Let's get into this stack because, Tom, this roster is indeed stacked.
Yeah, this is the thing. If you play for G2 or if you're the G2 org, you get your players. I think that's always the way to look at it. So even though you might think like, oh, in the past they've let Mary go, they've let Glance go, they've let Roxy go, the people they've got in to replace them are as good, if not better. I think Vania was one of the biggest pickups of the entire year. She has been one of the #1 rated players in everything that's been going on. And this is my personal head-to-head. I think Rezka this season, or this stage, I should say, has been unstoppable. Last stage, she was decent. They won, Mitch. They won the whole thing. But now, individually, she is starting to play to a level that I don't know if there's anyone on the other side who can match up to. And that's why I've got to highlight Matrix to see if she can rise to the occasion and face off against Rezka.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, if you're getting added to this G2 roster, we expect you to be full of individual prowess. There's a reason we're even hailing Mary coming back, right? G2 Mary. That's at least how I think about her. But I believe we sat down a little bit earlier for an interview with Mimi. We sent one of our best interviewers that we could find on this wonderful day. Let's toss it over to him. Thank you so much, Mitch. Yes, I'm here with Mimi, ready to dive into an interview ahead of G2's game. Mimi, thank you so much, first of all, for taking the time to join us here.
Of course, of course.
I'm sure our analyst desk has been speaking extensively about you and your team, but I wanted to hear something from you guys directly. In particular, let's go back to the first game of Stage 2. You faced off against Odd One Out, and it was a close game, but one that they ultimately took. I think that surprised a lot of people, and I wanted to know, were you surprised by how far they were able to push you in that game?
I think the thing that I was definitely the most surprised of was how we played ourselves. Basically, I would say our comps were very off, as well as individual decisions. We were just a completely different team first game versus the second game we had. So they played well. Of course, they caught us all the time, basically, and kudos to them. But yeah, it's not going to happen again.
Well, it certainly didn't. The next day you were back to winning ways, so an impressive turnaround. And Odd One Out, obviously, they just found out how hard it is to take down Mary. It feels weird not saying G2 Mary, but she was on a roll, right? Focus Sakura and GX taken down. She looked very, very good in those games and was hailed, the return of Mary. But you guys put a stop to that roll. I wanted to ask, and that was in your last game, what do you think was the major difference maker in that last game that you played?
I think that we just really understood how they played and countered it very well. I don't think we did anything extraordinary. Maybe Falcons just didn't really have an answer, or maybe a second thing to do. I think they probably got a little bit stuck in their own gameplay, and we just kind of abused it, so to say. So obviously they're a great team, great aimers. They have great everything basically, but I think we're just a better team that day.
Fair enough. Well, things have also changed a lot on your team since you played. Yourself and Petra used to play with Roxy and Glance, and funny enough, that's your next game now. I wanted to ask, do you think your history playing with these players, maybe more so Roxy on a Sentinel, will give you a little bit of an edge today?
I don't think necessarily that will help us, but I do think that we are very aware of how they're playing and we know what to do to win. Overall, I think we are also a better team with stronger individuals. So I think we have every part playing for us.
Well, I look forward to seeing your game up against Carmine Court today. For now, though, Mimi, I won't waste any more of your time. I'll let you go and prepare for this matchup. Thank you so much for the interview.
Thank you.
All right, back over to you, Mitch. Thank you so much, Mitch. What a wonderful job he did. And it's great to see Mimi coming in confident as well, Tom. We heard it there in the last few words.
Yes, yeah, she's always confident, but when you're like the back-to-back champ, I don't even know at this point. Like, it's such a ridiculous amount. Like, it is cockiness that you're allowed to have. Like, G2 as an organization, Mimi and Petra in particular have had unbelievable amounts of success. They've had Giuliano leave, they've had Zaz leave, they've had Mary leave, they've had Glance leave, they've had Roxy leave, and they're still the best. So I think you kind of have to give it to them at this point that when they say they're the best, they are the best.
Yeah, they lose the best and then they somehow find some more. I don't know. I don't know what their recruitment process is like, but it needs to be studied.
Oh, look, that's the number one player on another team. I'll have that player.
Not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. Well, let's move on to the map vetoes, guys, because, well, there has to be a battleground for these teams. And Zach, I want you to start this one off. Where do you feel like this map veto is going to go? Is there a clear strength for G2, or is just every map we're expecting them to be better?
Honestly, I think G2, they do have a pretty deep map pool. I would say that the only map that they really struggle on is Sunset, both in that stage 1 and stage 2. Stage 1, they got like 13-1, and stage 2, Falcons beat them as well on this particular map. So I would expect that to be their veto of choice. But in terms of what I expect to see, I think G2 is very, both G2 as well as KC are both very strong on Breeze. So I would expect one of these teams to pick Breeze for sure. I think that my co-caster as well, who did the group stage with me, Zobi, shout out to them, also did mention this. But yeah, Breeze coming through, that's pretty great. So that's a map that I'm happy to see, because both these teams are absolutely bonkers on it.
Yeah, I think no surprises of what we've seen so far. Like, you've got the two perma bans, like KC, I think it's been 4 or 5 times in a row. Same for G2. Other than that, it does kind of end up as middle maps. I'm quite excited to see the Icebox pick coming in, just because it means we're going to get Vanier on Clove, where it's just nuts. Like, imagine someone who is the highest rated player while playing Omen, and then you give her abilities that allow her to heal. Like, just no one stands a chance. So I think that map is going to be one that's really exciting to watch. It's not a bad map for the other side either of KC. Like, I think we're on middle maps. These are both competent teams. They're both going to be playing well. So I think getting down to the end, we're going to finish over on Lotus. So neither team really wanting to head into, as you said, like Sunset, for example. So I think we've ended where both teams will be happy, but ultimately, normally if it's a middle map pool, I would lean it towards the favorites, which, as we've already said, is G2.
I mean, I have some good hope for this first map, though, Zach. I'm not sure if you'll agree with me, but sure, look, G2 favorites, I'll agree with you. And Breeze, the map where they 13-3'd Falcon. So it's hard to find hope. But KC, 13-3'd odd one out. So maybe we can find some hope for it to be a close first map. What do you think?
I definitely agree, because Odd one out beat G2 on the G2 2-0. I don't know if Breeze was one of those maps, but I do think that both teams are equally good on this map. Pretty much follows records so far. And when it comes to the composition, I mean, both of them are running the most meta comp you can ever run on this map. Somebody give me some Yoru, please.
You impressed, Tom, or unimpressed with the innovation or lack thereof?
Let's just give this map a salute and send it back into the void. All right?
Yeah, get it out of here.
I would agree with Tom on that point. I'm very happy that next patch we're getting some actual fun maps to play on. You know?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know where Fracture went, but that is a bone I will pick another day.
It's back. It's almost back.
They need to bring it back. But look, that is our map veto out of the way and our agent select. There's not much more left to do but to get the game started. But before we do that, of course, we have got to toss this one over to our casters. Let's bring in Joy and Pilsky, who are going to be bringing you through all of this action.
Yes, indeed, we are going to do exactly that. I'm Joy K, and I'm being joined by Pilsky. How are you doing today, Pilsky?
I'm doing fantastic. I'm really looking forward to these upper bracket games. I feel like this top 6 of Stage 2 Game Changers EMEA this time around is one of the most stacked I've seen. There is so many strong teams, and obviously we're going to get these two teams that do have some history in amongst the players playing one another. You got a bit of a redemption arc story for Kami Corp in there as well, given that they bombed out of Stage 1, which is obviously going to be a bit of a hit to the ego, first of all. But second of all, you know, talking about the points discussion, they've got to do well this stage, and upset win over G2 would put them very much deeper in the bracket and definitely secure themselves a whole lot more circuit points to be going through towards the end of the year and try and get one of those spots for EMEA.
Absolutely, it would be also a big boost to the ego, of course, for Glance and Roxy being able to play against their old teammates here. But Carmine Corp, they've been taking names in the group stage. That's why they find themselves here in the upper bracket today. And we are starting on Breeze. Now, the analyst asked a little bit of a hate towards Breeze, but what are your thoughts on this map as our opening?
I mean, it's all right. It's interesting. Definitely, you know, closer to home for me in my region. You see some very different kind of comps, and even the team, you know, that I'm a bit more involved with plays a bit of a funky comp on this map, and we do play a bit of Yoru and stuff like that. But this is the old, tried and tested, most meta comp, and we are going to get a mirror, so it's going to be down to, you know, how both of these teams do play the meta comp and how they're looking on it. Early on for this attacking side, Pistol, you can already see Carmine Corp gearing themselves up for an A split with a fair bit of Halls pressure most likely, and over on the side of G2, actually got a wall for middle, and it seems like they're going to try to get this Jet out mid for a pick with the recon dart, maybe get on an info line and maybe lean on a bit more of a retakey setup on A.
Yeah, I mean, first one to be making contact then would be Rescue on the Jet as well, but Matrix going up here. Just try and catch them a little bit off guard.
See them move up through Halls now, opening up the door here, Joy, and they're going to kick off this A split straight away.
That they are. Door can be heard, and first kills will be found here. G2 comes out swinging. Petra and Rescue picking up 2 apiece here. Curie Puya still good for 1 though, but what can one Viper do? Not a lot, and Rescue will pick up her 3rd. Great opening here for G2.
Yeah, complete shutdown. You can see already got that mid info nice and early on. Didn't see too much. I'm sure they would have heard some of the Halls pressure coming in with the Viper Orb. End of Halls, maybe some footsteps as well from mid doors, and they already had 2 strong on that A site. G2 just crunching any opportunity out of Halls split and winning that pistol pretty easily, and already Rescue, as mentioned by the desk, statistically has, yeah, definitely taken a step up this stage, and a 3k in the pistol straight into an outlaw buy. It seems like she's going to be in bully mode, and if your Jet's feeling it on defensive side of Breeze, the other team's in for a world of pain.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's not a great way to start here if you're Casey, but that's a fantastic opener once again here for Rescue with that outlaw finds the first frag here. Mimi actually ending up falling in the process by Roxy, so that's a little bit of a stinger.
That's such a nice shot, but I you know, we've seen her go for this ghost buy all the time. You know, almost nobody else looks at the ghost and says that'll be a great weapon to take into an eco round, but she just seems so confident spending $500 on that. And look, if she's going to be 2-tapping someone with a Marshall, playing that retake angle on A side, having a little bit of a look into middle for a pick, then you can't really criticize her too much. She's the regroup in towards A main. Pressure now on Vanya to do some site anchoring work as she deals with the knife. Orb goes up, so no entry opportunity here for KC. They have to wait for the gas before they continue forward.
Yeah, they will start to swing out. No damage found just on the side of G2. Yeah, I spoke a little bit too soon. Vanya picking one up with the Bulldog. Now Petra is on side as well. Shock Dart's going to push them into that corner. Covered by the Cypher Cage, but it will not be enough as Rescue has arrived to the scene and will pick up 2. But G2, with this greater weapons in their hands, will also pick up round number 2.
An injured dog bites hard.
Yeah, still 2 guns taken away from Carmine Corp, so not too bad. But Rescue already off to a good start, as mentioned. Getting those confidence eco frags, getting herself a 3k on the pistol, and getting herself very close to knives early on. Could be dangerous to mix in over the next couple of gun rounds, and especially post bonus here. Looking at the buy up here for Carmine Corp. As mentioned before, that that ghost purchase has forced Roxy onto light armor, so she wants to try to avoid that outlaw if possible. Kuripuya, that's a hell of a shot on Mimi, looking for that first pick, and Rescue's already found a pick over top side of elbow, so 1 for 1 early on. You can see Carmine Corp still in a bit of a defaulty kind of formation. They've knifed A main and got some info over there. They know no one's close, and they're going to proceed accordingly. Jet still keeping an eye on this B info And Kurupuya getting a nice little close spot towards mid doors. It's going to allow her to cut the middle of the map and listen to some rotations. And as the regroup comes in towards A here, Joy, she might even be able to find a nice timing to just creep up mid doors as the A hit comes in.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Vanya will be the first to make contact here. I mean, Nello has been absolutely popping off in the group stage, just coming up so clutch for her team every time. So, haven't been able to do much yet, but now with a rifle in hand, should be able to do a little bit more. The gas will keep them back for a little bit, but now Matrix found her way onto the side. Will pick up one. There is Nello with the shot. Rescue will shut her down right away, and that means that the Bladestorm is now on a line.
Blocking sight. 30 seconds left.
Scary. Coming.
That is scary.
Just trying to get that plant down. Trying to get comfortable in the site and wait for this wall gas. Rescue applying more pressure, but getting tagged down to 50 there, Joy.
Yes, she is indeed, and still waiting for Amy to come around. Amy has made her way here. Not a lot being heard. We know that Matrix is pretty low. Curie, great reposition, but that does get shut down. It is KC, though, that will, off the back of this, pick up their first round.
Still big damage, though, from G2, especially given the fact they lost their KO pretty much straight away. A little bit harder without that KO alive to be able to just find that info in the mid-round. Obviously don't have the knife to be able to check a lot of the mains and, you know, do that process elimination, go for the flash info plays and kind of direct the flow of traffic across the map. But G2 did still take 3 guns away and do some damage to the armor, so Carmine Court looking very resettable here, and this is where Rescue is already 9-1 and gets the operator out. So that's scary days for Carmine Court for sure, especially given they're playing a bit more of a slower round early on here, putting some pressure on B. As well as Halls. Matrix very actively looking for a pick here, but no one's showing face for now.
No, hoping to catch Amy there, who has set up her shop on that B side. Not too much info gathered just yet.
Walls up here.
Here.
For Carmine Court. They're trying to apply pressure to this B site and pull rotations from elsewhere. Then take space in Halls and middle with the double lurk of the Cypher as well as the Viper. Cam taken out there. Well done from Matrix. But there's no big overreaction here for G2. They're still kind of sitting in this default formation. Only now is Rescue starting to look for a pick down elbow.
Yeah, they are attacked up Amy a little bit over there. Down to half HP. On that B side, will fall back to the backside now. To the arch. As the rest of KC making their way onto B. What a way to catch them in the back here. Curie just does not mind going out aggressive and getting up personal. Picks up 2. Great wraparound. That will be the plant confirmed here on B.
Yeah, getting the plant down. You can see this flood wall, retake wall in for G2. Starting to mobilize themselves on the flank and towards elbow. Rescue looking for a pick to try to even up the numbers before they kick off this retake. Now starting to take some duels towards the half wall, Joy.
They are, and they're cornered pretty much. Vanya will take her time, find the first kill, but will be traded out here by Nello. Running G2 on the clock, taking their time. Rescue does find one with the operator once again. Mimi finds her counterpart in Nello. Now it's just Glance left. Have to start the defuse. She just has to buy time, but she will not be able to do that. She runs straight into the crosshair of Rescue. G2 taking the lead.
Yeah, they're going to break the money of Carmine Court, despite that double flank coming in there from Curry. And this is courtesy of the KO knife finding the Cypher on B. They spot out Amy anchoring that B side on the Cypher, managed to hit her with the KO knife, which actually puts the trip in Halls down and allows for that Viper flank to come through. She found a really nice timing through Halls there, but still, despite finding that perfect timing, Carmine Court still couldn't convert that gun round. They end up getting reset, which is going to give a chance for G2 to start building up that economy now.
Yeah, it's almost like you predicted that.
They're going to go for a quick B hit this time around. Amy's just full retake. So a little bit hands off here for G2, looking for spam, looking for kills on the kill trips, and organizing themselves for the retake here.
Oh, Viper Spit getting invested here as well, just to make sure they really want to get this round on the board. But G2, they're patient. for the wraparound. Once again, Glance this time not ready. It's the blind hits once again. Takes her out. G2 still finding frag after frag here. There is just too big of a gun difference once again. Oh, but the operator taking out of the hands here of Rescue might actually be able to turn this. No, actually, no, never mind. Curie was just on her own. I forgot how many people they had already killed.
Yeah, I mean, G2, nice little retake there. They have the wall to assist the B retake through the middle of the site that allows them to flood out towards backside and cut off a lot of those annoying angles. Choose which way they want to go with the KO flash. They also had the camera backside up the top, which helped them really clear out the majority of the site and flood in here really effectively. Just patient, recognizing that if they play the long lines, play the long angles, and just wait for the retake and punish some of those mistakes there from Carmine Court, despite the pit going down, they could still make a nice little retake of it, and it's exactly what they did. So Carmine Court now back towards this A side of things. They do have the KO and the Sova ults up, which can definitely help with the sight hit, and it does seem like they're going back to a similar looking kind of hall split that they tried to run in the pistol.
But look at where Vanya is posted up here in the corner. The door will be triggered. Rescue with the operator. They are suppressed, but she will pick up that first frag here. Yeah, and as I said, Vanya posted up in the corner here. Will find a pick. Operator still looking to find another target here. Curie once again has a really sneaky corner. Will take out the shock dart. Oh, but will be taken out by the operator. She did not see that one coming. And now the remaining player, Glance, once again, the last woman standing here for Carmine Corp. They know where she is. They're going to come for her, and she knows that. There is not so much that she can do, except for just stand in her corner, try to hold her ground for as long as she can.
Yeah, G2 just convincingly, again, shutting down another one of these hall split, despite the ults invested. That was both the KO and the Sova ult invested to try to facilitate this hall split into A working, but their spacing and trading was really not good enough. They couldn't dig Rescue out of the site, and she was just playing that pivot position around one of those pyramids with the operator, taking shot after shot. Nobody was able to scale out A main and clear her out, and you could see right from the get-go, G2 kind of read into the fact that that was going to be some kind of A play. They had Vanya close towards Bricks, just anchoring that A main line, and that's kind of what lets Rescue play that pivot position and take shots towards halls or mid or A main and just keep re-peeking with the operator and just killing more and more players without getting cleared out there. And in the meanwhile, you saw the rest of G2 just rotating in through hall side, or they can go and push down mid and take info there and flank doors. They've got so many options, and on Breeze, you know, even if you do lose a bit of that A site control, you can obviously, you know, add some dimensions to your retake by taking mid control or going in through halls. So I think for Carmine Court, right now, the direct kind of site execute approach is not working. They can't really find an answer to deal with Rescue right now. He's having an absolutely phenomenal game. And, you know, they're going to have to post timeout, kind of discuss how they want to approach this game, maybe start mixing in some more lurk plays, because these hard site executes have kind of been getting shut down by G2. They seem very comfortable dealing with them right now.
Yeah, exactly. It's like a more patient approach that would be paying off for them, and we have seen great of these sneaky plays coming out from Curie on the Viper, but they do kind of need her to be able to enter that site. But now here Vanya just holding down this corner once again as Petra finds one as well. Matrix with the Blade Storm does manage to shut her down and is still standing here on this B side.
Oh,
Enemy kill.
Oh, what a tap. Matrix still in there, finds another one. Are you absolutely mad? Oh my god. We do know that the neural theft for Roxy was online. They just needed a corpse, as Cypher just called out themselves. Cypher is uploading so they can see where Rescue and Mimi are. Desperate and hungry to get this round here.
I like this push though. Starting to make their way over towards half-wall side. They've still got the cam for elbow and a trip on the flank, so Carmine Court aware of kind of what's clean and dirty right now. They're going to get a nice open plant, the push in towards spawn from Matrix, who's already got a multi-frag in this round, but we're going to have to ask for more from her.
We are. Indeed. They know they're coming now. They know where to rotate to. Spike is out in the open. Cloudburst will be committed here to try and go for this defuse. Oh no, the turnaround! But maybe this time, no. Roxy can't carry it over the line, but just so very close. But close is not enough.
Yeah, beautiful high flash from Mimi. It's what causes that player over on tunnel side to turn.
Yeah.
Nice anchoring there from Vanya. It was really messy on the Blade Storm from Matrix, but she puts it together with the Sheriff. That second shot especially, very, very impressive.
crazy.
And that's what actually makes the round a bit more competitive. And look, one of those side executes did actually find some value, some damage, put them into a winnable 2-on-2, but they still couldn't close it, Carmine Court. Really having a tough time in the mid to late round closing these XVXs right now. And they're going to go back to a bit more of a default kind of approach now. You can see Cypher keeping an eye on Halls with the cam. They've got that orb for mid. Trying to deny info. Darted up above elbow. So not a whole lot really being seen here by Carmine Court. They've got info on elbow. They know there's really no push down elbow, at least for now. And they're going to start to take some space in middle now. The drone being spotted out by the camera there. See Mimi close doors, listening for any movement in halls. Listening for any movement towards mid. But after a little bit of pressure towards mid, spotting out the drone in halls, you're going to get the regroup now for Carmine Court into this B site. And it's actually the Viper and the Cypher playing here. Off of the trip, off of the orb. They've got the little retake wall for the flood. And the Sova just committed the dart to mid. So this could actually be quite a good time to hit.
That it could be. See the entry here from Matrix. Amy. Amy where she always is, and that means that she will be caught and falling here, but still the rest of the G2 squad managing to close it out. As G2 are taking a very impressive lead here of 7-1.
Yeah, Vanya just anchoring straight from ladder. Amy backside. As soon as Carmine Court pulled the trigger on that B execute, you had the reactive Sova ult from Petra sitting over towards spawn side. Just made their life an absolute nightmare trying to enter into that site. They're getting Sova altered in from spawn side. And if they try to push any further, they're essentially running through a defensive Viper wall into a Viper holding from ladder or a Cypher backside. And you don't even have really very much info on whether the trips are committed over there or elsewhere. So it's a difficult situation to be running into. Rescue just continues to hit every shot possible. Unreal.
Yeah, that was just rough. And Rescue will pick up a second here. Roxy, the anchor on this site, will be taken down. What am I witnessing here? Another glance, though, will shut Mimi down. But now 2v4. Carmine Corp looking in a world of hurt.
Yeah, they're going to commit this mid to A wall. Vanya tucks herself into A main inside the pit, and it's going to be near impossible to dig her out of there, especially with G2 threatening that spawn wrap. You've got no real information towards middle as well, so you're going to be a little bit nervous about that push coming in. Glance is going to keep an eye over there in a minute here, I would imagine.
Yeah, both drone and recon bolt are still up available for Glance. So some information could be gathered. Recon taken out here. On the side of G2. G2 arrives, takes names right away. Petra will shut them down, get that defuse in.
And honestly, this game is kind of reminding me of the Breeze game between Falcons and G2 in the Stage 1 Grand Final.
Yeah.
Like, this is just a stomp from G2. And this is Carmine Court's pick as well. The defensive side completely impenetrable right now, and Rescue is just on a tear. She is a force to be reckoned with on the operator. And Carmine Court, the really big issue is right now the site hits are not working. Like, they're getting destroyed by the site anchoring and the protocols from G2. The supportive utility and just that the multi-fragging on these site anchor players is too much to deal with. And then if they try to default and they try to work the map a little bit more, they're running into the op. So there's really no winning right now for Carmine Court, it feels like.
I mean, you just need to take this operator out of Rescue's hands, but good luck in doing that. even when they managed to shut her down in a round, it was the rest of G2 able to still close out the round and retrieve the gun for her, so no real damage done.
Spike planted.
Plant will be confirmed. Yeah, rescue. There's just nothing to do here.
Okay, ult's active.
Yeah.
See Carmine Core trying to play that plant for A main. But look at that stall from Carmine Core there, Joy. It's going to be hard for G2 to get this defuse off for sure.
Yeah, Mimi extremely low. Rescue looking for that defuse. Mimi will fall. Maybe they have a chance in the Cypher cage. It will not happen actually, as Amy manages to block the shots.
That is a nightmare. Multiple people spamming inside the cage. Cloudburst into Cypher cage, and they just get the defuse off inside of all of that cover. Carmine Core just can't win a post plant. Like, even that side execute got them into at least a 3-on-3, a very winnable 3-on-3 with the Viper Orb on the spike. You had the lineup of the Snakebite. You only get one of those now in the current patch. You can't be spamming those Snakebites away, you know, and playing the post plan that way. It's just not how Viper works anymore. So, unfortunate.
Actually leaving that angle, but now Vanya once again tucked into the corner. G2 ready to take some names. Vanya will be shut down though. Rescue with the operator finds Glance once again. The door opens. Will find Roxy. There is just no stopping her by the looks of it.
Oh,
no,
unreal.
there is not. It's yeah, exactly. It's unreal.
It's just another shutdown from G2. I don't think Rescue's missed a shot this game. Like this half, I genuinely don't think Rescue's missed a shot. She's been good for 2 kills a round. Like, we've had 11 rounds of gameplay. She's got 22 kills. It's just insane. 3k in the pistol, and it just does not stop. You know, you've had multi-frags from Petra coming in on the rotation. You know, the utility has been very oppressive from Vanya. I mean, I just don't even know what to say at this point. Carmine Core, last round of the half here. They've got some decent ults on offer that they can try to combo to make something work here. Knives are up. Got the Hunter's Fury. There's the shock to try to clear that hole strip. Maybe open up a lurk later into the round. Dart towards elbow. So Carmine Core, early couple of pieces of util. They got that orb on mid once again for info denial. You can see after a post over on Hall's side, Rescue's going to bring the operator over to B. And they're going to play 3 strong on that B side. And it's actually going to be a correct read here. Carmine Core, again, it's a bit of a tendency of theirs. They do that those early couple of pieces of util, the dart, the orb, and then they just group up and execute. And G2 seem aware of that.
Yeah, I mean, it's the patience of G2 that just plays off there. Hunter's Fury from Glance will be committed just to try and clear out that opening angle, but Rescue just cannot be stopped. Finds her, drops down, Bladestorm online, operator in hand. How are you going to try to stop this jet?
You can't. You can't stop Amy either. I mean, she hasn't really had to do anything this game, and as soon as she finally gets a chance to get into the game, she's going to find a 3k as well. Joy, there's no weak link for G2 right now. That's why they built this bloody super team, and that's an 11-1 half.
Yeah. It's just, I remember that I saw these roster swaps coming in. I was like, are you kidding me? Are you just going to take all the best players now and just be an absolute powerhouse? Like, there's just no stopping G2 by the looks of it.
Well, it's only up for here for Carmine Core. I'll tell you that for free. There's not really any options anymore. It's win or you're done. G2.
Yeah.
They're going to kick off this B execute. You've got the Jet and the Sova on the quick rotate from elbow because they're starting for some mid aggression, and the Cypher there of Roxy going to be playing close A main. Wants to be dropping the cam early on. That's going to be an early warning that the B hit's going to be coming in with that deep cant towards B main, but she needs to be careful not to get caught on that close angle. Here's the contest over towards elbow, and Rescue's going to win it.
Yeah, Rescue is going to win it. Glance good for 1 kill, but now Rescue pushing up here on the hunt. We'll look to find her in the back, but it will be Mimi that actually takes that kill, and that's just, G2, they've really managed to put a dent, by the looks of it, in the mental of KC. Plant will be confirmed. Nilo will find Amy, though, so now it's a 2v, well, 3, but pretty low on the side of G2.
They're just jump spawning, jiggling for info. Gonna dig their way into backside. You've got the reactive flash being held there by Mimi, ready for the peak as soon as this retake gets attempted.
Last player standing.
Actually, did you find them? Mimi is the last one standing, super low.
Enemy remaining.
Curie will fall to her. With the defuse. The defuse will be stuck. Nello will pick up 3 kills here in this round.
Really well done from Carmine Core. They put that retake wall up, they run up behind it and drop it on a good timing. And G2, despite having the player advantage, despite having that reactive flash ready to try to disrupt the retake, they still can't quite win that post, and that's going to be really important. You know, Carmine Core, they need as many breaks as they can get.
Yeah.
Big 3K from Nello, sticking that spike as well. And now they can go into the anti-eco here on defense and try to recover something in this half. Look, even if they can't win this game, Joy, it's you know, it's about momentum heading into the next couple of maps.
Oh,
And
the outlaw.
G2,
Great opener.
yeah, they just want to send it up mid doors, get this eco round over with, and head into the gun round. And Carmine Core are quite happy to just farm them.
Oh, I was saying, where have you been? I was just thinking it myself, but now finally Nilo is awake and ready to play. Sorry for interrupting you there.
You want a piece of this?
She's actually going to get her KO ult from getting headshot there. So she has actually a pretty big impact ult heading into this next round. The issue for Carmine Core that I really see here is G2 is going to buy up and get full armor. They've got double outlaws that they can't really afford to upgrade. And then a couple of guardians, which these are not like crazy multi-frag weapons unless you're, you know, really hitting a bit of a clip with the guardian, right? So we'll see how Carmine Core approach this next round. If G2 goes for a bit of a set execute, you know, it might be a little bit easier for them to deal with these weapons specifically, but G2 seems like they're working the map. Rescues up elbow. Got Curie looking for a pick towards mid. You've got that deep info line of the Jet. Matrix can see a lot of info towards A main, which is going to allow the Sova of Glance to actually lean over and drone out mid, have a little bit of a look. She can't really see anything with that drone, so a bit of false info because G2 is actually pretty strong towards elbow and B here, and it doesn't seem like Carmine Core are aware of that.
No, Petra will be committing the drone herself to just clear out the holes upstairs there, but not much info found on that side either.
Cam gets cleared, which is the whole objective here for G2. Just trying to get a feel out for how strong this B side is and who's over there. And you can see they're pulling rotates just by clearing that Cam, threatening mid. The Sova's leaned all the way over towards spawn side. The Jet's leaning over as well. And it's just the KO on this A site. And Carmine Core, they haven't found any info here, Joy. They've got no idea what's happening on the map. They've been denied all of their information. G2's worked the map excellently. And now they're going to hit this A site into just a KO with a Sheriff. It should be pretty easy peasy, but very low time here. Need to make sure they get a wriggle on. Don't die to some kind of weird flood, but the rotates are just not even coming in for Carmine Core right now.
No, I think Nilo notices now that she needs some backup. Pops that kill command, will be caught in the back though.
10 seconds left.
She can be rebooted, but then, you know, KC, they need to make their move and start to push onto this A side, but so far, very patient.
I mean, they can't really rush a retake with a bunch of outlaws and guardians, Joy.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, they just have a bunch of like head tapping weapons, not really the, you know, the full force weapons that you want when you need to rush onto a site to try and clear it.
Yeah.
And that means that like that's another Andalusia flawless for G2.
And that's the thing, like, you had that defaulting round for G2. Carmine Core did not really try to disrupt it at all. They didn't really try to go for picks when they had the weapons to do it. They had a little bit of a look towards mid, but they played, you know, turtle double backside at B. They just had absolutely no idea what was happening on the map, and G2 used that to full advantage. Like I said, they cleared the cam. They, you know, put pressure on mid with the info denial orb, and, you know, G2 just controlling all of the info on the map, and Carmine Core not doing anything in the mid round to gather any. Just end up sitting quite heavy towards B where the pressure's been created by G2. and couldn't hold that A execute and couldn't really attempt the retake effectively with the weapons that they brought in to that anti-eco and the bonus there. So null command burned, not really to effectively do any damage. Cam cleared there by Petra. Amy going to have a crack at her, but just seeing the Cypher in halls is not crazy amount of info. And once again, it's the Jet just prodding straight up elbow, trying to clear the Cam, but this time it's in a close position.
Yeah, exactly. Now we do see them creeping up towards that B side. Just Matrix there. Kuya is there. Okay. No command as well. Matrix. Ready for one. They can reboot aim. They can reboot her whenever they need to, but Puya still on the site. Trying to deny that plant is good for 3, but will fall in the end.
Seconds left.
Roxy and Nilo still making their way towards B. 2v2. Can Carmine Corp do it?
Yeah, Mimi's just waiting for Amy to get into a better position to be able to trade her. Spike goes down. Amy going to tuck herself into the tunnel here and try to play the mid to late round. Flash goes over the top to try to set up Amy for something. Mimi making contact, and Amy going to be able to slide out onto the angle. Now just a 1v1. It's all a game of timing, but Mimi walking out on the line. I thought she had the timing, but Roxy, a beautiful flick. And it's not only that flick to win the 1v1 that allows Roxy to have that much impact in that round, Joy. Also the fact that she set up her whole Cypher setup on B against the KO ult, and she plays over towards A, and those trips and cages stayed up to help her team hold the site a bit more effectively. Massive round from her.
Yeah, I mean, we have 2 very dangerous Cypher players here. That's one thing we can be sure about.
Spike down B.
Also here, massive round for Kuripuya on that Viper though. Good for 3k there.
Good
buying a lot
multi-frag.
of time for KC to arrive.
And G2 going to do a halls walk. They've got the operator out on attacking side this time, Joy. And you can see Rescue's just going to post up on that angle. Definitely don't want to be peeking out there and losing your Cypher early on. There's the Viper ult towards B. You've got a trip in there for safety as well. Cam's keeping an eye on middle. And after no one peeks halls here for G2, they're going to move the operator over towards A main and maybe drone her out onto the line and see if she can find a pick that way.
And she can. That's you're not allowed to do this anymore, Pilski. Stop making these crazy predictions and then having them come true less than a minute after. Yeah, glance up against 3, tucked in the corner. Can't really do much. G2, they will confirm their plant here on A.
Roxy's got a decent flanking position. She probably has to be the one to find impact here, but they've already checked her. And traded well by Petra. This gets more difficult now for Carmine Core, Joy.
Yes, it does. Down to 2 players and with barely any util left in hand here, because our Matrix, our Jet, completely out of abilities to use. Trying to fake that defuse. Takes quite a bit of damage here and will be put down. That is G2 taking Breeze in an absolutely dominant fashion.
Unreal game from Rescue, but overall, I mean, the structure was great from G2. The setups on defense were fantastic. It felt like they were able to anchor those sites and shut down all of those executes really well. Felt like they had a really good read on Carmine Core's pacing. A lot of the time, they would just do those site executes right off the bat, or they would do light map pressure and execute around 1 minute 10 or 1 minute, something like that. And G2 just read that so well. I think almost a 30 bomb from Rescue in a game that was that one-sided is kind of insane. And I don't really know what you can do to stop G2 when they're playing like that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, that was exactly what Carmine Corp was thinking. They were like a little bit lost by the looks of it. As like, how do we approach G2 when they're on such a roll? And in the end, yeah, that may have helped them just get the better of it. But I think we will be tossing it to a small break, and we will be right back after that with our second map, which is going to be Icebox, and that is going to be a banger. So don't go anywhere.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through Attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Do you feel what the eyes can't see? You hear it calling way down deep. Trust your heart, it'll keep you true. This world expects so much from you. From the dark out into the light, it'll come in the middle of the night. You were raised in the sacred place. Evil runs when it sees your face. Throne calls your name, you know it's your time. Good will stand and the shadows will hide. 1,000 souls listen at your side. Take your people into the light. They won't take you alive. Stand here and fight. Stand here and fight. You must follow me, my friend. Stay together, we can make it home again. Take a look at this place once more. The people, the home that you're fighting for. Throne calls your name, you know it's your time. Good will stand and the shadows will hide. 1,000 souls listen at your side. Take your people into the light. They won't take you alive. Stand here and fight. Stand here and fight. They won't take you Every step will test your soul. You will walk out pure and whole, stronger than the day before. Tomorrow you'll fight for more.
Welcome back, and what an unexpectedly quick first map. I have to say, we went into that, we made it clear, G2 are the favorites, but Tom, I did not expect
Did we make it clear? I think I made it clear.
Okay.
I think you said you were like, there's good opportunities for KC, it'll be a close game. That didn't happen, Mitch.
I was trying to sow the seeds of hope, Tom, but those have unfortunately, much like the potatoes in the 1800s, they have not sprouted, Tom. It is a disaster. Listen, first map didn't go as expected at all, and let's take a look back at it because it was dominant, Zach. It felt like there was nothing that KC could get in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, when you have Rescue just peeking every single angle, every single time with every single gun and finding kills, like we were talking about it when we were watching the game, right? I think that was 3 triple kills in the first 4 rounds, and absolutely bonkers. She had her blade storm by the 3rd round. Oh, my bad. 4 triple kills in 4 rounds.
She was farming. She got ninja diffusers. Like, honestly, I've heard a little bit about Counter-Strike these days. This is what it's like playing at 25,000 plus elo. You're playing against a cheater. Like, it's actually ridiculous. 469 ACS. Look at the damage per round. It's more than 2 kills. Like, just leave. Like, get out. Just, you see that in the first 5 rounds, you go, you know what, we're going to move on to map 2. Like, what is even the point? Like, that has to be one of the greatest performances we've ever seen in Game Changers. And as I said, last season, she was average. Now, she is a god. Like, there is no one on the server who can match up against. It wouldn't have mattered. You could have put any player in the universe up against Rezka there, and you're gonna get screwed.
I might raise you that. I might raise you that. I would love to see Reska versus Eneri. You know, I'm like a Pacific stan, so I gotta shut up my girl Eneri. But I would pay
they
to watch
get
that.
slammed as well.
I would fight you about that, Tom. I would bet on my girl Eneri any day.
Well, you can see the breakdown of the game below you, and yeah, it certainly did swing in G2's favor, 13-4. This was Casey's map pick, and look, we knew that there were some risks associated. It's not like G2 have been weak here. Demolishing Falcons, giving them one last round.
Spikes.
That's good, great.
They had more rounds to plant the spike, Tom. Think about it. They had 12 rounds.
Positivity, positivity. That's what I'm all about. Positivity.
Oh.
You weren't before this map, Tom.
No, well now I think they're in a very, very bad place. And Mitch, I'm gonna take over even as the host here. I want to move on. I want to start talking about Icebox because that was a map. It happened. They got slammed. Rezko was better. Now I'm going to make things a little bit worse because I want to highlight Vanya, who she was someone who a lot of the time plays that controller, plays a role that doesn't really help you as the controller, and she still has some of the best stats of anybody. Now she goes into Icebox where for the last couple of times she's been playing Clove. Mitch, that means she can heal. You've given one of the best statistical players in Game Changers over the last 2 years the ability to heal, and they still have Resker on Jet.
Yeah,
it's done.
Yeah. Even come back
Series
into the
2,
fight.
let's go.
Every couple rounds, she'll be right back in the fight after you drop her. This is going to be terrifying. It's going to be absolutely terrifying. And I mean, moving on to Icebox, yeah, Zach, is there a silver lining here for Casey? Was this a mistake for G2 to pick it, or are we realistically expecting what we just saw?
I mean, the silver lining here is for KC is that they have won the map, but they haven't played it enough. And honestly, I think momentum is firmly in favor of G2. I think that if they do have a mental, they could try to make a competition out of this map and push it to map 3. But things have got to be looking low in that emotional camp. And you know, when we started this, Mitch, I just realized something when Tom brought up Vanya. You said that KC have to go up against 2 IGLs. It's actually 3 because Vanya was that IGL on BBL Queen. So they've got all of this brain power. They've got all of this firepower. I don't even know like if there's anything missing at this point aside from like maybe a trophy with this iteration, which they haven't had a chance at yet, to be fair.
Yeah, it looks like it might not be too long in all fairness. Look, as we move on, and I know we'll be getting into agent select in a little bit, you've talked about the Clove, about how big of a factor that can be. Realistically though, Rescue still going to be coming in playing the Jet. Like what realistically, if you're in Casey's camp, Tom, are you saying to your team, are you thinking about in this moment to come back into the series? Because something's got to change, right?
Yeah, it's definitely going to be difficult. I think they're lucky in the fact that you now have players like Glance and Roxy who've been there, done that. They've got the t-shirt. So I don't think, like, all jokes aside, like, it's easy to go into this doom and gloom, but I think that they have the players that have a high enough experience level and caliber to reset after a map like that. And like you see it when the G2, for example, lose a map. They're laughing, they're joking, they'll get back on the horse. So I think there's experience there. It is going to be very difficult. And again, we had the highlight at the beginning of the game of Matrix, and I think she's going to have a sublime performance here. But it's also just going to be comfort, because KC are coming in with what I will call or at least they have been playing the cookie cutter comp. They're playing the standard old school Fnatic, which I'm sure Anders is out there somewhere screaming, "It's still the greatest comp." So that's at least something. Like, they're going to have what will be the standard. The only problem is I think that right now, and I agree with what Mimi said in the interview, they just look like a better team. They are a squad of ridiculous firepower across the board. The only thing stopping Reska from breaking records is the fact that her teammates are gonna get killed. That's the only thing that really is stopping her at this stage.
Reska 1v5 versus KC.
The thing is, it's not even the next map. Generally, Vania might do the same thing, and that's the most terrifying prospect. Is that I'm pretty sure in their last match, she actually did do that. I'm going to go check, see if my memory is... No, Vania went 30-15 versus Valiant the last time they played Icebox. So it might not even be that Reska's the biggest threat. There is a threat in every spot.
Oh man, I mean that is a pretty depressing thought. The fact that no matter where you look in that last map, there was nothing but success for the side of G2, and now you move into the next one, and it looks like it's going to be the same. We've tried to sow some hope, but even that's going to be difficult. Let's take a look at the agent select though, as we're going to see exactly where we're taking it on Icebox, Zach.
Pretty interested to see if they're going to be sticking to the same comps, and that does seem to be the case here. I mean, G2, we were talking about the Clove. Vania got to go on it again. I'm hoping, Reska got a 30 bomb last game. This could be Vania's time to shine, like you guys have been talking about. But for the other side, KC, they still are running the Sage. I mean, I think Roxy is pretty capable on the Sage. We give Sage a lot of crap for being like a very defensive player, just going behind for the heal. But Roxy plays this like a duelist, the way that she pushes, the kind of peaks that she takes. So I personally do like the Roxy Sage. But I mean, look, this comp, they don't have the KO anymore. There's been a role shift. But aside from that, it's still so 2022. That's like the only way I can say it. I know I sound like a Valley girl at this point, but it's so 2022.
I was kind of hoping for a bit of a curveball potentially. Maybe this is where, we've seen teams backed up against the wall. Icebox comes out and you get that anti-existence comp, but nothing strange. I guess that speaks to the confidence of KC's game plan.
Yeah, and I didn't know existence was your auntie. But yeah, I think it's one of those things where ultimately they're going to stick to what they know. I'm not sure it's necessarily going to work out for them. I do wish there was a few flashes in there, but that's the comfort pick. It's the post-plant pick, and maybe it can work out for KC.
Well, I believe I've heard that our game is ready to go and that our casters are too. We heard it from Mimi that they are just better than everyone else individually, and that certainly seemed to be the case on map 1. Let's bring in Joy and Pilsky to see if it's the same on Icebox.
Yeah, we are going to see if it's the same on Icebox. I mean, Mimi, well spoken there, really, really came through as well on Breeze. But now we're on Icebox. So, where are we going?
I think, I mean, you got the comps are an interesting one to talk about, especially the Clove being mixed in by G2, and then the more standard kind of traditional comp there for Carmine Core, which they did play on Breeze. It feels like they play a lot of standard comps, not too much spice and creativity going on in the composition draft at the moment for Carmine Core. Maybe that's something that they got to look into a little bit more. The Clove is an interesting one. Like it's this character that you can kind of run around with. You can play info denial a little bit with it. Do various things like when you go doing the A default, you can chuck a smoke on 410 or the end of Belton and things like that. Smoke mid to B and all kinds of things with the Clove. It's mostly about having that info denial, and then on attack having that second set of smokes that you can use, and another kind of fragging entry threat. I don't know if I'm a fan of either one of the comps, to be honest. I really like more so the active kind of initiator comps personally. Like I'm a big fan of the Gecko comp personally, like the Gecko Sova and things like that. But obviously the stacking controllers in your lineup meta is becoming more of a consideration, especially with you know, the success and creativity that you've seen of teams like FPX internationally. That's really kind of, I think, getting the cogs turning for a lot of people, thinking, maybe we need to rethink agent compositions in general, and how you can kind of stylistically approach playing Valorant as a whole, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I'm also a bigger fan of Gecko on this map, but the thing is that they're bringing out Clove for Vanya, and if anyone in chat has been watching the group stages, well, Tom mentioned it, I'd written it down because I wanted to say it. She went 30-15 and everybody in chat was chanting Clove Vanya, and I just want to see it happen again, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, it could happen. We could talk about the agent comps all we want, but I totally agree with the desk. G2, they're a super team. They're bigger, faster, stronger. The Breeze game was reminiscent of the first map of the Grand Final versus Falcons, where they absolutely stomped them in Stage 1. And right now, it feels like when G2 are on their game, they are legitimately unbeatable for anyone in EMEA. It really is about the other team stepping up pretty hard, and maybe G2 underperforming or switching off a little. Vanya pushed off this info line, throws a smoke down over on Garage, and is going to invest the one-way early on here to try to deal with this B long control coming in from Carmine Core, who are going to try to take control of yellow, put that wall up, and maybe try to get themselves in an after plant after they clear out yellow here.
Oh, Vanya will be picking up that first blood here. Off to a good start for Clovania. Curie managing to trade one. She's still here. They know that. They're trying to like just flush her out. She will be shut down in the end. Great start here for KC. Rescue with the Sheriff just managed to find one as well. Tries to peek out again, but Curie Puya just to clean 3Ks already in this round. Plant will be confirmed here for Carmine Corp on that B side.
Yeah, really well done. So 1 on 3 for Petra. She's got a Sheriff, and her Sheriff is deadly at the best of times. She's going to flank in through mid side. Does have potentially a one-shot here on Kuri. You've also got Glance quite low here, but with the Nano on the spike and Kuri getting taken out, that's going to be the Nano. Oh, she's actually able to deal with the Nano. The turret's next up. Only 2 bullets in the Sheriff. She's going to give that a reload, Joy.
Yeah, not she is. Fakes it. Oh my god, she faked the defuse, forcing him to swing. And she's just looking to isolate them, but Nello will actually find the upper hand here. I mean, amazing stuff from Petra, but just not enough to close out this round, just falling short.
Yeah, good stuff from Carmine Court. Being creative with the way they want to use the Sage Wall. There's a lot of different variations you can do on that big site. You know, there's the default wall plant. You can wall someone up. They can jump top site and you can do a little wrap that way. You can wall like the site to the Snowman and take Snowman. You can wall Snowman off and wrap site, which they did that round. And it's something that's even stronger throwing a funky wall in on the pistol, because it's just so damn hard to break with the pistols, to be honest. You know, rifles are another story, but with pistols, that wall feels unkillable sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, default here. G2 are going to walk up and contest A main though, Joy.
That they are. I like that it's a very different approach this time around from G2. A lot of noise being made here. KC comes out swinging, picks up 3 kills for themselves, but still managing to hold the upper hand. And they have, with the Sage, they managed to heal everybody back up, of course. So, like, even though that, like, Glance or Roxy, I'm not sure which one it was pretty badly tagged. Now back to full HP.
Yeah, smoke going there to try to conceal the guns. Carmine Core are just camping the guns right now. And G2, they've already got good damage done. They've heard the drop down there from Kuri. The peak high-low from Pipes and below the nest there. And Mimi's actually going to take one more. That is probably more than you should have lost there as Carmine Core. You lose 3 guns and armor on both of those 2 surviving players. That is a great result for G2 and the Eco.
Yeah, absolutely. Equals it out nicely coming on into this round number 3. And G2, like, you know, they are just swapping their approaches around, and you love to see it. Now they've got like a nicer spread once again towards that A side.
Yep, it's 3 starting towards A. So they're looking for a fight over there with the Clove and the Jet. Killjoy keeping an eye on middle. You've got the deep alarm bot and the turret for Kitchen, and the burden of holding this B site is down to the Viper. Drone going to go through and push the Viper off the line. One way goes up. You're going to get the The Snakebite may be invested in. The rotates are coming in thick and fast as Carmine caught double walk up tube.
Oh. Vanya in kitchen. Petra shut down here, meaning that Vanya might have to be careful here. Still decides to rotate here over to that B side. Nello though, good for 2. Not good for 3 as Vanya is present there. And from kitchen, Curie will shut her down as well. Now Rescue with the Vandal in hand, last woman standing. We have seen her take an obscene amount of kills over on Breeze. But now 1v4. The question is, what can she do?
Well, she's just looking for damage right now.
Yeah.
Can't find any of the attackers, but that was a great round for Carmine Court. Pressure over towards B long, pushing the anchor off of that info line, and then walking up to Rescue. Nice little jump spot there for Glance. Not giving her an opportunity to find that exit, and now the net's closing in from Carmine Court. Knife out from Matrix. You got to be careful. You can't even really be picking Rescue with a gun most of the time, let alone running around with your knife out.
Yeah, and that is exactly what Rescue was kind of hoping for, running into somebody, shutting them down, getting these extra creds, taking the gun off of that person.
Great timing through middle though. Carmine Court, beautiful double entry from Nello, and the fact that she double entries there and gets shut down is perfect because they did go for the 3-2. They had the double lurk in play, and that's where Curie is able to trade the Clove, who picks up the Killjoy from kitchen side. Especially given that I think she actually entried onto Amy, perhaps. I think that put the turret down for
yeah, she killed Amy in the while rotating over there.
Yeah, for kitchen, which is great. That's what I was talking about with these Clove smokes. Aggressive smoke up onto belt, and these are the kind of things that if you're not familiar playing with the Clove, even just that smoke is going to really be pinging question marks in your head for Carmine Court. They're going to wait it out. The orb gets picked up here by G2. Rescue on the line, getting pushed off though. Great, circle jumping. Great jiggling from Carmine Court. Taking a lot of information and playing very patiently towards A main here. They're just playing the 1-4. Viper holding the flank. And I dare say they're just going to try to go in towards this A site with a pretty simple drone. And, dash in approach. Mid being cleared in the meanwhile. G2 not staying inactive in the mid round. They're going to go and take that mid line with the drone, clear out all of that info, and that's going to allow them to actually get a really big stack on this A site. They are ready to flood and fight for this site here, Joy.
Yeah, that they absolutely are. Drone actually doesn't spot anything yet. G2, they have arrived. The cavalry is here, and Rescue looking for that first contact.
30 seconds left.
Wall will be committed. Up on the boxes. Nobody can be seen just yet here. They know where the stage is. Breaking the wall, but already backing off is KC. They have confirmed their plan. Now they want to set up and try to hold on to this round. Roxy good for first kill here.
Oh, they're attempting this retake. Definitely getting a little bit spicy now, Joy.
Yeah, they are. I mean, trades being made here. Roxy for Petra. Time is ticking away. G2, they need to start making a move. Defuse comes out. Rescue will be shut down. No defuse will be found. Carmine Corp, they're holding on to their lead, and it's a 4-0.
Yeah, this is where I think as G2, you got to start mixing in some, approaches to deal with this Sage Wall. It's something that you won't play against all the time anymore, so you tend to kind of fall out of practice dealing with it, but you got to be putting those mollies on top site. You got to be putting the mollies on Gen to be able to deny those plants and delay things, especially you're not playing the KO as well. You've only got the one snake bite, so it's actually a little harder to shut down the Sage Wall plant with the comp that they're playing. And like I said, you fall out of practice dealing with that. G2 going to take a timeout here. 4-0 up for Carmine Court. They've looked very comfortable, very convincing on this attacking side of Icebox, which is G2's pick. Carmine Court, they've got an insane economy. They've got a bunch of big ults coming online. They're just going from strength to strength right now, and it doesn't really feel like G2 has an answer. It feels like, honestly, G2 rolled them on Breeze and then switched off.
Yeah, I'm not sure what is going on in G2 right now, and they have called for that timeout, probably to just wrap their heads around about Like, what should they be doing? Are they playing too reactive? Are they playing too aggressive?
Well, you're going to get the same starting setup here. 1-1-3. Viper anchoring B. KJ keeping an eye on mid. And G2 going for some aggression with the Clove and the Jet, the Sova to support over on this A side of the map. Once again, it's a 3-2 for KC. Looking for some A pressure, trying to deny maybe some mid control. Actually, it's just the orb being dropped off by the Viper drone right off the bat. They're looking to try to isolate this Clove or this Jet fighting forward, and they're going to push them off of the line. Well done from Carmine Core, but the re-aggression from Vanya finds the opening pick. Great peek onto Belt, and that's the Viper going down. So no more info denial on B for Carmine Core.
Yeah, and that might just be the player that you want to take out when you're G2. Carmine Corp, they're now biding their time. They've got a minute left to try and secure this plant. So they have time to play with. Matrix, though, in the smoke. Not spotted just yet here, but Rescue will gladly pick that one up here. Reposition. Vanya still up in tower. Amy holding down. Might be able to spot Nello while she's rotating here through the window, but doesn't seem to be the case. Petra holding the door there, taking that duel. Nello will find it.
Vanya
Now
definitely
making her way in. Yeah, Amy spotting her now. It's now G2. They know they can get the upper hand here. They will take that one. G2 get their first round on the board. That's a timeout that definitely paid off.
Yeah, and I don't think they really made any kind of crazy tactical adjustments. They just kind of, you know, recognized what Carmine Core were doing. They kept the same setup and were able to actually find that opening pick this time. You know, with the 3 towards A of various different comps, it's very popular to be going aggressive on those close angles and over towards pipes. And if your Jet doesn't find the opening pick, then, you know, your Clove finding the opening pick is a great thing for you, especially with the ult type. You can play a little bit more aggressively and be able to kind of get out of dodge with the res. Once again, it's a 1-1-3 for G2. Sova ult coming out here for Glance, looking for some tags. You get the returning Sova ult actually coming back from Petra, but it gets dodged. So after all said and done, just a lot of screaming from loud Russian men and a lot of tagging, and Matrix able to punish Rescue, looking for that repeak over on that A side of the map. So Carmine Core with the attacking side operator, able to find the opening pick this time around. And they're just going to stay grouped towards that A main. See what they want to do in the mid to late round. They've got the Pit and the Killjoy ult to be able to potentially close out this mid to late round. And I think that's just what they're going to do. They're just going to dump the lockdown and keep things simple here.
Yeah, I mean, Vanya's already low. Like, with Rescue out of the equation, your most dangerous players. Okay, but Vanya's down, but she's definitely not out. Can pick up a heal from that kill as well. The ultimate is actually online, will be activated for her as well. She has to find something here though to try and stay alive. She needs to swing out. Will not find that though, so eventually Vanya will fall. Amy on site. Amy on the other side. Oh, getting really close and personal. Curie doesn't mind. Will shut her down, and now up from Belt. It's just Mimi left standing. They're running the clock here. 10 seconds to plant. KC with no choice but to plant. Will not be denied. Mimi as the solo player left standing here for G2. Probably just looking to put a bit of a dent here in the KC. Will pick up Glance actually into that smoke. Viper's Pit should be dropping pretty soon. Mimi actually doesn't get spotted. It's the defuse, but we'll actually find another killer onto Puri before that she gets shut down by Matrix. I keep calling Curie Puya Puri. And I'm very sorry for that, chat.
That's okay. It's okay.
I will try
She's
to
having
do
a good
better.
game though.
She's having one hell of a game.
Yeah. Even since one of those opening rounds, I think it was even the pistol round, she had a pretty big multi-frag to set up. Carmine Core for a great game here. That was a big round from Matrix though. I don't think she was even on the board, and she came up with a 3 or a 4K there on the attacking side operator. So big stuff from Carmine Core. That's actually a reset round that they've earned themselves there. They go up 5-1. Got the heart buy in here from G2, and it was a fair few ults invested. I think both the Hunter's Fury and the Clove ult invested for G2, and they still don't pick up the round there. And Carmine Core, they didn't have to invest that lockdown because Nello got shot in the side of the head before she could even get it off. So they've still got a fair few ults to play with. Drone goes forward, spots out Rescue trying to go on the aggressive, and although Matrix goes down, it's an instant trade from Nello, and the res is going to come through.
Yeah, the res is going to come through, and I mean, a lot of shots being traded back and forth just to try and make some noise. Matrix set up here with the operator. So now finally the lockdown will come through just to try and flood this side.
Flanks in here for Mimi though. Pretty well timed. You can see Nello aware though with that A site being open and the plant coming in with a pretty safe after plant. Mimi's going to win that duel though, and that actually puts a lot of pressure on Carmine Core because they're all playing forward here, and they now have to be concerned with the flank drone coming through on the other side for G2 to start making space out rafters.
That they do. Vanya managing to find one here as Roxy will be shut down. Mimi up top here with the Guardian, still finds a kill. Will be shut down. Oh, will not be shut down. Excuse me, that is that is operator retrieved as well here for G2. Actually a really big round coming out of them. A lot of chaos, but in the end, G2 managing to come out on top.
Yeah, Mimi getting that kill on the flank was absolutely massive. Like Nello going down there, and then the flank unchecked, wrapping back up towards Rafter as the flood and the defuse is coming in. Like Mimi getting that kill, then they drone in through Rafter side and put that smoke down, the Clove smoke down on the spike. Was a nightmare for Carmine Core to navigate. They really just couldn't decide how they wanted to play that post plant, and they get punished by G2 on the thrifty round. Matrix scanned up close here. G2 are starting to shift things up though. Rescue's been moved over towards the B side of the map. This is a look that Carmine Core haven't had to deal with yet. They're walking up behind the Viper wall, and Nello punishes the aggressive operator on the defensive side. They hear the jet dash back from A, and that's going to be some info for G2. They should start leaning back over towards B. They've lost the pick over there, and in fact, they're actually going to take some space in the middle. I like this, but from the player disadvantage, unless Mimi can do some massive swindling inside this reactive Viper Spit on the B side, this should be a round for Carmine Core.
Yeah, definitely not the opening that you're looking for. Info will be denied though. It will at least show that there's one player there, but not even a chance for Mimi to do anything. Wall comes up right away here. The Nano Swarm, Petra good for one. Shock Dart will fly out. Does a little bit of damage, but not too much. Now the rest of G2 arriving here from the side. Have that opening here. Roxy will look to get a little bit close and personal. Takes out Petra, takes out Amy, but caught in the back. Vanya will shut her down. Now Vanya left standing here, 1v3. Nano Swarm will be triggered here. Onto that spike. She does have a little bit of time. But not too much. Another smoke dropped, and that is a call to save the Vandal for this round and back off. As Carmine Corp taking another round.
Yeah, another clean round from them. Vanya getting surrounded a little bit here. He's going to take Nello out of the equation. You can see Kuri applying the press from the other side, but with the money a little bit cooked here for Carmine Core, they're not going to push the issue too much and try to force too many guns at Vanya. So good stuff from Carmine Core. Big 3k for Roxy, as well as the wall plant is massive to keep Carmine Core comfortable and safe on that B site. And they are just working this map slowly but surely, you know. They're really taking the tortoise approach on this attacking side. They're just walking into A main and just kind of wolf packing it together. Big death ball of players. Slowly but surely coming into the site. Updraft punished immediately there, which is a common play with the Sage Res coming out. So Rescue playing around that beautifully, and it's an instant res from Carmine Core. Roxy getting a big multi-frag in the previous round really allows her to get that res back online early on, but doesn't really end up having that much impact. And with that pick over towards the A side of the map, massive lean coming in here from G2. They're quite happy to play retake A. They've got the lockdown to be able to deal with that. But Courier might have just slipped the net here. Yeah, Rescue not even aware, not even ready for that in any world. And losing that pick on yellow is going to be disastrous from G2. All picked up now for Kuripuya, and you're actually going to get the lean back over from Carmine Core here. They just want to go B.
Yeah, that they do. Making their way. Curie looking for that wraparound. Get a good angle for that operator here. Plant will be confirmed. Oh, plant will not be confirmed. Sorry, Snakebite will actually kill Roxy before she can get the plant down. Excuse me. Well, that's a Snakebite well invested, I would say. Amy manages to pick up Nello here off the side with a Bulldog. Spike
15 seconds.
To that A side. Yeah, it's 15 seconds. They're running on the clock. Mimi, though, manages to shut down Kuripuya. Glance running out of time. 6, 5. They are going to manage to get this plant down. But with 2 standing, it's an extremely rough round for them. The lockdown being... Oh no. The lockdown being invested here just perfectly rounds out the round here for G2. So they managed to get one for themselves.
Yeah, the safe plant was just not in that position, unfortunately. Definitely needed to get that plant down under rope to even having a snowball's chance in hell. I thought that round was done and dusted. That was a huge pick for Kuri to get. Being able to pick up the operator on that B long info line. And you can see G2 pretty heavily rotated towards that B side of the map already. And they just didn't really move. And Carmine Core trying to force the plant down. Definitely take the Snakebite and the Shock Dart combo inside the All for granted. Roxy goes down and things get a little bit more complicated from there. Back to the 1-1-3 now though for G2.
Here.
Outlaws out for Rescue, aware that this is a half buy for Carmine Core, who are once again pressuring this A site and trying to get the double lurk up mid.
Yeah, oh wow, Amy with a massive spray down, picks up 2. Seeing that the Nanoswarm was coming out, knowing, okay, 2 players are going to walk right into my crosshair here. Now Vanya up top, good for 1. Can she get the other? Is the question. No, not even necessary. Petra already taking care of it. Another flawless for G2.
Starting to pick up some momentum now, Joy. Felt like they were getting caught off guard a little bit by Carmine Core's playstyle. You know, you've got just this slow walking death ball of players taking their time, just going A and waiting for aggression out of G2, which is kind of what you expect from this comp, right? You're playing Rescue and Vanya on the Clove. It's kind of like a pseudo double duelist. They need to go aggressive somewhere, kind of similar to, you know, if you're running Arena, you want to look for duels in the early to mid round as G2 and Carmine Core. It feels like they're playing around that quite heavily, really trying to punish that.
My ult is ready.
Once again, B long control coming in. Glance going to farm that orb and get the Hunter's Fury up. But with this deep line established by Vanya over towards the A side of the map, you can see how heavily G2 is leaning towards middle and B, and Petra's ready there with that reactive Hunter's Fury of her own.
Yeah, operator doesn't find the mark here. Mimi does find Matrix. Vanya good for 1 herself here on that A side. Managing to clean that one up. Now, finding a little bit safer footing, but maybe not quite. Might find Roxy here, looking for that plant. Roxy though will spot Vanya, has learned from that mistake from the past. Clove ult will be invested here as well. She has to get a kill. Anything at all. And she will, so that means that Vanya stays in the game. Operator still not finding a mark here. Kuripuya though on site, good for 2 kills before she falls to Mimi. G2. They have finally found their swing here, Bilski.
For sure. Starting to get more comfortable with what Carmine Core is doing and starting to take more space on the other side of the map. Like I said, Carmine Core very much going for this death ball approach. They're making it very obvious what their intentions are, especially given the Sova drone and the early initial couple of pieces of util. Make it quite clear, you know, which side of the map they're working and trying to take map control. And that's where you see G2. They're starting to adapt. They're starting to recognize what Carmine Corp are going for macro-wise, the map control they're trying to go for, and what they're trying to do with it. And that's where you see players like Vanya reading the game a little better. They're pushed up really deep on that A info line. Getting a player into jail on that A side of the map when B control's been taken by the attack is absolute gold, and really allows G2 to lean over towards that B site quite heavily. They were very much ready to defend a B side execute off the B long control, and when Carmine Corp pivot back, that's where Vanya punishes them on the clove.
Yeah, absolutely. Carmine Corp calling in a little bit of timeout here, because we have seen how dominant G2 can get. Once they get a swing at Icebox, they can just run away with the entire game. So timeout being called in here just to make sure that that doesn't happen, and Carmine Corp do get to hold on to this series. So let's see, off of the back of that, how this will play out.
Still got that Hunter's Fury for both sides.
Yeah, they
It's
were
gonna be
invested side by side last time, so let's see.
I mean, it's going to have to be. Last round and a half here. Drone goes through rescue on this deep line. Once again, finds Matrix, and Carmine Corp shut out by the reactive one-way thrown by Vanya. G2, deep B info line again. Look at Mimi's position. They're quite happy now to just lean on A. No one's pressured anything at B. They've got all that Killjoy utility keeping mid safe, and they are ready to defend this A side hit.
Oh, that's another one for the operator. Now, Carmine Corp, they're investing their Hunter's Fury. Vanya will pick a second, a third one here for rescue. G2 looking to tie up the scoreline here before we swap to the attacker half for them.
Yeah,
I think they will successfully be doing that with just
I mean,
glance
for sure.
standing.
She's getting
there
wrapped.
isn't much
like,
she can do. Yeah.
It's already done, skis. Mimi's got the flank held down. You've got 4 different elevations and angles for her to deal with. Like, look at the defenders in the up-down here. This is great discipline from G2 as well. They're giving their old teammate a lot of respect here. But this one's done and dusted. As soon as she peeks that main line, she is done for. And look at that. Just a firing squad. Finish it off for G2. And they're going to secure themselves a 6-6. That's a great recovery, Joy. And I think it really, they didn't know what to do with what Carmine Corp were doing on that attacking side early on. Like, it really just felt like they were playing into Carmine Corp. They were trying to force that aggression in towards those main angles. And it wasn't really working for them. But once they started to shift the approach of just reactively rotating to the strong side and pushing up on those info lines on the other side of the map, and just, you know, allowing the KJ to manage the mid threat, they were a hell of a lot more successful, and they've definitely got the momentum going into the second half now.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what that means when G2 gets a little bit of momentum, when they get a little bit of space, a little bit of room, they can wiggle themselves back into the game and just try to start to take over. Now, the pistol round, they didn't exactly win last time, so we will see how they do now.
Big push on this B side of the map from Carmine Corp. Can see Mimi keeping an eye on middle, gonna get caught in the open for free, almost polished us off Matrix, and in the meanwhile G2, after losing the flank watcher, are gonna clear the mollies and just try to get this plant down on A before the rotations can come in from Carmine Corp. I love this approach as well. They're all rotating back spawn side after creating the flank threat.
Yeah, that they are, which is being watched here by Petra. Just Petra so far. Rescue. Very close and personal here, and will win that trade out here versus Nello. But so far, Petra, good for 1. Pushed off that angle. Vanya needs to come in and back her up here. They're trying to defuse. Glance will find one. Defuse.
One enemy remaining.
Ooh. Oh my god. Defuse will actually not go through in the very last second, as Vanya just single-handedly taking care of all of that.
Insane. Amy hopping up on top of the wall. That was crazy from G2. I really thought Carmine Corp had a great approach to that round. Like, they push the flank and they find Mimi. They create that flank pressure that G2 has to worry about, although the turret's still up, which is what's allowing them to lean so hard up towards 410 here. Yeah, I think if Carmine Corp clear the turret at least, they definitely do at least keep G2 worried about that flank, and then they just rotate back towards spawn side. And I like the approach of coming in there with the Sage Wall and trying to get the defuse off. It's an absolute classic on this map with this old meta comp. Unfortunately, though, they don't hold well enough for each other in the post plant, and that's really what it comes down to, I think, for Carmine Core there.
Yeah, now the wall immediately gets invested and broken. Carmine Corp just trying to play off of each other here in this, you know, gun deficit round. It's Rescue and Petra looking for the wraparound here. Trapped like rats in a box, but still KC managing to pick up 3 kills for themselves here. Mimi so extremely low. And now it's just Curie Puya left standing.
One shot, and Mimi's done for on the
Yeah.
Sheriff.
Viper
Spikes
versus
dropped in the
Viper.
open as well.
Nah,
Oh.
nah, they had no business winning that, and they just do it. Carmine Corp ties up the score once again. And
I mean-
this, like, just, yeah, great
It's
stuff
just-
here from Curie Puya on the Viper, honestly.
Yeah, she's playing
What
phenomenally.
a round.
Especially on the Sheriffs, but this is just crazy. G2 unable to trade out on that backside. And you know what really helps executing A and diving towards backside on rafters there, Joy. A KO flash or a Gecko flash is absolute gold. I'll tell you that for free. But not much you can really do with that. It's with the Clove, to be honest. You're just running into the angles and big crossfire for Carmine Corp. Big fight over middle. Oh, they might eco them back the other way. The Guardian get involved in the action here from Rescue. The classic throwing hands in the last couple of rounds. It's received some kind of shadow buff, is what I'm thinking. So player advantage here for G2. After shoving towards middle and finding a couple of pick, you can see the defense trying to re-clear that mid space, trying to collapse on middle and try to find out what G2 are doing, but they're going to rotate into a retake A position and push the Viper down tube to try to find out what's happening. But in the meanwhile, G2 are taking all of this B space and they should get an after plant for free here.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing when you're not running the Sage, right? Like, you are a man up, but Mimi is so low, like one shot and she's gone pretty much. And now Amy,
Spike planted.
also tagged up pretty badly here.
Again, Carmine Corp creating that flank threat, which G2 have to respect. They go and clear it out pretty early on here. But after not seeing that Curie is there, they might even just double flank here to try to close out this post plant.
Shots up to the tower there. Rescue.
Oh, the ball.
Has to try and deny this defuse. 1v2. Will fall. Amy still managing to get one, and another one will fall here. G2 not able to find it.
Defuse comes off, but that took everything from Carmine Corp. All of the guns lost there, Joy. That was a way more expensive round than they really wanted. And all of those ult orbs and the plant going in the favor of G2. They pick up a handful of guns as well. That's going to be a great economy swing. And you can see the benefit of that in Mimi, Amy, and Petra's bank account right now. So after all that chaos, all of that back and forth in the last couple of eco rounds, we end up in a bye round in round 16 here. Orbs out for Matrix. She's had a bit of a rougher game. The spam through from Rescue is dirty. Glance almost goes down right off the bat. She's definitely going to have to cop the heal early on. That's when you're kind of glad you're running the Sage this time around.
Oh yeah, for sure. Has the Hunter's Fury online, so can play from a possibly safer position, utilizing that. But now here, Matrix need to find a pick here with this Operator. Rescue. Ooh, Operator actually doesn't find the mark, and it means that she's going to have to look for a reposition there. On the backside of A.
Here. Toxins going up.
That's a huge pick from Mimi, though. Picking Curry over on that B site, and with the lurk up from Mimi, finding that B side anchor, she's going to call the troops back over. Rotation coming in thick and fast here for Carmine Corp. They've got the reactive Hunter's Fury to be able to try to do something about this plant, and out it comes. That's definitely going to at least hit Petra for one, but she's dodging it very, very well. Is going to finally go down. Vanya's found Nello in the meanwhile, and you can start to see the flank coming in here from Amy as well.
Amy making her way over. Operator on site, so it has to be respected, but it hasn't been... It has actually sounded, but now here in the back, Amy might be able to pick up Roxy, as she will. Storm grenade will be put down. G2, they just swing out together and put Carmine Corps in their graves. Tied up once again. Much more a neck-on-neck race, this one here.
I mean, G2 definitely favored now. So much A pressure early on there pulls a lot of a rotation away from B, and Mimi cycling that wall to be able to lurk all the way up B very, very well. Completely catches Curie off guard, and that pick changes around. That causes the panic rotation there for Carmine Core. And G2 dropped off Amy earlier towards A main, and her flank really solidifies that round there for G2. That's going to break Carmine Core's money. And G2's got great cash now going into the anti-eco as well, so they're going to have plenty of creds to just continue vibing along on this attacking side of Icebox, and definitely looking favored to close it out now here, Joy.
That they are. Mimi shooting away at the pipes here a little bit just to try and see if there's anybody there. Nello doesn't really take a lot of damage, just still holding strong. But oh, Amy, good for a clean headshot here onto Kurifuya. Mimi does exactly the same, rescue exactly the same. G2 taking a bunch of kills pretty much for free here. And now Glance about to walk, but changes her mind. Gets actually tagged up so badly, forced off entirely. Sage is still alive to, well, heal her up.
Yeah, but I don't really know what else you can do with the sheriffs here.
You can look for a cheeky little kill, try to, you know, take a gun out of the hands of G2, but I don't think that that's what they're going to try to do here. Roxy tries, but can't quite connect the shots. A flawless round here for G2.
Yeah, 5 alive. Their money is insane right now on this attacking side. And Carmine Core, they've really got their work cut out for them. I really don't know what they can do now that G2 is rolling. You got a couple of key players for Carmine Core, a little bit absent on this game of Icebox as well, which is not making their life easy. They really need that operator threat on the Jet to start to get rolling, especially given that there's no double initiator on G2. You need to get into bully mode on the Jet, but really, really rough game on display here for Matrix, unfortunately. She's on that B info line. There is the Viper ult from Pipes. And Glance is actually going to punish Rescue peeking over on Belt, so this is a great start for KC. They've established the pit over on Pipe side. They found that first pick. They've got the KJ keeping tabs on middle, and they've got Jet on this deep B long info line. And Sage ready with potentially a reactive wall on B long is going to make this a difficult round for G2 unless Carmine Core makes some kind of a misplay here.
Yeah, we're going to say Spike is moving its way towards that B. As you mentioned, good setup there for KC so far. Some damage traded here. Roxy moved off of that angle. Wall will be invested there. Just to buy some time, as now we see that Nello is starting to make her way there. Just right around the corner in the kitchen. So who is going to find who is the question. Mimi spots the Sentinel.
30 seconds left.
She's jumped over the turret, and I don't think it's activated.
She
and
did?
That was
Oh
something
my.
Glance was not ready for. Nello, unfortunately, whiffing the shot, not able to punish that lurk. This is panic stations for Carmine Core now, Joy.
Yeah, it absolutely is. As G2 has also decided to invest the Hunter's Fury. Everybody is falling on the side of KC. The plant will come through. And that will mean that with one left standing, Curie has been able to clutch before, but maybe this time the call is to save, just to, you know, make sure you carry that gun over to the next round.
That's a nightmare. Like, they had the safety of the Viper pit on A. They found that opening pick courtesy of a really sharp shot from Glance, and then they just, you know, allowed that mid lurk to have so much impact. Mimi literally just playing leapfrog over Timmy the turret, courtesy of a, you know, a nice smoke from Vanya. That is something cheeky you can do with the Clove on this map. A lot of teams are reactively nano swarming, having the nano lineups to be able to clear the turrets and things like that, so you can get your lurks off. But a clove smoke will do the job as well. And G2, they turn around a 4-on-5 situation with relative ease there, Choi, and it just really does not feel like there's anything that Karmine Corp can do. They are just kind of getting played round in, round out.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right, and that's why they've decided to call for a bit of a timeout here. This is, as we kind of had predicted, right? Like, as soon as you give G2 this room, they will start to run away with this game. Icebox, it's their pick. This is their playground. And Karmine Corp, they don't want to drop down into this, like, loser bracket. So they want to try and hold on to the series. Call in a timeout, get the head straight. See how this is going to go.
A lot of big ults online for G2 is the issue. Got a couple coming up for Karmine Corp as well. The money's not great as well. Like, they're calling a timeout, but they're going to be down to like light armor, a couple guardians, skipping a couple pieces of util here and there potentially, which is not ideal. They've got the res up here on Roxy. One off the blades. So maybe Matrix can go and try to farm an ult orb, but she's going to get the Vandal out nice and early on, so that's not going to be the case. 4 big ults here for G2. But the Clove and the KJ ult can really help you set up a post plant with a really strong Viper's Pit, and it seems like they're just going to be going A and trying to get that done. Half buys out here for Karmine Corp though, so whatever they had in mind on the timeout might not be as effective as they want. Matrix, beautiful opener. Vanya instantly going for the Clove res, and I dare say she's going to be on the entry into A. Karmine Corp just going to give up the site and let her die.
Yeah, and I mean, that is the best thing that you can do, right? Not give Clove a trade. Never mind. Give her a trade, and Vanya will take it any day. Matrix, this time with the wraparound, has the knives in hand.
This pit is so difficult to deal with as well with that plant. You can have the Viper all the way in jail, and you have no way to dig her out. Like, this is just such a strong after plant for G2, Joy.
Yeah, definitely is. The drop down. Vanya is ready. Vanya is there. Will be shut down in the end here by Curipuya, but Rescue able to take one more. Roxy taken out of the equation. Dancing around, but Curie will not be taking this one. Glance is able to answer it with the Bulldog, but now 1v3. I don't think there's a lot that you can do. They're running out of time. She does pick up another kill, but that is going to be it as she dies to the spike. G2 going to take us closer and closer to winning this match and possibly this series on Icebox.
And that's what I was saying, like, post timeout, they didn't even have the money to really be able to invest enough to fight back too much against G2. And G2, I mean, with the ults that they had, that's why a timeout is a bit of a double-edged sword. It's not like they did anything that crazy with that round, but the timeout was long enough for the coach to get in a couple of words and just say, hey guys, we've got good early to mid-round ults that can set ourselves up for a Viper's Pit. Let's just get in there with the Clove ult or the Lockdown and get into a post plant with the Viper's Pit. And that's going to be really, really hard for Karmine Corp to deal with, and that's exactly what happened. Drone going to come in combination with the Clove Smoke to deny info towards A. So G2, they've done a good job of working that A control, and in the meanwhile, playing this 3-2 setup, they've walked the Viper up B long behind the wall. Mimi's done a good job lurking up behind that wall, cycling the gas time and time again. Look at how far they've been allowed to walk up A here, Joy, though.
Yeah, I mean, you're about to rotate straight into KC, though. Now, the test is, are they ready? KC, you don't want to be taken to match point here. Not like this, not when you're this close to holding on to this series, but G2 going to go for this plant. Drone will be killed.
Open plant under the rope. Like, Karmine Corp playing all the way back, just allowing G2 to pressure everywhere. They had 2 players up B, only 3 on A, and the full retake setup on both sides to just allow G2 to get into a post plant, and they just got to attempt this really difficult retake now. That's a great start though, but with the lockdown coming in, unless this defuse gets off, this might be curtains for Karmine Corp.
Yeah, it might be. You're protecting the lockdown so it cannot be killed.
Get out of my way.
Oh.
Last player standing.
Still, the defuse. Maybe they can stick it in time. Oh, they actually do. goodness gracious. They do get it. They do get the defuse, but Mimi manages to kill everyone else that was left standing.
Yeah, I mean, good little retake for Carmine Core coming in there. G2 giving it a crack with the lockdown. Like, I just can't believe they were allowed to walk into the A site with a double lurk active on the map and get themselves into an afterplant. But I mean, G2 are going to take what they can get. Good stuff for Carmine Core to be able to actually pull that retake off. But as you mentioned, Mimi kills everyone. That takes everything away from Carmine Core. And look at their buy as a result. Down to Guardians, skipping pieces of util. And Rescue wants to take full advantage. Outlaws in play. If she can just land one shot on any of these players, they've all got light armor. They're done for. This is essentially an operator in this round. For half the price.
Yeah, I mean, what a deal. What an absolute deal for a Rescue, as now Nilo swings out. Nice head taps here with the Guardian. That's absolutely what you want to see when you have this gun in your hands. A lot of util being thrown at the side here. But A is once again where the action is going to happen.
Vanya going to be given the plant so that she can get her Clovolt online. Hunter's Fury getting ripped in response, trying to delay that plant, doing a lot of chip damage and actually taking Petra
takes
out
out
there.
Petra. Yes, massive stuff here. KC already getting rid of 2 players here on the side of on the side of G2, but Rescue managing to find Matrix in the back here, and that is not what you want. Rest is being committed here as well now. Rescue does find another one. Knives available now as well. Gets detained, Vanya. Picks up one, the defuse. Roxy on the side. Oh no. Ulti will be committed, but she will be killed once again. KC, they're looking for that defuse. It's Amy standing here. 1v2, but she will pick those up and she will take G2 to match point. And series point.
Another big retake attempt from Carmine Core. Really gave that one a crack. Threw the kitchen sink at it as well. All of the ults invested. But still couldn't make it happen. Just a little bit of a overpeak, the double swing. You can see Carmine Core, the pressure's getting to them. Not really coordinating what they want to be doing. Not sure if they tapped it before going for that double peak, but you could see how patient and calm Amy was in that situation. She was just waiting. She wasn't trying to rush. She wasn't trying to deny the defuse or anything. She was just holding the angle, and they both ran into the crosshair, and that was that. So, G2 going up against Carmine Core's really weak by a Spectre and 4 Sheriffs to try to fight for this game with. It's an absolute nightmare.
Yeah, that's just a nightmare indeed. If this is what you have to bring to the table when you're trying to hold on to this series, because we are on series point here. G2 already has won the first map in this best out of 3, and they want to make this a 2-0. And by the looks of this, like, they should be able to do this.
I mean,
Kiripuya already taken out.
G2 just abusing the map pressure. Like, they create that A pressure. It's a huge over-rotation for Carmine Core just off of drone, and I'm assuming a close smoke or something like that. And G2 just cycle the gas, walk up behind the wall and find another pick on B. They're just abusing the map right now.
Oh, Rescue will run into Glance here and pick that one up for free, of course. Glance with just a Sheriff, not much that you can do.
Have one of these.
Good damage.
One enemy remaining.
Now Rescue. Good for a 3k, and that is it. Andalusia flawless to close out this series. G2, they take Breeze, they take Icebox, and they will be moving up in the bracket.
Yeah, unsurprisingly as well, the way that they played today, I don't think it would have mattered who their opponents were. I mean, Carmine Core, they actually got off to a reasonable start. Like, their attacking side of Icebox was looking pretty decent, but I felt like that was partly them playing well and partly G2 just not really adapting to the kind of death ball, slow, methodical style that they were running against them. Once G2 started to adapt to that, they really turned that half around, and then the second half as well, despite a bit of a spaghetti start to it with the ecos going back and forth. Once G2 had money control, they looked really, really convincing. So 2-0 for G2. They're going to move forward, obviously being the favorites here. Carmine knocked into the lower bracket, which is a scary prospect given the fact that this is one of the most stacked seasons of Game Changers EMEA we've seen. And you've got Falcons and NASA down in the lower bracket. You've got your work cut out for you as KC for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Falcons being in the last grand finals and now finding themselves in that lower bracket makes everything a little bit more easy for G2, as Falcons were before named as their, well, quote-unquote kryptonite. That is now not an issue, but we will see how Carmine Corp continue their run throughout that lower bracket. There is, of course, the comeback arc still available there. But let's see what our analysts have to say over at the desk after this dominant series from G2.
Well, thank you so much, folks. Yes, a dominant series indeed. Although it didn't start out like that on the second map. I was starting to have hope again. It crept up on me. But look, at the end of the day, G2 were just the better team. And I have to say, I'm a little bit surprised that they made that comeback in the end. Somehow I don't think you will be, Tom.
I don't know. To be honest, there were moments in that game where even I started to believe a little bit. I think that they had some pretty good protocols for how they start on their attack side. But as usual, we saw the same thing from G2 where they're able to sort of adapt later into the game.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The adaptations were certainly there. And I think moving on to that attack side certainly seemed to help them, Zach.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think once they were able to equalize those rounds, and I mean, sure, they lost the anti-eco, but after that, once they had rifles in their hands, in terms of map control, in terms of being able to get those entry picks, they were doing everything right on that attacking side. And I mean, yeah, there were a few rounds that were a little bit shaky, catches that they had to pull off at the end. But that's the thing about G2, right? We were talking about this before, how every single player on that roster is an individual star. And I think this map really just highlighted how everybody's good at clutches. A clutch for Vanya, a clutch for Mimi, a clutch for Amy to get to match points and series point, right? Like, that game was just awesome from G2, even especially with that bad start.
But this was one of the rounds I sort of wanted to pick up, because I think that a lot of what KC were doing were on their attack side with these really slow A side defaults. So you know that G2 are coming in with an aggressive comp, like you're running a controller that is like a quasi duelist, and then you have Rezka, who's always going to be looking for that initial fight. So there was constant adaptations from KC to just basically be patient in a lot of what they were doing. And you can see in this round, even though I think Vanya has a relative amount of success in what she's doing, KC are very much prepared for any of this aggression. So she's able to get away initially, but there are constant counter peaks, constant swings to try and shut her and her teammates down. And it means that even when we've got these ults going off, even when you've got Vanya hitting some crazy shots to get them into the round, it didn't really matter too much because KC were very much ready. The problem sort of arose when you got those clutch plays. And also, I think a lot of it was that G2 started them flanking. Because if you're going to be holding everyone outside A, well, normally you don't have your back covered.
Yeah, I think you could see the pressure they were applying on that attack side helped. And I think resetting into that second half as well, getting to control the pace of the game, that's just where they came out trumps. It's unbelievable to see them still maintain this top level of play. All the roster changes since the G2 Gozen that we remember back in the day, Tom, but somehow they're always able to peel out ahead. Now, I think that overall, I know we're going to be talking to Petra later actually about that game. We're going to have her in for an interview. I'm excited for that. We'll have a bunch of questions to fling her way. But Tom, the question for me is there anyone here realistically who you think has a good chance against G2 Gozen, or is this just going to be their tournament? After what we saw today, some of these players are unbelievable.
It's such a perfect timing because I've been told that the interview's ready, and no, I don't think anybody's going to be able to beat G2.
Isn't that convenient? Well, I wonder if Petra's heard you say that.
Oh,
playing for the brownie points. How you doing, Petra?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm very good. I'm very good. Tom was singing your praises as one of the teams that he just doesn't think anybody can beat you individually. Well, I got to congratulate you. What an impressive display this was here.
Thank you. We had a lot of fun.
I could tell. I could tell. That first map especially. I got to ask, just coming off the second map, were you getting a little bit worried even going halfway through that? It seemed like KC had their hands on the reins.
No, yeah, we were not worried. We just had a little bit of a slow start. We knew what to do, but we still managed to make some mistakes, so they took advantage of it. But eventually we had a good read, and yeah, then we won.
I want to ask for you, I asked Mimi earlier on, do you think facing the former teammates gave you a little bit of an edge? Did it change anything about the game here today?
I mean, it doesn't change anything. It's still like an opponent you have to beat, right? But it's of course fun to play against each other, and yeah, you feel really competitive because of course you don't want to lose against a former teammate.
Well, I also want to then take it back a little bit further to the start of the game. When we saw the veto come in, KC picked Breeze. Did that surprise you at all after your result against Falcons?
I mean, they've just picked what they're comfortable on, as they should. So yeah, I think we were not surprised. Yeah.
And well, I'll say you can be unsurprised with the map pick and you can be unsurprised with the victory, but you've got to be shocked by what Resk was able to do on that Jet. I mean, 30 kills in a 13-4 game. How did it feel just getting to witness this masterpiece of a Jet performance?
It's good. We can just play like, you know, Edda is gonna kill them anyway, guys. We just keep your energy for the next map.
Yeah.
She did a really good job. I'm really proud of her.
Oh, she's unbelievable. I mean, I should have expected it a little bit because coming in, Mimi told me that you guys are just better individually than everybody else out there, certainly than your opponents here today, and it showed. I wanted to ask, is there anyone that you're scared of? Any individuals you see coming up in the scene that you think maybe they could challenge you, or are you just that far ahead?
Personally, I don't really think about those things. That's the answer already, actually, so...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. You know, you gotta stay humble, stay in your lane. I respect it. Well, the last thing I'll leave you with is you're now in the upper final and you're gonna have an opponent. It's either going to be GX or BBL Queens. I was wondering if you'd like to give us a prediction for that. Who do you think you'll face?
If Giants have a bad day, they're gonna lose, but I think we will meet them in the...
Okay.
Yeah, but BBL definitely has a good chance. Yeah.
All right, well, we'll be getting on to that game in a little bit. For now, we're off to a break. The one thing left to do is to thank you, Petra, for coming for this interview. Appreciate you. Have a great day.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right, folks. Well, that's it. We're going to toss this one off to a break, and we'll be back in just a little bit with much more VCT GC action.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through Attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Do you feel what the eyes can't see? You hear it calling way down deep. Trust your heart, it'll keep you true. This world expects so much from you. From the dark out into the light, it'll come in the middle of the night. You were raised in the sacred place. Evil runs when it sees your face. Throne calls your name, you know it's your time. Good will stand and the shadows will hide. 1,000 souls listen at your side. Take your people into the light. They won't take you alive. Stand here and fight. Stand here and fight. You must follow me, my friend. Stay together, we can make it home again. Take a look at this place once more. The people, the home that you're fighting for. Throne calls your name, you know it's your time. Good will stand and the shadows will hide. 1,000 souls listen at your side. Take your people into the light. They won't take you alive. Stand here and fight. Stand here and fight. They won't take you Every step will test your soul. You will walk out pure and whole, stronger than the day before. Tomorrow you'll fight for more.
Hello and welcome back, folks. We're back with more Game Changers action here in EMEA. We've got Tombiz and Zach joining us. Look, I'm excited for this next game, folks. I'm expecting it to be a little bit closer than what we just witnessed because we're coming hot off the bat of a dominant series. But now, GX against BBL. Giant X, Tom, this squad is set up in a pretty good position this stage. I feel like they've only lost to Falcons Vega, which is a pretty acceptable loss.
Yeah, and they're up against BBL Queens, who are on our screens at the moment. Had a couple of roster changes from the first split. And they're one of those teams that, I'll be honest with you, I think that they lost Ava and obviously Vania from the last series, but their rebuild now coming into the second split looks good. In the first split, I do think it was a little bit more shaky, but some role swaps that we'll talk about a little bit more later on have looked pretty good.
Well, now that I can read properly, I can see that Giant X is coming up next, Zach. And this squad, you know, I've heard they're in a pretty good position this stage.
But since this Giants X roster was put together pretty recently, like last year, end of last year, basically, I think that they've been performing very well. They have what I call is the third place curse, because so far, every event that they've played at, which is 2, have been third places. So I'm hoping that this time around they can aim a little bit higher. But I mean, the fact that they're able to, you know, go up against the likes of G2 Gozid and Shopify Rebellion to find a third place at the Red Bull event, all right. And of course, stage 1, they were the third place winner, third place finisher as well. So I'm hoping that that kind of consistency continues throughout this playoffs.
Well, they started out as a Scooby-Doo mix, and now they found themselves in the upper bracket semifinals, pardon me. Pretty good position to be in. I'd love to hear a little bit more about how they made it here and some stuff from behind the scenes. I heard we've got a wonderful interviewer who sat down with Ness earlier. Let's toss it over to him. Thank you very much, Mitch. Yes, I'm joined here with Ness from Giants. First of all, thank you so much for taking the time out of your day on a match day as well to join us for an interview, Ness.
Thank you for having me.
Hey, no problem. So I wanted to start out by asking you a little bit about stage 1, going further back, because I know you said before that you were unhappy with your role, with your performance rather, since you swapped roles in stage 1. Do you think that you've found your rhythm on the initiator now?
I mean, I think, like, not I think, it's just literally better for me to play Initiator, like, compared to Sentinel, because I can be with the team. And it was just, like, basically more easy for me to adapt as well. But, like, I have still more to go. Like, I need to learn still and improve.
I see.
But yeah.
Okay. I wanted to also ask about something I heard, rumor on the street, was that you have been IGLing as a group all together, not one voice, but many. And I wanted to know, is that still the case? Is that still a style that you're pursuing?
No, not anymore, because, like, it was, I mean, at the beginning we thought, like, it was gonna be easy. Like, we literally copied PaperX because they didn't have IGL as well, and they were, like, managing it really good. And we were like, we can do that as well. But, like, then we picked Sarah as our IGL. Sarah's our IGL now. The people were saying it's like Smurf, but it's not. It's Sarah.
Okay, and do you think things have been going better since then? It's been a good change?
Yeah, for sure.
Awesome. Well, yeah, I mean, the results have definitely been impressive across stage 2, being the only team to defeat KC, for example, and typically you only lose to the best, like your Falcons or G2s of the league. What do you think sets your team apart from the rest of the group?
I think, like, it's not about the team we are playing against, because, like, it might sound so, like, weird and not true, but it is literally so true that it's about always us. And if you have, like, good day or, like, good energy or good mood, like, we're gonna probably win every game that we are playing. But, like, if you're having a bad mood, like, no energy, like, we don't come enough, it's, like, about literally us. That's what I'm thinking, at least.
Your core team is Turkish, and you're facing off against a full Turkish squad. Having played for so long within the Turkish scene, I wanted to ask, do matches like this feel special or different on a match day?
Not really, but, like, they're Turkish armies, like, home country, so, like, that's just it. Like, nothing special. We are going in every match in the same, like, at least we are trying to go in a same mood and other stuff. Like, that's it.
All right, well, thank you so much, Ness, for taking the time out of your day, and the very best of luck in your match.
Thank you so much. See ya.
All right, back over to you, Mitch. Fantastic job. Well, as we get back to the analyst desk now, any comments on what a fantastic interview that was, Tom?
I'm a huge fan of Ness.
Oh, I thought for a second. I was excited. I was ready, but wow, shut me down. Listen, we're going to talk a little bit later with Alkia from BBL, and we'll roll that clip in a little while. But one of the things we're going to be talking about is the agent compositions, because, Zach, there's been quite a change, quite a shift in what BBL have been looking to run, going from stage 1 to stage 2, hasn't there?
Yeah, I mean, the role shifts are the first thing. I mean, Alkia, of course, in 2023 was that star duelist for this roster, but, you know, in stage 1, I heard that Schnell and Alkia flipped a coin when Schnell joined the team to see who would be playing duelist for stage 1. I mean, we can ask this to BBL later, of course, but this is what I heard, okay? Gossip from the street. But that said, I think that the role swap, it didn't really work out for them. Even though BBL, I would say they were mid in stage 1. I think they're looking much more confident back on roles that are comfortable to them. And I think in particular, Schnell shifting over to the controller, that was something that I was putting question marks next to, but when I saw her play Omen, all my questions were answered because she plays Omen like a duelist, and that's how Omen should be played. As an Omen main myself, I completely agree with her.
I think they've also looked to like put themselves in positions where they can have Chanel on the chamber as well, so have like more aggressive compositions as a whole. And I also think that flipping a coin might be nice, but Alkia I think just looks a lot more comfortable. Like she's one of those duelists where, don't get me wrong, Chanel is fantastic, but Alkia can just have those aggressive out and out games. And well, I know what's coming up next, and I think that ultimately the face-off between her and Smurfette is going to be one of the deciding factors in this game. Like, they are both standout players. They are both some of the most explosive. I think Turkey just has that in general. We've just watched Rezka for the last like hour just style on KC. You're gonna get that from both teams, taking big risks with high reward and maybe a few throws here and there. So I think that's going to be one of the highlight factors going into this match, and whoever wins that battle may just win the game.
Have you liked the look, Zach, ever since those roles swapped back over? You happier to see Alkia back on that duelist?
Oh yeah, for sure. I would completely agree with Tom there because Alkia is just one of those it duelists, you know? And I think having such a young, talented player who is already capable of playing a duelist at such a high level only gives you like more of a ceiling to like aim for. And I think Alkia, with time, could pretty much be like, I don't know. My favorite race player is Jing, so I think Alkia has that potential. I can't give like a higher shot up than that, honestly.
Hey, that is a very good comparison. That's flattery. Okay, I see how it is. Tom, look, Alkia coming into this series, do you expect to see the same sort of duelist potential though as what we just witnessed in that G2 series? I feel like people's expectations might be sky high for the match about to come.
It's difficult because the support that G2 gives is second to none. But you know, I think maybe let her speak for herself.
Ah, that's a good idea. Well, it turns out we also had a little bit of time to send our wonderful interviewer over to speak to Alkia as well. So, you know what, buddy? Take it away. Thank you so much, Mitch. What a fantastic throw. Now, I've got Alkia joining me from BBL, and I've got a couple of questions for you. But before that, thank you so much for taking time out of your match day to come and talk to us.
Hi.
So the first question I had was about the first game of stage 2 versus G2 Gozen. You lost this 2-0 and have a 1-day break. And since then, you haven't dropped a map. Now, did you learn a lot from that first game that allowed you to hit your stride like this?
Actually, we had ping issues in Frankfurt server, and we couldn't shoot back because of it. And of course, we fixed our mistakes after that match. But
wow, okay.
The ping was a really big issue for us.
Yeah, I can imagine. That's not easy to play under. Okay, and since then, it really has been plain sailing. So hopefully you get a chance to rematch them without those issues coming through.
Yes.
But I wanted to then go back even further to stage 1, where we saw a lot of role shifts for your team and some players maybe not feeling so comfortable, but it seems like a lot of that has changed. Have the role swaps now coming into stage 2 made a big difference for your team and for these results?
The role changes has affected us in positive way, of course. Now we are more comfortable with our roles than before. That's why we were performing better than we used to.
I can definitely see a lot of that, and I think there's no better example than Lotus, where Lotus has been incredibly strong for you as a map, and I think that Raze Chamber combo is deadly.
Yeah.
But do you think that other teams will, or maybe even have, become scared of you on that map because Lotus has just been untouchable, and yourself and the Chamber have been on fire?
I think they should be scared. Because me and Chanel with Chamber and Raze, we have great potential to get entry frags. Chanel was playing entry before, and I'm the new entry again. And we both holding sides, getting entries. Like, I think they should scared, of course.
Wow. Well, it has been very good to see those changes, as you said, you know, back on the entry for you. Schnell firing off on a chamber. It seems to be a winning formula. And I wish you the very best of luck in your matches today. But for now, we'll let you go and prepare for those. Thanks again for joining us.
Thank you so much.
All right. Well, let's toss it back over to the analyst desk with Mitch. Well, thank you so much for that wonderful interview. Now, as we come out of it, Zach, this is the reality. We're going straight into the map veto. We're speeding through. Where do you think BBL are going to take that first map pick?
I mean, we heard it from Alki. I wouldn't be surprised. Very confident on, but I mean, another map that they do quite well on this. I think that Giants X hasn't really played it, and BBL they do have a couple of run-throughs from that previous time. I mean, yes, they did lose kind of badly against G2.
Yeah,
G2.
they got spanked
by G2, but I think that this is a map that Giants X haven't played at all. So I think that because Giants X have such a good win percentage on a lot of other maps, they'd be happy to like kind of test the waters here. It's a brave choice. I'm not saying it's the right choice.
I think it's a weird choice. Like it's one where we've not really seen much from them. They had a 111 attack last time they played it. So clearly your prediction skills are better than mine, because that's not a map I saw coming when they're doing well on Split. They're doing well on Lotus. The Ascent choice as well, like that makes a lot of sense. Like it's not really been played by BBL recently.
BBL
6 and 2 being played by GX as well. And yeah, it definitely seems like BBL have some plans coming into this veto, because it seems like they're banning out maps that have been solid for them and picking maps that they're not doing that well on. So this is mind games to the max, Mitch.
I mean, this is what we just spoke about. Lotus being a very strong map for them. They've played it in every series since G2. They've won it in every series convincingly, in fact. And Zach, I wonder, is this like they're scared that other teams have tape on them, or they ban it out, don't even leave it into the last two?
Yeah, I think I definitely agree with you. That it could be a strat that, you know, all right, we played a lot of these. There's a lot of bot footage out there. People are going to get counter-stratted maybe, and they don't want to touch them. I mean, look, the bind choice, and I mean, all the maps that BBL picked, honestly, so far, they're kind of sending me. The bind pick makes me question things, like Tom said, 13-3 against G2. It's against G2, I'll give them that much, but that's about it. So I'm kind of worried about what they have coming back into it, but, you know, it's nice to see teams kind of like picking up these maps they haven't played before. Historically, it doesn't go well, I know that, but personally, I like it when a team pulls the rug out from their opponents. You expect like an Icebox, a Lotus in the veto, when you get tossed like a bind. I don't know, you don't know where it could go, so it makes things a little bit more exciting, at least for me.
Yeah, I mean, I guess coming in, Tom, you're not going to be able to sit down and look at the agent comp that GX are going to bring in. You know, they're going to be changing it up, so that's a surprise factor.
It's
bonus,
a new
maybe.
strat. Some teams, or a lot of teams, try to play their own game. BBL, they're not trying to play their own game. So now no one knows what's going on. So I don't know. I'm excited to see if they're going to change things up with their agent comp as well.
Tell you what, we're not going to get a boring map or match, that's for sure. We're going to get the agent composition on your screen right now and see. Tom, you like the direction the GX are taking it?
Well, on the other side, it's more, I think, the more interesting
changes.
So the changes coming in with the couple of initiators as well. I think that having that Gecko has always been pretty powerful, especially on this map. I know that our color caster over there, Pilski, is going to be a fan. So I don't know. I think this is going to be an exciting match to watch, because ultimately, I would say this map comes out as a middle ground, but only because I don't think it's in either team's wheelhouse right now. So I'm quite excited to see where it goes.
I'm just here for the Gecko, I'll be honest. Like, I think Gecko is basically that agent that you can run on every single map and build a team around. It's just such a versatile play, and it's like the best solo playing agent as well. So I think I like the adaptation. I wasn't too happy about the Sage from the last time, so hopefully this does provide BBL with a little bit more success. But from Giants X, the thing that really does excite me is the double initiator, one of them being the Breach, because I think that Breach is just a very underrated agent on this particular map because of a lot of... I remember the meta when the game came out during, like, I don't know, beta or something, everybody would just like run down long with a double Breach flash in your face. Like, I have war flashbacks from those, so I would like to see some Breach action, especially when I'm not in the server playing.
Well, you're definitely going to get to see some Breach action here today. Interesting comps coming out. A surprise pick on map 1. Let's see how they handle bind. For now, we're bringing in your casters. It's Joy and Pilski back to bring in more GC action.
That we are indeed. We are back as well. And we are heading into series number 2. Pilski, I mean, this to pick the Gecko. I mean, take it away, man. Go for it.
I mean, I like the comp, don't get me wrong, but I think it's interesting to see which players are on what agent. I feel like they're kind of, whenever you pick a comp for a certain map, you got to recognize the personnel that you have in your team, right? And you're putting Schnell on a Brimmy. It can be a recipe for success if she's going to, chuck the stimmy down, go and get in some people's faces, but we'll see if they have success throwing, a player that can sometimes play duelist for them on the Brimstone. Over on the GX side, I mean, the Oven Breach, it's an interesting one. We've seen that similar kind of comp with the Neon, actually, the other day, played by a different team. But BBL walking up short, the fault line, trying to catch them as they walk up, but the reactive Gecko Flash is beautiful. BBL trade out very well, and they're going to kick off this A split now.
They are Miori, looking to get close and personal. Felipa doesn't mind, picks that up with the Ghost. Plant will be confirmed here by BBL. 2 players standing here for Shine X. Ness and Jolina making their way, creeping onto that A side here is Jolina.
Enemy remaining.
Will actually be caught in the side. Both players is just over like that. BBL takes the pistol round.
Yeah, and that is the strength of this comp that BBL is running. You can do these big explosive short plays up behind the Viper wall. It's one of the best things that it does. You put the Viper wall up. Is it fake pressure and a Viper lurking on the other side? Or is it an explosion of, initiate a util and then a Raze double satcheling at you while, Dizzy is flying up into the air and Dobby's getting the spike down? It can be a bit of a nightmare to defend those kind of explosive executes. So BBL, good start on the attacking side of Bind. And I was wondering if they were going to stick to the stage comp after getting spanked by G2 on this map, and they kind of addressed it on the Destat and Nightmare attacking half with that double senti. It's good to see that they've gone back to something that I think more teams kind of run, and it seems like it's going well early on.
Oh no! Oh, the shorty up short. It's just too powerful. Miori will be traded back here by Schnell though. Smurfette, just a rifle. Schnell takes these taps. Good for one more, but Jolina will shut her down in the end. Felipa forced to rotate away. So we see now that the majority of players have rotated over towards that B side. Wingman will start planting the spike. Felipa still holding that angle down. Haunt will be destroyed as she tries to take that trade 1v3. She manages to pick one up and buying time here though for BBL.
I mean, they've done great damage already. If they could just tap the spike, get one more kill, it's probably not going to work out for them to try to get this defuse off because you've got so much Gecko util, you've still got a snake plate. It's a nice open plant. They're getting wrapped around as well by Proxima, so this one's pretty much done and dusted as far as I'm concerned.
Well. Yeah.
Good stuff from Proxima. She's going to farm up a little closer to the Gecko ult there, but BBL, they took some pretty significant damage. I know they came into that round with a couple of pistols, Joy, so that's going to soften the blow a little bit. Maybe they only really lost one rifle after all said and done. But Giant X already early on getting active, moving around the map quite a lot, and we'll see if that's going to continue on these gun rounds because you don't have a Cypher, you don't have a proper Senti here for BBL and for either team, so that's where you can be a lot more active flanking as a reaction on both defense, on defense primarily, but also even kind of wrapping around the map on attack, finding some lurk timings.
Haunt will be destroyed right away, denying that information here towards Showers. Felipa holding onto that ore pierce. Proxima, on the other hand, holding down that fire line.
Yep, just a slow default here for BBL. Putting that Viper wall up, denying info towards a short there. Cleared out though after the wall goes down by a nice Fade Dog and then a dark cover to follow up. So GX, good stuff. This is exactly what you want to do with Double Initiator. Just throw that Fade Dog in there, re-clear those parts of the map and then secure them with a bit of controller util. In the meanwhile though, BBL getting ready to kick it into high gear on this B hit.
All straight into the hookah, they're coming in. Zalkia finds first blood. Is this maybe... I thought maybe they can find a really nice pick here, but Miori only good for one as she falls. Spike will be planted.
Yeah, that is
still
exactly
rotating off
what
that
this
ace
comp is good at. Like just a quick explosive execute, and now Giant X are attempting a nigh impossible retake.
Yeah, Paint Shell's committed just to try and clear out a bit of corners here. But not much information will be given by BBL.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
Thresh actually already online here for Proxima will be committed. Gets destroyed. Dizzy up top as well. Jolina and Smurfette both good for one is Ness. Now shutting down Schnell. When's the last one standing? Has to try and stop this. Defuse swaps to the pistol, but does not connect it. And Smurfette will not be defusing that in time.
That's a really nice round from BBL.
Yeah.
Honestly, like
Just
just
running them
the
on the
A short pressure that they created there keeps 3 on A long enough for Giant X to where they walk all the way to hookah. That, like I said, really quick, explosive B execute that was pretty undefendable for Giant X. They really weren't ready for that at all. They set up their Gecko with the Thrash in the post plant and play that post plant really, really well, quite passively, all the way over from elbow and hookah side, and they instantly break Giant X's money here. So back on the half by Giant X, looking to get aggressive out hookah early in the early round here though, Joy.
And they are indeed. Nice opening here from Philippa with the Vandal. We'll look for that blind, picks up a third. Not a lot that Giant X can do in this situation. I mean, they're looking for a little bit of chip damage here on the side. Throw the paint shells to try and just do a little bit more damage, but Iori on that A all by herself. The sound of the horns will give away that they're there.
The orb's up. Alkia's getting very low, putting the spike down. She drops it beautifully. This is getting interesting now. Still got the boom bot. The snake bite up. This could get a little bit tricky for BBL.
Marshall up in a tower.
One enemy remaining.
But Wen's sorry. Wen's so ready for that swing out from Bafs there. So Smurfette just trying to push up here just with the Marshall. Fakes the defuse just to try and draw them out, but BBL, they're not impressed. The Haunt will be destroyed. They're running the time once again. They're just looking to find a kill here, but GX, they are not finding anything here so far. BBL just grabbing that lead and holding on to it.
It's still pretty good damage though for GX. They take 3 guns away. They're keeping the economy of BBL honest, but as you mentioned, BBL already up 4-0. This is a really good attacking side from them already. After the comp change, seem to be reaping the rewards of that. Into this next gun round though, Giant X getting pretty close to a lot of big impact ults coming online. The same could be said for BBL here, and it's going to be a straight up B approach. B long control being taken. Jolina actually committing into the TP early on here and trying to play around the bathrooms crunch, but Alkia with the double satchel straight up long completely catches Miori, and Ness is now alone on this B side.
Yeah. Forced to try and back off a little bit here onto that side, wait for backup. Haunt will be committed and destroyed, so no more information is to be gathered on where exactly these players from BBL are. Boombot won't find so much, as neither do the paint shells really. But now the swing out here, Sarah taking the upper hand. Proxima though good for one before she gets shut down. Schnell still standing, but very, very low, left on 2 hit points. Once again, defuse just doesn't really want to come through, as we do see the commitment once again here with the Brimstone ulti as well. Jolina does manage to get a kill, but Wentz is still standing. No defuse shall be found.
Yeah, Giant X are having a pretty massive issue holding these sites, and you know, you're not playing a primary sentinel. You kind of got the pseudo sentinel of the Viper, but you're playing in front of the Viper wall. a lot of the time when you're playing these initiator comps, like you need to be playing behind that Viper wall on B and just have the reactive util. Like things like fault line and C's with this comp, the reactive paranoia is exactly what you need to use to shut down these executes. But it feels like BBL a lot of the time are just getting their executes off, and Giant X, they're not finding the right timings. You know, it's not like they have, as I mentioned, these sentinels that can lock down the site, you know, with ease. You don't have the hard trips, you don't have a wall, things like that. You're more so relying on the Viper wall and the reactive util, and just being able to either, you know, kind of play flood or you know, hold the sites with good util timings. And it just really doesn't feel like they've been able to find any of them. It feels like every time BBL is creating map pressure somewhere and going into a snappy execute or early round finding a really good timing, and it always feels like Giant X is caught off guard and not in a good position.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, hopefully now that we have the Showstopper and the Rolling Thunder online, we can get something going here for Giant X, but it has been so very hard to start off these rounds. Now we also almost have the Viper's Pit online. Just one orb needs to be found here for Miori at the start. So we'll see, Pilsky. We'll see.
It looks like they're going to crunch market this round, maybe. They're already kind of aggressive short. Fade Dog on the right. There's the paranoia, but the Brim just turtling. You're just falling back into spawn. You hear all of this util. There's the reactive Fade ult. Going to start throwing dogs at them at lightning speed, and I don't know what you can really do about that. Wen's even ready for the dark cover push, and as it fades, Nets gets absolutely blindsided, and BBL, great reaction to the market crunch. They just turtle, and they punish that aggression very easily. They look like they're just in full control of this game.
Yeah, Jolina still tucked away in the corner. Will run into Wen's, take her out. Good for a second here with the stinger.
Hold on.
Spike dropped.
I mean, I've just completely cursed that one. That Omen timing. Creeping into market, uncleared, completely turns this round on its head, and now Philippa and Schnell have to play catch-up.
That they do. From the shadow is also available still. Now Philippa will find Jolina in the end, and good to find Smurfette as well.
Full stunned. Insta headshot.
Just impossible. But now she runs blindly in to pick up the spike, and Sarah will gladly take that opportunity to shut her down. Viper's Pit gets infested here by Miori. Sarah, good for another one. And finally, Giant X find a round.
Oh, the market crunch did not really work, but it did get Jolina in that round-winning position there. BBL, it felt like they had everything they needed to pick up that round, and then Jolina activated, and it was Dunsky's, the heart buy, comes through and takes a big dub for Giant X right after the tack timeout, and they pick up a handful of guns. Not only is that going to be a pretty massive economy swing, Joy, but we talked about it. They've got a lot of big ults online now. They invested the pit to secure that round, but they've got the Rolling Thunder, Showstopper, and they're one off the Nightfall as well. And that round has actually broken BBL's money. I was talking about how close a lot of these rounds were kept, but look at this market crunch coming in straight away, and this time it catches BBL fully off guard.
It does, and it's a beautiful spray down here. Everybody on Giant X good for a bunch of kills. Proxima, the last woman standing. Oh, but they're all tucked away here. There's no... Oh my god, she still actually gets the better of Jolina. Forced back off. Thresh actually online now, but she will not even get the chance to use it. It's Giant X. Hold on to that.
Yeah, but lost a lot of guns. They're quite poor here, Joy. They're quite resettable. BBL, a chance at a reset and to continue dominating this attacking side of Bind after a bit of a slip-up versus the Heart Buys on offer. Both teams with some pretty big impact ults. For BBL, I'd really just like to see them continue just getting these punchy executes going. That's exactly what they're going to... This is going to be a bloodbath on B. Look at this, Joy. 4 on B for Giant X, and that's exactly where BBL are headed.
Yeah, this is going to be a bloodbath. And now let's see. Thresh. Oh my god, Thresh will get invested. Smurfette had something else in mind, but that completely turned out poorly for them as BBL starts firing away. Kill after kill will be committed, and all of the ultis of Giant X just get thrown at the kitchen sink.
That's a
Flushed
nightmare.
away. Miori, last one standing.
That's a nightmare, Joy. They had a reactive Showstopper. Smurfette is satcheling with a giant rocket into 3 people. thinking this is about to be the huge round that turns around this game, and then just gets insta one tap. Thrash hits the breach right behind her, and that round is done. They even defend the B long aggression as well. And Giant X, I mean, what can you do? You literally had these crazy big impact reactive ults right up against the hookah pressure. 4 players stacked on the right side, and you get absolutely dominated by BBL. I mean, I just really don't know what better they could have done there, unfortunately. And
I feel a bit bad for Giant X here, honestly.
I mean, BBL are now up 6-2. They're just in complete control of this game of Bind. They are absolutely dominating the attacking side right now.
Yeah, that round went as poorly as it possibly could have gone, honestly.
100%. They have enough money to at least be able to put a buy together here. That's the good news.
Yeah,
they're getting a little poorer. This could be the reset round for BBL. Nightfall's almost up for BBL. It's up for GX here. And they've still got the Viper's Pit, and they're just 5-manning everywhere. It's going A short again, and there's a lot of players here again for Giant X.
Yeah. Smurfette this time sniffs them out though. But now with Dizzy up top, looks like BBL is going to try to swing out, but the concuss is massive from Sarah. They will shut down Proxima. Wentz in the smoke. Not spotted just yet, but now Philippa onto site. Looking to do as much damage and cause as much havoc as she can. Sending out another Prowler here to go find. Oh, every ulti just gets invested here. As Philippa finds yet another kill. Ness will though find Chanel. Philippa good for a third. Ness the last one, standing another Prowler. Thrown here, but so much smoke, so much utility on the floor. Nothing to be seen. BBL take yet another round.
And that's a reset. Unfortunately, Joy, GX back on the half buy. And, you know, they're really just trying to take these fights on short. But look at what BBL's comp does. Like, just look, this is exactly what Fade and Gecko wants you to do. Like, you just have 2 initiators with so much reactive util. The Brim Smoke's the instant, you get the Simi down, you know, the Raze has got so much great reactive util and can play these really, like, snappy fights very, very well. It's like Giant X, you're trying to aggress on BBL, you're getting, you know, 14 Fade Dogs thrown at you, you're getting Gecko flashed, Raze naded. It's like, what do you really do? Unless you find the right timing and you don't get into these scrappy situations where the reactive util for the initiator is just pushing you around. Like, it's just a difficult situation to be in. And BBL just continue to keep it simple. Like, they're not overcomplicating the map control. They're not overcomplicating anything. They just pretty much 5-man everywhere they go. They know that they're just going to commit to the site, and they're very confident that they're going to win the fights no matter where they're taken. If they're on the site, if they're on short A, you know, if they get into the post plan or not, they are confident that they can take that fight and win it. And so far, that's working beautifully for them.
That it is indeed. So far, Giant X this time really taking their time to try and make an entry. Concuss will hit. Alkia swings out, picks up 3 actually. Goodness. Jolina still good for 1, but how much can you do? Omen with a Sheriff in hand. There's no way you're gonna find that defuse anytime soon. Retrieve a gun, carry it over to the next round.
It's been such a crazy game of Bind. Like, honestly,
it has been.
This you know, this map, especially with the Vipers in play and, you know, the initiators, sometimes it turns into, you know, this push and pull of map control. Things like bathrooms are very important. You're denying info to the other team, and then you're hitting the TPs. This game has not been that, Joy. This game has been fisticuffs on one part of the map, both teams trying to run at each other and see who wins the fight. And so far, that's been BBL knocking them out every time. And they're just going to be executed again. They're just running set plays on attack over and over again and absolutely dominating.
Absolutely. I mean, they're just throwing everything at them. Boombot, Mosh. What is it that you call the Fade thing again? Prowler?
Oh, Prowlers, yeah. I don't know. I just call them dogs.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about
Throw
that.
the dogs at them.
What do dogs look like in Australia? Do they not have any legs or?
I don't know. When my black cocker spaniel gets real angry, she does look a little scary, like a prowler. We get some big teeth out. Most of the time, she's the cuddle bug. You know, all she wants is love and affection. But sometimes she gets real angry, and that can be a bit of a fade dog situation. That's a great round for Giant X though.
It absolutely was, and Andalusia flawless. All while we were talking about dogs without legs, but you know, somehow Giant X. They still got legs.
Hey, if you got a dog without legs as a pet, you're probably a pretty solid person, honestly. To look after a dog without legs.
I would say so, yeah. Yeah, I would say so too. For sure.
Is this bathrooms push? It's just really not been an area of the map that's been very active, to be honest. And Weds is just not even ready for that at all. She's like, what? You can play bathrooms on defense? I was not even aware. Gets completely caught by that aggression. And Giant X, a late resurgence. They seem to just really be picking apart this slower map control style from BBL.
Yeah, Miori decides to hold the trigger here as she sees Philippa passing by. Philippa manages to then take out Ness in that rotation.
They're finding great timings here, Giant X. Like, you've still got Miori cutting the map in half. The rotations have been able to come into be well and truly in time. Like, Giant X playing this one excellently right now.
They are. Oh. Alkia.
She's looking for Miori. She is long gone. She's in another postcode right now. Ain't no way you're finding her with that rocket.
30 seconds left. There.
Oh, shooting right into that hookah, Giant X. Up and personal, looking to get more kills as Smurfette, but Philippa has the answer. Sarah, though, on the side, will drag Giant X over the line. Giant X, another round for them.
Switching sides.
Yeah, well done. That was actually a really good resurgence back there for Giant X. Winning themselves 3 gun rounds and a heart buy. Not too bad. Once they started to get the ball rolling a little bit better, you know, it started to work. I have to say, BBL slowing things down a little bit didn't do them any favors, though. I felt like they were trying to kind of change up the pacing. And they actually got a lot more work done just running the executes and running the set plays on Giant X. Giant X just could not hold those, whereas when BBL slowed things down a little bit, it felt like Giant X was still aggressing and actually finding some pretty decent timings to find the gaps in the map. BBL moving over to the defensive side now. Going to go for a little bit of B-long control here. But Giant X, 5 players sizing up Hookah here. Looks like they're just wanting to walk straight into B.
Yeah. A little bit of information found here for BBL. Another legless dog flying around aimlessly. So now, looks to be a fake. Looks like they're moving away.
I mean, they're just cutting sound, and lucky for them, BBL, they don't really have any control of bathrooms. They don't really have deep info lines other than deep short, so they're not rotating anymore. Giant X looking to turn this into a split now, though.
Yeah, fault line to try and push
Oh,
Proxima off that
Sarah.
line. Will catch her off guard. Very nicely done here by Sarah, indeed. It's now just Philippa and Wens left standing. Plant will be confirmed here on that B side.
One way on spawn. Not something you have to deal with too much. Although I've seen probably more Omen on this map in Game Changers than I've seen in a while. Nice kill from Miori, and this is looking like a really safe pistol win for Giant X. I was a little concerned for them after the reactive util stopped them in their tracks in Hookah, but credit to them, they did really well to reset and just wait for that long aggression and then be able to just, you know, this is the strength of this, you know, double initiator comp of whatever kind of flavor you have, to clear map control with things like fault line and you know, even the Omen paranoia was huge there, just to be able to break that long setup. They did really well, and you know, now it's a much closer game. Like, let's be real, BBL was kind of pummeling them with a lot of those attacking side rounds, but now that Giant X have scraped a couple defensive rounds together and they've taken the pistol, it's kind of anyone's game again.
Definitely is. I mean, Giant X, you know, they have really been so oppressive in the group stages before. where, you know, they've taken maps 13-2, 13-0. So I would have been surprised to, you know, see them go down like this. So I'm you know, I'm quite pleased to see that they've found their footing now here on Bind, and that they've started making this an interesting game again.
Very slow from Giant X on this anti-eco. I'm going to look for any pushes. Fade clearing out Bathroom's control. Philippa going to see if she can farm herself at least the orb for her travels. Not sure if she found it or not. But after clearing out all of A, you're going to get the rotation in from BBL to try to fortify this B site.
Yeah. Dizzy going out. Proxima not been spotted yet. Will be spotted now, though. The Bulldog from Smurfette rings extremely true as she just picks up 2 easy kills here for herself. Plant will be confirmed. With the Ghost, though, Miori managing to find one more here. Chanel will trade her out.
There.
BBL just trying to be annoying, trying to keep it expensive, but that's a pretty clean round from Giant X. 3 kills from Smurfette as well. You get an ult orb. A couple of ult orbs on your breach. Already Giant X are off to a great start, getting some big ults rolling. Always want to be farming anti-eco kills on your Raze, or, you know, some of these characters. You get the plant and another anti-eco kill on your breach. Get those ults rolling early on and try to find some impact, and, you know, get them mixed in one of these reset rounds, and it can make all the difference to keep your attacking side rolling, especially on Bind, where sometimes it can really feel hard. This looks like a set round for Giant X towards A. There's already 3 stacked over here for BBL, though.
That's true. Up on top, though. Alkia. They know that somebody's in showers. So just playing patient. Actually, Miori managing to find Philippa there. Alkia up top will find 2 before she gets shot down. And now Wens left here standing on site. Will find that tap here onto Sarah to deny the plant. 2v3 now. BBL ready to pick up this round, but Jolina will manage to make it. Still interesting. Nas, she still has a little bit of time to play with, but actually will be caught in the crosshair of Schnell. BBL, round number 9 for them.
I mean, it was a nice play from Giant X. They set up Smurfette very well to take Bathrooms. Oh, sorry, it was a nice round from BBL, rather. They set up Alkia to take... Oh, I'm getting myself confused. Why am I getting myself confused? I saw the fault line, rather. It is Giant X, sorry.
Yeah.
To take Bathrooms. And they kind of hard wrestle control of Bathrooms with the Breach and the Raise Util, the C's over the top from the Fade. And honestly, that A-set play was going perfectly for them, but they forgot the golden rule, which, you know, you got to cover the planter when they're getting the spike down before you put yourself in the post-plant position, and that is basically what lost them the round, Joey, unfortunately. So,
yeah,
missed opportunity for BBL to win, kind of a pseudo bonus, but this will be the swing round for both teams here. Both teams running a little dry on cash. Miori's just walked all the way up Bathrooms here, and Proxima luckily has a bit of armor, but I think has spotted the Viper walking up Bathrooms there. There's a smoke on B long. Giant X trying to deny info to BBL after pressuring Hookah a little bit, and that is keeping 3 defenders on this B site. A is the weak site here, and they've got a pretty nice timing to get this execute on.
Yeah, Smurfette with the double satchel here on the site. Miori will find Alkia, though. Trade it out. Plans will be confirmed here. Giant next. BBL still hanging back a little bit here.
Oh, Smurfette. Getting util dumped, getting
so
flushed
far.
out of pocket.
Nice with the util from Gecko to play off of. Jolina, though, finds one here.
One enemy remaining.
Giant X looking for the retake. They've managed to pick them up, and that will be 8 for Giant X.
Yeah, really nice round from Giant X there. Similar to BBL, like they just kept pressure on the map very well there. They put a little pressure towards Hookah early round, and then they smoke B long to try to keep the defense interested, and then group up and hit A, and they hit that execute timing right as there's still 2 on that A site. The Gecko's playing kind of retakey all the way from heaven. The Raze is playing forward as Alkia, and she just gets picked by the Outlaw, and then Giant X set up this impenetrable post plant. And that is them winning the swing round there, Joy. Giant X now going into the anti-eco against the half by BBL.
I think Chanel spotted them there.
Yeah, she's just jump peeking, having a little bit of a look. That's really nice from Ness. Filippo, in the meanwhile, has got a pick over towards B long.
Yeah. Prowler will give away the information that there's somebody else there. Ness now.
Oh, what?
Has to be backed up here, but actually Alkia will hit Miori right in the head, and it means that she's dropping her gun there.
That was filthy. Little pre-fire one tap on the Sheriff. And these are the kind of rounds where you had a really big win there as Giant X in the post plant. You've earned your reset round, and now the Sheriffs are really ruining your day. Pressure on Felipe now. Gets fault lined off the line. She's trying to maintain side control as the smokes are coming in. Elbow control taken here by Giant X. Beautiful paranoia through the middle of the side to get Sarah that easy kill. Clean out that B site, and now BBL very out of position.
Yeah, Wen's having to fall back here. But they will be pushing up. Wen's actually good for a kill with this one, shutting Ness down. Still standing. We'll start pushing up again. Maybe Jolina this time. We'll do that.
Last player standing.
Paint shells. Flies the other way, but there is the Rolling Thunder just to try and deny that defuse from coming through. But now Sarah, it's just up all to her. She will not find those shots, and that will be a defuse coming through BBL. Taking us to 10 on a Thrifty.
Yeah, that's a huge win on the half bite. Crazy shots hit by Alkia. Believe she came up with 3 there. And the Sheriffs from BBL looking really nasty in that round. Giant X. Missed opportunity to win the easier anti-eco after, as I mentioned, a hard-fought post-plant. I don't think that's going to break their money, but that definitely puts them in a weird position economically. 2.2k for Miori. 3.5 for Jolina should be okay. Timeout for Giant X now. As we head into another swing round here, money for both teams pretty weak. One off the show, the pit here and the showstopper for Giant X. So some orb control could do them a lot of good. Pretty close to the Thrash, the Nightfall for BBL. These ults coming up for both teams could really make the difference in this game. BBL's getting really close to closing it against weak money of Giant X, and Giant X really needs to close this scoreline differential and grind this game out on attack, which can be difficult at the best of times on Blind Joy.
Yeah, absolutely. But we have seen them pull off quite a few nutty rounds so far, so I think it's possible.
Miori's got the Bucky out, which kind of looks to me like you really want to get the Viper, the plant down here if you can. Throw the pit down and then just sit in there with a shotgun. I think that's kind of the name of the game here for Giant X.
I like it.
There's that set bathroom take again.
Yeah. Murfett trying to come in really clutch here, but now BBL just taking a bunch of kills already. When actually falling to that Bucky. Miori managing to swap the rifle, pick another kill here. She is so extremely low. Smurfette grabs her from the back, and all of a sudden, they've made it equal.
All of the ults coming up.
Investing the Nightfall. They want to hold on to this lead here. BBL.
Take hold.
Felipe just spraying from above.
Smurfette's got the showstopper now, Joy. That could make a massive difference. Fade's getting out some of these positions. Schnell's trying to flank in through bathrooms here.
Yeah, Hunt will be getting destroyed. Schnell is trying making her way in, and she will catch Smurfette from the back, so no showstopper to be had here. As she jumps down, Miori good for another kill. Will swap to another rifle, but will be shut down here by Schnell. BBL taking us closer and closer to match point on Bind.
Oh, that clutch is so big in the swing round there. That 2v2 really could have gone either way. All of the right players getting the kills that they needed to be able to bring their ults online. Miori, huge 2k. And then Smurfette got the showstopper online, but just couldn't find a good timing to use it. They were not ready at all for Schnell to be able to flank in through bathroom side. With only one player surviving. Money's a little weaker for BBL, but not too bad here. They've got a bit of cash still in the back pocket and a lot of huge ults. One big ult for Giant X here. It's a showstopper, and I think they're going to try to get it going on this B hit.
Yeah, it looks like that is going to be the call. Still a lot of people posted up here around that A side. Fault line gets submitted. There is the showstopper. Everybody is backing off. They're just looking to find it. They will find Felipa as well. And Smurfette, even though hit with Dizzy, will still find Schnell. Put her in a grave. Ness will find a plant here as Wen's now made her way out to the backside here on a B side.
Yeah, Smurfette just perfectly set up to be able to get that double entry easily with the rocket, and now BBL, I think they've just got to save, but the issue is there's already a flank coming in for Miori. They can't go forward, they can't go back. They're damned if they do and damned if they don't here, Joy. And they're going to attempt the retake anyway, but running through a one-way is never going to work. The flank comes out for Miori, and Giant X off of a massive double entry. Really, really good use of the Raze rocket there. Break the money of BBL. Double entry from Smurfette. They closed out the post-pant perfectly, and now they have a chance to close this scoreline deficit. Push themselves up to double digits and give Giant X, give BBL rather, a run for their money here on Bind.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I said it before. I said, like, I still believe that Giant X can, you know, they can make this happen. Even though they are a little bit back, like, you know, backs to the wall. BBL being up at 11. They're not that far behind. Oh, but Schnell about to rotate into a lot of guns. Still, she manages to take the upper hand. Takes out 2 before she falls. Massive damage done here by this Brimstone.
Supported really well by the Gecko Flash. In the meanwhile, Wenz has got the pit down on short A, so pivoting back there may be an issue, but I don't think Giant X are interested in that. They want to try to make their way into this B site. Hookah is still contested, but Giant X crunch it really well. Miori not overextending. Alkia to take next contact. The TPs come in from the Viper. So Giant X getting themselves in a pretty safe post plant here. But are they going to be ready for Miori's flank? Wenz's flank rather.
Last player standing.
Oh, well, yeah, they are. They just shut her down as she tries to come in. And now it's just Alkia left on site. Looking to find anything here with this Outlaw. I don't think anybody is going to start swinging out. Maybe actually the shot is being whiffed though. The fault line is immediately being used just to try and draw her out. They have her tagged. She can't defuse this. Not much to do. She's still standing, but not for long. Giant X. Not around for them.
Yeah, well done. Got a little spicy there for a second off of some aggression from Schnell down B long. But they still managed to make it work. 3 guns surviving. Now into this next gun round. BBL have got a lot of big ults here, Joy. They've got the Brim ult. I think Gecko and one more. So putting the cash back together. Oh no, it's just Brim and Gecko. So still some big ults. They're going to take a tack time out here. BBL Queens discuss what's happening. Giant X with really strong money though. They've got Nightfall back up. They've probably got. They're probably good for 2 buys here at least, if not, probably a half buy after that. So they're pretty safe to try to keep grinding this game back. They won't get reset instantly here. And as for BBL, they need to make this timeout work. They need to start to adjust to what Giant X is doing on this attacking side. They're hitting on a pretty similar timing. I mean, quite similar to BBL, if I'm honest. They're either just going for the straight-out execute set up by the initiator util, you know, just taking certain parts of the map here on Bind, or they're creating map pressure somewhere and they're just hitting, you know, around a minute 10 a minute. So BBL need to recognize that, start to play around it a little bit, and they really needed to discuss in that attack timeout just how to use these ults. The orbital strike and the thrash here could be huge to closing this game for BBL.
Yeah, 2 more rounds to go here for BBL to try and close bind out.
There.
So far, Giant X, they're taking their time. Sending out some util, just trying to grab some information.
Face your fear.
Nightfall goes out as well. Thresh doesn't find anybody, so far, it's just a lot of util thrown at very little found here. BBL, a lot of the members being tagged up here by the Nightfall, but so far, Gecko still gets to retrieve Dizzy, so can be used again in a little while. Alkia looking for the swing out, good for 1, but will be shut down here. GX already picked up 2 kills, Thresh goes flying out. Now, Sima caught in a bit of a corner here.
Spike planted.
Just looking to find a little bit of damage as Wen's completely on the other side of this site. Haunt will be destroyed.
1 enemy remaining.
Proxima will be shut down, and now it's just Wen's left to try and get anything done here, but that will not happen. Now, GX, Giant X, they find themselves on a double score line as well, getting closer and closer to equaling it out here with BBL Queens.
The patience has just paid off for them time and time again. Like, they don't rush the execute. If they try to rush into the site, they're going to get destroyed by the reactive util from the Gecko. I mean, they kind of did. I felt like, you know, BBL, they got the Dizzy blind off, they got the Thrash off, and then they just didn't even capitalize off of it. Like, they caught Giant X trying to execute. They didn't get caught by the Nightfall, but it really didn't matter. It just seemed like GX were able to cancel enough times and patiently kind of get into the site. The Bucky gets found inside of the smoke. Wen's wanted to have her highlight round, and in comes the flank from market side.
Spike planted.
Felipa. So many people here.
Huge breach.
Giant X to just feel themselves extremely stuck. The orbital strike here to try and drift them apart a little bit. Alkia good for 1. She satchels onto the side and gets taken out immediately here. Nice trade from Sarah and Alkia.
Last player standing.
2-on-2.
Oh,
straight through the smoke. That's unlucky for Smurfette. Now they're putting the wingman on the spike, but Jolina, huge clutch to avoid the half-buy win there for BBL. Giant X barely scraping it across the line. That round got really scary. Both teams were just, you know, ripping the ults over and over again. The reactive breach ult to the market pressure. You had the orbital strike on short A, and then Alkia just pulls the rocket out. Despite the fact that they lose the opening pick on A, they're on a 4-player flank. Like, that doesn't really feel like that winnable of a round to me, but they really threw a lot of that round and tried to win it with the half buy. And the consequence of that is that they didn't win it, unfortunately, Joy. They didn't really pressure the money that much. Giant X have still got good cash, and now BBL has no ults to play with in their actual gun round to try to close this game. They've just got to get it done with bare bones.
Alkia. Prowler will not find her, but she will get sprayed down in the smoke. Jolina picks up that kill.
That's just not going to work. Like, every time it's been the dark cover, and every time they've gone B-long Giant X, it's been Boombot, Prowler. Like, they never go dry through the smoke. You're never going to get away with that kind of play as Alkia, the way that Giant X is playing right now. So, that's player advantage lost for BBL, and an important player at that. Alkia's had a lot of impact rounds, flank coming in for Wen's on the perfect time. They've been able to find Miori. It's great trigger discipline. And the rest of Giant X are all stacked up in B-long.
Yeah.
This is perfect. They're going to hit the TP. No toilets control there for BBL. And Giant X, they get a free A site here.
Yeah, with Jolina up on Heaven. Perfetto. Close up and personal, but Jolina on the side swings out, picks up 2, but will be put down. Wingman is doing... Wingman was very confused where he was gonna go.
Enemy remaining.
But now Proxima So good for one.
One enemy remaining.
Smurfette, the last one standing. Isolates it out here, but it looks of it.
Wingman's on.
Yeah, he is indeed. Oh, and he shall not be stopped. Diffuse will go through. BBL take us to match point. Man, what a close map.
Took everything out of them though.
Point.
All of their guns but one lost their one off the thrash off of a huge multi-frag there from Proxima. A Giant X unfortunately just couldn't close their Smurfette out of bullets. And despite finding that player advantage, this flank from Wenz makes a pretty big difference. It evens up the numbers. They got a huge fault line in towards spawn. Like, I'm surprised they even managed to win this round. Again, it was the flank through bathrooms from Schnell that kind of made the difference.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And if it's these kind of things that, you know, have to drag you over the line, well, if it works, it works. I'm not going to complain. From the shadows from Julina.
Yeah, it's a fake Omen TP, Fade Eye into bathroom, and a Dark Carver invested on the A site. A lot of util pressure there for BBL, and you can see they're freaking out a bit. The Gecko and the Fade both go back into spawn side and elbow to try to clear the map. They're worried that the Omen's TP'd behind them. And Giant X now starting to walk towards this A side of the map. It's a bit more of a retake setup here from BBL, playing backside in heaven. So a lot of space to be taken here by Giant X. Smurfette, one off the showstopper. Proxima could get a kill here and potentially get the thrash up. Whoa, that fault line.
All right. Yeah, that was a really nice fault line that pretty much guarantees the entry here. Wenz pushed away from that tower now. Plant will be confirmed.
All in from CT, Joy. There is no flank here for BBL. They're all trying to come from the same angles.
Yeah, they are indeed, and everybody is tucked away in that same damn corner. Not a lot of information to play around here. Ness in the showers. Will run into Wenz and take her down. Defuse, though, will be denied so far. Alkia managing to shut her down now. Smurfette still good there. Miori gonna swing out of showers, pick up 2. Defuse will not happen. And that means that Giant X will take us to 12 as well.
Overtime.
Oh my god.
Overtime on the first map.
Yeah, the Omen TP really threw them for a loop. You can see they went back in their own spawn trying to clear that out, that initial util. I felt like they really tried to pull a reaction towards that A site early on, pressure B a little bit and work the map and then choose to go towards that A execute. And it worked out well. Like that gave them the bathrooms control. Smurfette picks up the rocket. It incentivizes BBL to play even more retake. The issue was that retake was all one-dimensional. They all came in through spawn side. They had no flank, no pressure elsewhere, no TPs, you know, pulling the attention away from Giant X. So their only real win condition was to do what they did, just try to smoke the bomb and get the defuse off. Aggression now on bathroom side. Proxima, double kill, one off the thrash. That's a beautiful start to OT here for BBL.
Yeah, that it really is. Now BBL starting to make their way here towards that B side. Biding their time. Just Ness on site.
There's a thrash up for Proxima.
She might possibly be able to catch Wenz in the back here or in the front, and she will. BBL will confirm that plant though, as the rest of Giant X have now arrived. We do see Miori all the way over in the back.
Eliminated. Bring them down. Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
That is not the way you want to go down as Thresh does find Miori. Alkia will shut her down to follow. Ness in hookah, last one standing, but not for much longer. It's BBL. We'll take this one.
I mean, the round was kind of done and dusted right after the bathrooms fight, honestly. You find yourself 3v5, 5 seconds into a round of OT. It's a bit of a nightmare. And the fact that you get a double kill for the Gecko here and you end up getting one off the Thrash to try to close the round is even better. BBL all over that round from start to finish, and now they're going to try to close here on defense. Giant X had a great attacking half though. Seemed to find a lot of success, and it seems like they're just going to try to go for this A hit right off the bat.
Looks like that is indeed what they want to do. They commit the paint shells and the satchel. Make a quick explosive move in. Schnell, yeah, will be shut down here. Smurfette finding that opening kill. That's a great start here for Giant X.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Oh, yeah, that was exactly what they needed.
Yeah, and then the paint shells to zone off spawn side. And double entry from Smurfette. You got the double kill to open up for Proxima, and Smurfette immediately replies in the following round. Unless this is some kind of heroic 3v5 attempt for BBL, we're going to double OT here, Joy.
Yeah, it might be possible. Alkiedo finds Smurfette. Wentz is looking for the defuse. Will not be found just yet. They come out swinging, actually. Will not be enough. It's Giant X. We're going into double OT. You're right.
Sides. Overtime.
Yeah, well done. From both Sarah and Smurfette there, the double satchel into U-Haul. And then the follow-up flash through the truck. That was a huge move. Really, really good coordination between the Breach and the Raze there to disrupt the retake and clear out backside. Made it even harder for BBL, who once again were trying to flood into the site from spawn side. Like, their retakes are just way too one-dimensional. There's no Sentinel on the side of BBL. I'd really like to see... no Sentinel on either side. I'd really like to see BBL not just try to retake in through spawn side, but like get active on the flank or hit the TP. Do something a little different. Especially given the fact they're playing the Gecko. Like, there's so many different plays you can do. Haven't even seen them do bathrooms control and like a TP dive with the Gecko or something like that. It just really felt like they're trying to go for the same approach a lot of the time. So timeout here for Giant X. Moving back over to the defense for themselves. Have a chat about what to do versus BBL here. Who are just, working the map control. They again going for this B set play. Gonna get the Mosh straight into B long here. Fault line's ready there for Sarah right off the bat. Jolina's ready with the paranoia as well. Double satchel comes up on in, but still get the entry is ridiculous after all that util dumped, Joy.
Yeah. I mean, absolutely ridiculous. Alkia, no way that she gets that, but she still does. Sarah now so incredibly stuck in this corner. Have to just bide her time. As everything comes down, Sarah will pick up Alkia. Will be spotted out though, but now the rest of Giant X have arrived to the scene. Excuse me.
Bring them down.
Smurfette's tagging a little bit behind, but Ness is holding her own here so far. Gwen's dropping down from the hookah, will shut her down.
Going down now. Gwen's playing backside. You can see Proxima wrapping around towards spawn side. If she gets one kill, she can get Thrash online. She's actually playing the crossfire from elbow. What a great shot from Wenz, and Proxima ping-pongs perfectly off that contact. Beautiful round for BBL. Giant X are kicking themselves though, Troy. They took the timeout. They had the read. They had the perfect paranoia and fault line, and still lose that first pick. Felipa somehow able to connect the shot in the breach stun. They should have had Alkia dead to rights there and been able to get out scot-free in a 5-on-4, but it just did not quite go to plan.
No, and this is just, rounds being traded back and forth, and now we're going to see, can Giant X do it one more time? They're for sure making this interesting.
Same play. Straight into U-Haul. Was there a flash to support this time from Sarah? Alkia under pressure, getting pushed off by Smurfette. Proxima loses that duel inside bathroom. Schnell able to trade though, keeps that bathroom control, and now Giant X are all stuck in U-Haul here.
Yeah, that they are, and it's not looking great. Boombot will not really find anything just yet. Footsteps will be heard, but they have to be careful here. Get wrapped up on. Shadow Step being used here by Jolina just to try and reposition here. Sync up with the team once again. Schnell still in showers. Fake plant. They're running out of time. So they use the teleporter to just try and wrap their way around here. 2B. Time is ticking though. Wens gladly picks up Smurfette.
Wow.
Sarah offers herself as well, and BBL are just shooting them down, taking names in a double overtime round up on Bind.
Perfect anchoring from Wens, honestly, absolutely perfect. That off angle is really nasty, right side of the tube there. Like, these are the easiest kills of her life. As the anchor of B, as soon as the TP comes in, she instantly puts up that Viper wall and just plays the off angles on the back right side of tube there, and the rest of the team kind of floods in off the back of that. So BBL, the bind pick works out for them. They're able to pick up that win, but not without a pretty big scare there for Giant X. Really could have gone either way. Very, very tight upper bracket series that we've got in comparison to the other one between KC and G2. This one is really, really delivering.
Yeah, this is definitely delivering a little bit more than the series that we previously saw. For anyone who has missed that, that was a 2-0 win for G2 Gozen. Right now, you are watching Giant X versus BBL. And BBL have just taken the first round here, or the first map, rather, on Bind. I believe we will be tossing it to a little bit of a break, but after that, we will be coming back for Ascent, so don't go anywhere.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through Attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Do you feel what the eyes can't see? You hear it calling way down deep. Trust your heart, it'll keep you true. This world expects so much from you. From the dark out into the light, it'll come in the middle of the night. You were raised in the sacred place. Evil runs when it sees your face. From calls your name, you know it's your time. for more.
Well, it doesn't get much closer than that, does it? 2 OTs, a fairly tight scoreboard as well, and this is absolutely the match we were hoping for. On the back of a quick 2-0, we've got a long first map. Tom, what was your impression coming out of that? Because yes, BBL Queens do manage to take it in the end, but it got very close after a strong lead.
It did at times. It did kind of look like a map that neither of these teams had like massively played. Like there were a lot of like very aggressive battles. A lot of the first bloods I feel like really defined a lot of the rounds once teams were in post plants, and it was very heavily attacker sided.
Yeah, it absolutely was. We saw that the side swap brought hope back to GX as they won the pistol and then managed to follow up. Very close game in the end. Surprisingly, it's Sarah on a breach. It's the agent more so than anything else taking the MVP, Zach.
I mean, there were some really nice plays from Sarah in terms of both the kills as well as just setting up the team for the rest of the utility. But I think for BBL, the real star here is, remember, this is a map that they got 13-3 on the last time they picked it, but they've gone back to the drawing board. They made some adaptations, and I think the main thing that really stood out to me was their post plant and how strong it was. It seemed to be like layers upon layers. Like you'd have these two people on site that you'd have to take down, and then you'd have to clear out like another angle, and then there'll be someone in the back with the brim ult or some kind of post plant to like make it even more difficult to even get on the spike. So I think that their protocols were really great on attack, and yeah, they got a little bit sloppy in that second half, but that said, I think they were able to keep their resilience, and I think BBL, I'm very proud of BBL for being able to close this map out, honestly.
Well, at the end of the day, Tom, that was BBL's map pick. Up next is going to be Ascent. That's where GX wanted to take it, and I assume you're filled with hope for a good game out of GX after a close first map.
Yeah, I think this is their bread and butter map. Like the last we saw them, as in the clips we just witnessed, some very aggressive defensive side takes that they needed to just get any rounds on the board. For this map, they're a lot more comfortable. It's their most played map. They've had dominant defenses. I think they're 6-2 over the last few months, and it's a map that BBL have kind of moved away from in terms of how much they play it. We've only really seen it, I think it was second week of Split 1 in the group stage, so it's been a little bit of a while for them. Obviously, team map, there's still opportunities, and I'm kind of hoping maybe when we head towards the agents like that, maybe they do something a little bit different, because so far both these teams are a little bit cookie cutter for my liking.
Yeah, well, let's see if there's going to be any surprises coming out of left field. I believe Agent Select will be locked and loaded and ready to go. Zach, do you think, well, we've got about a minute or so to go, so I'll fill it in with this. Do you think we're looking at any either of these teams, if you had to pick one who's going to go for the change, who needs to change it up, do you think there is one? Do you think someone needs to change it?
Honestly speaking, I think that Ascent is a kind of map where that the team composition is never really gonna change as long as we're on the same patch where the duelists aren't buffed yet. So I don't think anybody's that crazy. I think that both the Jets here are very much Jet players. Yes, I know what I said. I stand by it. I think that when you have a Turkish Jet on a Turkish map, you're not gonna really want to pick something like Phoenix or, God forbid, like Euro or something. I know teams like to play it. I judge them for it. I don't. I think
Mitch,
the
you're a
Ascent
Liquid
comp is no.
A little bit. I'm impartial to a bit of Liquid gameplay. What are you trying to say, Tom?
Don't they play Euro on this map?
Yeah, you know, I don't have to like everything about them. You know, so sometimes you have to look past things for love, and I do that for Enzo. But it turns out our Agent Select is locked and ready to go. And Tom, let's see what you get.
the big thing here will be that they're still going to be switching up those roles, because obviously last time we saw them playing it was obviously still Schnell was the duelist, so you're going to see a lot of changes in terms of who's playing what, but for the most part, not going to be anything crazy. It is the standard, and let's be honest, probably the most successful comp that you see on this map, so am I bored of it? Absolutely. Is it the right composition to play? Probably yes.
I can see that. Was that coming into this? Do you think one of these teams has a leg up? We're getting cookie cutter comps, but any advantages out there?
I mean, like we did talk about before we went into the agent select, I think that Giant X just have more experience in recent times playing this map, and they're kind of on a roll here. I think the only time that they lost a set was to Falcons, so I think that they do have a leg up in that regard. But I mean, we saw BBL take a map that they didn't play at all this stage and just not stomp on it, but they had a really dominant first half and they were able to win. So I think it could go either way.
Yeah, well, it was a surprise first map, but this, no doubt, GX were a bit more ready for. Ascent is their pick, and it's time to bring in your casters. We've got Joy and Pilsky to bring you through all the action.
Thank you, Mitch. And yes, we are back indeed. This time on Ascent with a very standard comp, as you said. I heard that a few calls were made for the Phoenix, but that is truly a strategy that I've exclusively seen on Nasser for game changers. But what do you think?
I mean, yeah, it's the most standard comp for a reason, but there's a lot of different ways that you can play it. That's the thing that does make it somewhat interesting than just like, oh, people are playing the comp a certain way. You can play it very execute heavy, you can play it very default heavy. You know, you can play your defense in different ways and control the mains a lot, get the ult rolling, you can do mid traps, blah, 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 blah. I could go on forever. I've seen some deadlock on this map, though, over in Challengers NA instead of the KO, so that's making things interesting on the double senti. Some teams mixing in the Cypher, and we're about to get a big patch, so if anything's going to change things, that'll be it. You're going to get a tiles dive here for BBL and a B main set play out of GX, who are just going to pick up the pace after hearing all that util in mid, and I don't blame them. We're going to get ourselves into a pretty accelerated post plan unless BBL goes for a quick flood here, Joy.
Yeah, looks like BBL still taking their time to arrive to be here. Miori posted up here nicely next to the market, trying to see if anybody coming through there would become an easy kill. Shots are being fired from there, so Miori knows that somebody's about to come out. She does find it first, but she does get shut down after that. But GX have started kicking stuff off, and Alkia is the last one standing here.
Team Ace.
Wow.
And yeah, that was pretty fast.
Really, really good defense from Giant X in the post plant. They recognized exactly what the strat was. They ran their way into B, and immediately, as soon as this retake comes in, look at that fragment. You get the double peek from stairs and lane. Just great reactive utility to disrupt the retake attempt there for Giant X, and that's exactly what you want to do. If you recognize that a site's just free and open based off what the other team is doing on the defense, that gives you so much dead air time to organize how you're going to play the post plant right from the get-go, and it felt like Giant X knew exactly what they wanted to do to disrupt that retake and organize it in advance, and the execution was very clean, and it made for a very easy pistol for them. Now they go into the anti-eco here. Giant X, they're off to a good start on their map pick here.
And this time Wentz is posted up here. Ooh, will be shut down right away with the Bulldog. Not much else to be done there.
That's good stuff from Giant X. Just a couple pieces of util to isolate the aggressive Killjoy. They deny that B main info as well, and now they're going to smoke off bottom mid and go exploring elsewhere.
Yeah, Wentz being set up so deep must have given them the edge. That there were some other players posted up there. Schnell good for one until she gets shut down. Now Alkia spotted here by the Sentinel. Near the market door.
Entered.
They're getting harassed a bit by the classics.
Yeah.
There's the one way from Jolena. Maybe a little bit sticking out a little bit, you know. Got to be careful. Don't want to give the defense too much space to run out, especially with like a KO underarm flash or something like that. But as it stands, this is a really nice setup to defend heaven. Dart underneath balcony, but looks like it's going to be multiple people peeking off Ness's contact. And that's pretty easy shut down for Giant X. Really nice anti-eco converted there from them.
Yeah. Good start all around here for Giant X.
We'll see what BBL has on this gun round coming up. They haven't played too much Ascent in recent memory. Giant X is a team that they played out a lot in the group stage. In fact, they played 8 maps and 5 of them were Ascent. So they've got a lot of reps on this recently, whereas BBL really didn't play it too much during the group stage. They were playing a lot of the other map pool. Smoke to bottom mid and turret in B main here for Giant X. The Killjoy just applying a little bit of pressure towards the B site. Ness gonna drone up catwalk. Or is that a mid drone? Yeah, mid drone. So they clear mid. Don't see the alarm bot over there. And that's really threatening the B split now. You know, the Killjoy's got B main control with the turret. They've droned and cleared out mid. Alki's trying to re-clear mid and maybe look for an opening pick, but the dash comes back offline and there's not really much more she can do other than jiggle for info. Now you're seeing Giant X applying pressure towards catwalk, maybe trying to pull that jet away, but actually punishing the top mid peak, and now they're just going to turn this into a B split.
Yeah, that they are. I mean, really not a great start here on a round where we have much more equal footing on the side of BBL, because we have some rifles in hand here. But BBL, they're good for a few kills here before they get shut down. So it's all starting to look like this round is a lot more interesting. Xima with a knife. So now Schnell has also arrived here. Plant hasn't been confirmed yet, and they're starting to run out of time.
10 seconds left.
Ready for the swing.
Spike planted.
They need to plant now. Plant has been confirmed. Jolina finds one. Mior finds the other, and that is another round confirmed here for Giant X.
Yeah, huge resetting BBL early on. Only one with one gun surviving, but they'd already built up a fair bit of cash. That was kind of like their pseudo bonus round, although they came into it with a couple of Vandals and things like that. A few Bulldogs in there, so still a dangerous round, and they're able to come away with it. Really well done from Giant X. They're working the map quite well at the moment. You can see early on, they threatened the B split with the KJ taking B main control and the drone up mid. Then they try to, you know, pressure catwalk a little bit. They notice that the Jet's peeking top mid and they punish that aggression. And then they just go for the B split. Schnell sending it, licked the snap and absolutely sent it. And that one's been returned to sender straight away. She's out of the round. And we'll have to see what BBL can get done with the rest of this half by. The A site's open for business though for GX.
Yeah, that it is. Now drone gets committed here to try and just gather any sort of information. Will be turned off quite fast. As Dash already out here from the jet. That means that, you know, GX on the rest of the E-Mobile teammates just get 3 kills. Xima sent running here as well in tree. Shooting away with the sheriff, but nobody really willing to present themselves here.
Yeah,
you know, that like alone she's not gonna even attempt this defuse.
Giant X just playing the one way, making her life difficult. Flanks coming in for Miori, but it's Jolina to get it done. 4-0 for Giant X, 4 guns up. Their economy on this attacking side is excellent, and they look very comfortable on this map, and that's not surprising. Like I said, 5 reps on it in group stage. They are well and truly in their element. They played a lot of officials on this map. They look comfortable, confident, calm and collected. And BBL, they're looking a little bit rusty so far, but they haven't had that many gun rounds to show us what they're made of yet. So look, we'll give them the benefit of the doubt. In saying that though, Joy, in this game state, they have to win a fair few gun rounds in a row to start to break down the money of GX.
Yeah, absolutely, and it looks like Alkia is taking matters into her own hands. Picked up a operator to start off with.
In A main as well, the Jet's being scanned by the KO knife of Giant X though. He had the drone through just to clear the turret, which is a lot of pressure in the early round of B main, but that's where Miori goes ahead and just clears the turret of the defense and puts her own alarm bot down. So she's put a lot of pressure there for the attacking side of Giant X. In the meanwhile, Giant X have taken that A main control as well. So they deny info on both extremities, although the Sova Dart gives the line back to Wens there. B main info back for BBL. Giant X are going to turn this A main control into an execute, but there is 3 players here ready to defend from BBL.
Yeah. I mean, GX now committing heavily with their manpower, or well, women power, so to say. They do come out swinging here. Pick up 2. Smurfette on point.
30 seconds left.
Has that updraft available still to possibly jump on top here, but market door will be triggered. Denied here by Felipa.
This has just got to be a save. Like, they are not getting back into the site. That's just another really easy double entry for Smurfette. Similar to Bind, like when Giant X set her up well, and this is why Smurfette, I really like her on the duelist role. And you know, there's been a couple of stages of EMEA game changes where she's been, you know, the top rated player for first kill attempts and first bloods. We'll just give this the benefit of the doubt. They are hunting down these guns here, Giant X. They've got great money, so they're quite happy to keep taking the fights. They want to take the op out of Alkia's hands, and that's exactly what they do. Wen's the last one alive here, and even she's going to get hunted down to the ends of the earth, but she's at least able to get out of there with a Vandal. So, well done from Giant X, trading 1 for 2 and taking 2 more guns away from BBL. They're in total control of this game, but to pick up on what I was saying before, similar to Bind, as the attack timeout comes out, Smurfette is just so good as a traditional duelist on the entry in exactly these situations. Just these good side executes where she knows what her pathing is and she's supported by the right utility. The way that she finds entries into the site just looks so easy and so effortless. And if you have a duelist like that who, on attack, if you back them and you set them up right, you know they're going to consistently get you those results. That's exactly what you want.
Absolutely, it's everything that you want your Jet to do, and perhaps a little bit more as well. Bladestorm ready now for Smurfette, as well as from the shadows on both sides. BBL, they decide to call in a timeout as they find themselves 5 rounds down.
Yeah, they're just looking really rusty on this map. It really just feels like, I mean, I hate beating this narrative to death, but it really just feels like Giant X has played a lot of this map, and they're very comfortable on it, and BBL is very rusty right now.
Yeah, I mean, Giant X, they've done their homework here. For sure, picking this map.
Yeah, I wouldn't say BBL specific homework, more so just getting good at Ascent homework. And Ascent is just that classic map in the map pool that a lot of teams play. You know, if you're good at it, it's kind of a middle ground. It's a good map to be good at. That sounds like an obvious statement.
Oh,
wow,
my
A main
God.
fight. That's just way too easy.
That was, yeah. The drop down, the kills, the plant confirmed on A, and Felipa left a little puzzled with what exactly she's going to do.
Spike planted.
I mean, Giant X are just doing so many things right. Miori, that's an easy one on the Outlaw as well. She's going to get her lockdown off of that last kill. And Giant X, 6-0, maxed out all of their ults if Sarah gets one ult orb. I mean, it could not be going better for them. BBL need a serious... honestly, as BBL, I don't have confidence I can play out these gun rounds and win. I might even just throw like a DRX round in here or something, like pop the jet knife, send it down tiles and rip the Sova or something, because it feels like in terms of the macro, Giant X is just outplaying you every step of the way.
Yeah. Yeah, you need to change something up to try and, you know, stop the stride of Giant X here. Get something on the board for yourself. If it's not just for the sake of the game, it's also for the sake of your mental, right?
Hey, main knife.
Giant X not giving them an inch so far.
Yeah, this is going to be a pretty standard one for Giant X. Drone goes in. Probably chuck the Killjoy ultimate down and get yourself into a post-plant dash over the top of the site, but not clearing out Wenz, and it's not timed well at all with a flash or a drone. Any util really to set up Smurfette for success this time, and Wenz is getting damage done inside of the site.
Yeah, I mean, she was good for 2 kills, eventually will fall, but Philippa good for another one, and yeah, all of a sudden this is looking quite winnable here for BBL.
Last player standing.
Yeah, I mean, what do I have left to say? It's a 1v4 for Miori. That's pretty unwinnable, and so BBL, it's been 6 rounds, but finally they get one on the board for themselves.
Yeah, I think Giant X, like, they had the KO knifing towards A. I don't know if the KO got back in time to flash for the Jet, but if you're going to go for that oversight dash, you need some supporting pieces of util. Like, you need a Sova Dart. I mean, the KO was in B main, but I think, or I'm pretty sure the KO was in B main there. Like, you need a flash over the top of the site to at least blind the site anchor and a dart flying into tree when you're dashing over site like that, because that was way too easy for Wenz to defend.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you need something to back you up instead of just, you know, aimlessly jumping in and hoping for the best.
Alki bullying Timmy the turret, and the drone pushing back the Killjoy anchor of Miori. Proxima really looking to push the issue. Out comes the KO ult, and Proxima actually catching Ness on the timing there on the cross. As this A hit comes in, you see the turtle coming in from BBL, trying to hold on to A main control. Flank coming in on B main at the same time. And Sarah goes down. The swing from heaven is really well timed. Can we res Sarah here? It's going to be tough.
Oh, with the, yeah, maybe with the smoke. I mean, yeah, of course, nowhere. Yeah.
Well, you could TP as Jolina. Yeah, this is a TP to beat. You can see already Alki is kind of reading it, though. She's already on a quick rotation. Maybe you need to just sync up the spacing with Philippa, though.
Might be, because I don't know if Jolina is going to be able to isolate these ones out. Just got a super nice crosshair placement here. Finds that kill. That's a 3K for her. Oh, but the shock dart, so nasty, and that will shut her down. Philippa grabs the second round here for BBL.
Yeah, good stuff from BBL. Doing something a little different this time. KJ in A main, the wine control as well. They had the KO bottom mid. It's interesting, like they're putting agents in the positions I'd want those agents in. Sorry, they're putting players in positions where I want them to be, but the agents are not where I'd expect them to be, if that makes sense. Like the KJ's pushing into A main, and the Jet was pushing into A main a lot. Like usually I'd expect the KO Omen to be playing A a lot. Now they're finally moving the Jet over to B main a lot more, and she has got a beef with Timmy the turret. Like this is something else, and actually Miori's finally saved Timmy from being bullied. She's recalled him, so he's on a shorter cooldown, and he won't just get bullied for nothing this time.
No, exactly. Timmy will not be wasted, and he will not be forgotten as he gets pulled back. But up top here,
all of our
Jolina. It's a pretty nasty angle to have if you're caught completely by surprise here. For BBL, that will be the case, but no chance had here for a second frag. Chanel ready to back up Wenz.
Yeah, GX really threatening the B split here. They know that Alki has been very active in B main this entire time. Dark goes over the top, so they know Miori is here. And in the meanwhile, Giant X are actually forcing their way into defense, spawn into a 180 crossfire, but Proxima not ready for that at all. And Philippa can't really get involved in the round.
Oh, Philippa will swing. Good for 2, but will be dropping. Spike retrieved here. Now in a 1v2, Schnell, former duelist, has pulled off a lot of nutty plays. And I'm ready to see her pull off this one too. Now Timmy is back from his nap.
Dart's up as well.
Dart is up. Way in the boathouse. Down to 7 HP. Trying to run them on the clock. Find a peek
Perfect.
here, but that will not be done. Perfect double swing here from Giant X to close out the round.
Yeah, good dart as well, just pinging the Omen as she comes in for the retake. And taking, you know, 150 HP. BBL really trying to bully this A main defaulting Omen. Probably even up inside of that one-way smoke thrown by the defense. You can even hear the Jolina probably throwing those smokes towards middle. If you're close enough to the Omen, for those who don't know. BBL looking to get aggressive into middle this round, though. And change things up. See how it works out for them. Diving straight into tiles here. Alkia trying to get some spam kills off of the dart, but it doesn't get as many scans as she would have liked.
Oof. No, Alkia actually ends up getting caught here and falling as first blood, and that's not what you want for your Jet.
They haven't cleared wins. This could be a problem for GX. This is not a position that you're going to be really checking or ready for. If she has good enough trigger discipline here, she could probably win this round for BBL.
Slowly they're starting to creep up. Maybe she can catch one in the back here.
Oh no.
Ooh, yeah, that's...
Not like this, Joy.
That's a shame. Yeah, that's a shame. I agree.
I mean, now Giant X are just pivoting towards that A site. But BBL are aware of this. They've cleared out most of B and a lot of middle. You've already got the Killjoy close-up cat, the Omen, and the Sova are already here to defend this A hit. It's a decent position.
That it is. Paranoia. Not connecting. Beautiful kill here from Philippa. Looking for more. Still dancing around in hell. It's Philippa and Schnell. But they will both be shut down by Ness. Ness actually on a 4K. Running out of time though. She has to find this final kill. Planting is not an option anymore. Do we get the ace here? She has to try and get it. The shot dart will confirm it. And Ness, she draws GX over the line with an ace. And what a way to do it.
It's unreal.
Unbelievable. Oh my god.
Was the player to defend that aggression from the Jet right off the bat, and then this was just not going well for Giant X by any stretch of the imagination. This round was completely falling apart, and Ness literally like 1v4s there. Like no one else on Giant X really did anything. She just won all of those aim duels. Big game aim fight here though. Oh, that's a nice little dink coming in there for Schnell. You see Smurfette diving forward, though, looking to try to take the fight to BBL, and she will win that entry, as she does. Just Smurfette things, winning every bloody first kill, no matter what.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Oh, I am still recovering from this ace spill scheme. It was absolutely amazing stuff. See the shadow step, but it will not be doing a lot as Schnell just gets shut down right away here. Now Smurfette incredibly low. Shock Dart might be able to finish her, doesn't quite connect.
Spike planted.
Rifle retrieved here by Wens.
I mean, what can you really do in the 2-on-5? To be honest, I think maybe even consider the idea of saving. Oh, that was not the sharpest from Sarah. There's been a couple whiffages from her, but I tell you what, when you're up 9-2, I'm not sure how much you care. It probably doesn't really matter too much. They are completely dominating Giant X, and they could potentially get a 10-2 half here unless BBL can combo their ults well. And BBL, I gotta say, like, especially some of the positions that I'm seeing their agents in, it doesn't really feel to me like they actually have a really good handle on how to play the defensive side of Ascent, to be honest.
Deploying drone.
Yeah.
You should run.
Okay, that's 2 lockdowns being thrown at each other here, so this is just pretty much every... Oh, okay. We also are trading out Hunter Furies, but Jolina will win out that trade. Lockdowns. Not destroyed. Miori winning that trade here over Alkia is massive as well. Smurfette still lying in the weights here, as we do see the rest of BBL trying to make their way here onto that B side. But now, it seems that the call is to save, but Wentz actually is still good for 2 kills.
This last round, they can't. They gotta go for this. They gotta wait out. The KO ult is the issue. Full util here for Philippa, and she can't use a single crumb of it.
Yeah, no, Philippa wrapped around through the market, so... Dropping down, they're looking for the spam here. She turns around, gets it done, but Wentz will be shut down. It's a 1v1 here, Jolina versus Philippa. Philippa with the blind, still dancing around. Philippa's defusing, it needs to be stopped, and Jolina will do just that.
And Giant
that
X.
Is 10-2 half that you asked for.
Yeah, I mean, they are just much better at this map right now. Like BBL, I don't know if it's Rust. They haven't had any officials so far in this stage of game changes, but their defensive path was really not great. And I have to say, Giant X, like, they played a pretty good attacking half, as far as I'm concerned here on Ascent. This is looking like a pretty clean map win for them, and I really would not be surprised if we're heading to Sunset real soon here, unless BBL has some crazy attacking side. It's going to have to start with the pistol, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's how all good comebacks start, Pilski, with a pistol.
It's true. They're taking their time on this one, though. Not respecting the A main one way. Chanel pushes straight through that and gets a lot of information. Smoke to bottom mid to deny some info. And even just those steps and that TP has drawn out a 4-player rotation for Giant X. They've left the entire side of the map open. They have a lot of faith that Timmy's just going to lock down B by himself, but he does not throw hands that hard this round. And BBL straight into the site for free. That is a crazy spam kill for Miori, though. Just spamming at the switch. Oh, unlucky for BBL.
Very unlucky. I mean, yeah, as you said, Timmy holding down B side alone. He doesn't have a lot of hands to throw, sadly. So Giant X will pick up another kill off of the back of that. Now BBL actually showing their teeth, picking up a few kills. Oh. Proxima. Retreating back here to the side. I mean...
One enemy remaining.
They don't have a lot to play with here, as Philippa finds one more. But it will be Miori that draws it over the line with a nasty 3K. Finds that defuse.
Oh, that is robbery from Miori. Absolute robbery. Spamming the jet on the entry to switch, and then a 1-on-2 like that. Multiple players whiffing on her in lane. Like, look at both of these players. That one was BS. Don't get me wrong. I mean, she predicted the jet entry. That's great. You got to give credit where credit's due. But like, AD spamming at waist height and hitting a headshot. That's just unlucky. And then the 1v2. I mean, we didn't get a replay of it, but they had a 2-player crossfire on lane. They double peeked her, and no one landed a shot. And she just flick one tap both of them. Like, that cannot be allowed to happen when you're this far behind.
That was pretty nutty, as well as you do see BBL actually taking names now that they finally got some guns to play with, but 3v3 don't want to go to match point just yet. But now their spike carrier has been killed, and Omen's so extremely low on Schnell. Now Wentz has showed up, but gets clean tapped in the head here by Sarah. Sarah didn't like you calling her out like that, Pilski. You were like, nah, I'm gonna show Pilski that I can do some clean head taps too. Oopsies happened.
She's sharp. She is sharp, and she's just gonna run in and classic Schnell. Good stuff. I mean, BBL, they got into that A side. That was a decent attempt on the force in the A execute. They got in there. Things were happening. They got that 1-for-1. They just took so much damage doing it. And unfortunately, GX not letting them get comfortable on the site, not letting them get into the post plant. I mean, that was what was impressive. Last 3 bullets, that's great trigger discipline on the Bulldog to just tap away. And why reload the Bulldog? Just wide swing with the classic. You're up 11-2. Time to send a message and send us through to Sunset.
Yeah, I mean, that's absolutely what it's looking like right now. Giant X, they have just been pummeling down on BBL here. on Ascent. Ooh, Jolina. A lot of shots being traded here, and still they're spamming through the smoke and just connecting. So much damage. But they're all moving together and they're about to be completely sandwiched in.
That's just done. That is just positionally an exact counter to this exact strat. Killjoy is coming in on the flank. They're getting absolutely destroyed from heaven. Flanked from all angles.
And
that was the perfect reaction from GX, Joy.
Yeah, I mean, it could not have been played more perfectly for them as everybody moved in together, as I said, completely sandwiched.
And Giant X, I mean, perfect game of Ascent. They looked way, way better on that map. Their defense was fantastic. Sorry, their attack was fantastic. Their defense was very good as well. We didn't really need to see very much of it because they got a 10-2 win. And even the rounds that they did struggle in, they had individual players just pulling off some brilliance and some clutch plays. So really everything going the way of Giant X after a very, very tight game of Bind that might have left them a little bit disappointed. This realistically probably could have been a 2-0. I'm sure they're going to ride that momentum though through to sunset after really stomping on Ascent. And I think for BBL, they're going to have to go back to the drawing board and see if they can pick themselves back up.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, going, let's see how we are going to see that on our final map. So grab yourself a drink, grab yourself a snack. We're going to toss it to a small little break as we're heading to Sunset, which will be our last map of tonight. So don't go anywhere.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through Attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Do you feel what the eyes can't see? You hear it calling way down deep. Trust your heart, it'll keep you true. This world expects so much from you. From the dark out into the light, it'll come in the middle of the night. You were raised in the sacred place. Evil runs when it sees your face. Throne calls your name. They won't take you alive. test your soul. You will walk out pure and whole, stronger than the day before. Tomorrow you'll fight for more.
Well, it certainly felt like GX were ready for that pick anyways. 13-2, a quick one. You're probably thinking you only saw us a couple minutes ago, but that's an entire map gone by. And, well, a bit of a surprise, Tom, perhaps, after that close first map?
To be honest, yes and no. It's a surprise in the fact that I think we expected a little bit more from BBL, but I think we got what we expected from the side of GX. So this has been their most played, their best map. I think every single player on the team is comfortable. It's roles that fit the team very well. And as we know, when the individuals on that GX side get rolling, they said it themselves with Ness in the interview earlier. They feel like they're invincible. And I'll be honest, in this map, they looked it.
They absolutely did, Zach. And I mean, a lot of that comes down to the first half because there wasn't very much of the second half, I guess.
I mean, when you end the half 10-2, that's pretty much going to be the case most of the time, I would agree. And I think throughout, Giantx were just, like Tom said, incredible. Every single player was incredible in the agents that they were playing, constantly dependable on whether it was a clutch situation, whether it was a frag situation, like this round, for example. Ness has to go clutch, 14 HP left, no time to plant the spike, and yeah, just a shock dart to be able to confirm the round here. This 1v2 as well, like 10-2, you're in a 2v1, and I know at this point the momentum is firmly in favor for the side of Giantx here, but still, the clutch here to come out of Miori in this round, like the fact that Miori was not only able to just get these headshots, but also in terms of positioning, I think Pilsky made a really good point there that BBL, they just have the wrong players in the right positions, but you don't want your Killjoy pushing A main, you don't want your Omen dying early, so I think those were a lot of fundamental mistakes that BBL were making as well.
Yeah, I'd be inclined to agree with you there, Tom. You see, I guess it's easy to analyze those sort of maps. There's a dominant scoreline for GX. They did everything right, but the fact is, BBL also kind of looked outclassed in some of those moments. I think especially the fact that Alkia comes in, pretty good display coming in on map 1, but it slows down even more so here. I feel like she hasn't hit her stride in the series.
I think a lot of it was more so having to try and force the issue. Like when you're down, especially on that defensive side, like you're coming up against what is a very all-in team. Like GX are very happy to basically go, okay, this is our goal. We're going to send Smurfette in. Jolina will clean up the pieces, and it all becomes quite an easy story for them. So then your opponent, as we saw from GX on the last map, try and be reactive, try and be aggressive. And so you have rounds where like Alkia's just rushing through B main to destroy a turret. I think it was something that Pilsky was highlighting a lot. Like she really didn't like Timmy, but it just came down to points of, okay, are you losing a player's life for a turret? Or are you trying to just continue to push that space? And then it gets even easier for GX because they go, okay, if they're going to push us, they have to peek into a duel versus us. Yeah, good luck winning that fight.
Well, having looked at the previous map, and I mean, I'm happy to move on because it was such a quick and clean one. We're looking at the next, Sunset. And this is somewhere that I think could play out as a bit more of a middle ground. Zach, I'm curious to get your thoughts because whilst BBL have done well on it, okay, versus Valiant, the reality is I think I might swing with GX momentum and Hey-C taken down on this map as well. Where do you think these two teams stand on Sunset?
I mean, I definitely think, like you said, in terms of previous statistics and stuff, I think that they're pretty evenly matched. But I think Giantx overall, they're a team that has had more time to synergize together. And I think that individually, in terms of like how comfortable they are in their roles, I would be inclined to side with them as well. Especially since after that stomp of a map 2, the momentum is like just in their favor. So I would be inclined to go towards them as well. Especially since looking at the agent composition here, I would totally like go for the Gecko over the Sage here because it just provides you so much more valuable utility, especially when you're starting off on that attacking side.
Well, Tom, I'm curious to get your thoughts of the Sage versus Cypher play.
Yeah, I think it depends on how you're really looking at things. Like, a lot of the time, the Sage can be used in sort of proactive ways on the attack to lock things down, but also just shut angles out. I think the Cypher is going to be a bit more of a dynamic site hold, so I slightly prefer that, especially on a map where information is so important. But you can expect with a Breach Gecko on either side that both teams defensively are going to have to be proactive. You're going to look for set plays. You're going to look to put those duelists into place. And I think whoever does that the best is ultimately who's going to be the one winning the map.
Well, I see this map, I see a Sage, and I see an Omen. And Zach, you're probably with me. I'm thinking Paper X. We could have some nasty little setups, some sneaky plays on top of that Sage wall. We'll see if that comes through. For now, we're going to toss it over to our casters. We've got Joy and Pilsky waiting to take you through this map.
Absolutely, we are. I mean, I personally can't wait to hit Sunset and see who is going to come out on top, if it's going to be Giant X or if it's going to be BBL Queens. What do you think, Pilsky?
I think it could really go either way. It really just depends. I think it's going to be much more similar to that Bind game, where it's going to be a bit more back and forth, whereas I feel like Ascent, one team had just played it so much more and they looked like they were much more match fit and had a better understanding of the map. This one, I think Sunset sees, less reps in general than I think the level of comfortability a lot of teams will get on a map like Ascent. BBL Queen's definitely sipping that Paper X juice with the Sage comp mixed in there. But, fundamentally, it is just, as the desk highlighted, a difference in Sentinel at the end of the day. So BBL starting out on that defensive side. And Giant X, it seems like already they're looking to apply some pressure to mid. They've got the camera for B main, having a little bit of a look at the push over there. Don't think either team's going to be rushing into anything early on here. It's probably just going to be the mid control with the Gecko flash straight up here.
Yeah, I mean, stakes are high for both teams. Oh, I've spotted Wens out.
So Giant X putting a lot of pressure on middle and actually threatening that mid to A split, which prompts out the immediate Sage wall for Wens just off of util pressure. And in the meanwhile, after threatening pressure towards middle, Giant X are just going to contact walk up A.
Chanel, first one to make contact here. Paint shells do a little bit of damage here, but it will be GX that picks up the first kill here. And they will get rolling from there. Now Philippa and Alkia left standing, both on one side of this A side. Spy cam will be replaced here for that after plant. Oh, actually rotating around here. They might be able to catch Philippa in the back.
Potentially so. The spike didn't go down. But Giant X, as you mentioned, staying active. Although they lost the pick in elbow, that's fine. They're still in a 3-on-1 and they know exactly where Alkia is here.
Yeah. Yeah, with Alkia getting that kill, it's pretty set where she is supposed to be. Sarah is very low. So probably hanging a bit back here. Everybody actually on the side of GX low. I mean, if Alkia gets a nice isolation, but she will not be granted that, as Miori will shut her down on top of that fault line. Giant X taking piss around here.
Yeah, well done from Giant X. Baited out that Sage wall top middle, and although all of that pressure, like for threatening the mid to A, still kept 3 players stacked on that A site, it's really just the way that they layered their util into the site, and the fact that it didn't really feel like BBL had a strong idea of how to actually hold that A push through elbow. And that's another thing that the desk was talking about. Looking at these Breach Gecko comps, it's about who can set up the better play and who can, be proactive. And if you're BBL and you're turtling into that A site and hiding on the gen crossfire, and you're not like catching them with a fault line timing, or like Gecko flash peeking in with like a raise satchel or something like that, then you're usually not really playing to your comp strengths, and you're kind of just getting util dumped on and pushed into a corner. And that's really what it felt like on that pistol defense for BBL.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, now dark cover here. Just to try get a bit of movement out of BBLs. We do see a big creep up coming into B main here. Gonna run into Wens. So far, no kills have been found. Everybody falling quite low as the satchel out from Smurfette will actually seal her fate here. Tucked away in the corner is Chanel, and Sarah will find her. Good for almost a third here. Sarah on the hunt for more. Ness will be confirming that kill instead. We'll pick up a second here as well. Now it's just Proxima left. But will be shut down as well as Giant X are running with their lead here.
Yeah, nice anti-eco. 4 players surviving, and they kept rifles over. You know, 3 Bulldogs and a Phantom to take into the bonus round is a dangerous buy to be going up against. And they're even going to upgrade to a Vandal, so they are very much going for this one.
Yeah, really want to hold on to this early lead.
Oh, for sure. And I'll tell you what, these B executes are a hell of a lot easier against the Sage comp, that's for sure. I mean, you're running in against Cypher when you're not playing the Sova comp, or Sova instead of Gecko to clear the trips and things like that. You'd be quite happy to play against the Sage with the Gecko breach comp, because trips are way less of an issue and you can kind of just run your plays into the other team. Little bit of B main and mid pressure here for GX, and after that, they're hoping that they pulled an extra rotate over to the B site. BBL already had 3 towards B anyway. The Gecko's keeping an eye on top mid, and it's just Wens on an info line towards Elbow, and Giant X now walking up, trying to catch her. The fault line's being held by Sarah in tiles.
Yeah, Wens will be walling that off. But that wall that will not be standing for very long. Paint Shells committed here to clean out the corner. We now see Giant X pushing forward here.
Yeah, you can see Felipe ready with that reactive breach util in on spawn side. In comes the execute for Giant X though.
Yeah, Dizzy finds a target, but not a lot else. So swing out is here from Giant X. They do get a nice trade here onto Smurfette. Jolina though still standing, but everybody tucked into that corner will be falling to the guns of Giant X. As we do see the plant
Spike planted.
confirmed, but Alkia with the Vandal starts spraying away, swings out, is good for another one actually. Now Chanel has arrived to the scene, Alkia on the 3k, and all of a sudden this game has just turned up its head here with BBL and their 2 rifles. Yeah, Alkia, the big hero of this round for sure, with a nice 4k.
Oh, surely you give her the defuse. Oh, it was just a UI bug. I thought Chanel was still on it, but Alkia going to be given the rocket, and BBL does not win that round any day of the week without Alkia.
For sure.
I mean, I like the reactive Sage wall in towards Elbow to kind of break up the timing of that execute. That actually allowed BBL to get into positions to rotate. They had Proxima throw the Dizzy over the top. They had the fault line on Elbow. The issue was they didn't capitalize on any of that util. They didn't really peek off of it. They didn't really capitalize and get any kills and lock down the execute. So Giant X, they actually did kind of pull off that A hit successfully, but Alkia going mental on the raise kind of saves them a little bit there.
Yeah, Chanel.
Oh no.
Makes a really, really big entry, but there we go. Felipe here with the spray down. Picks up 2, will be dropped in the end as well. 3v2 now for Giant X.
That's very sad.
Yep.
Like they had the Omen, or was it the breach? No, it was the Omen raised in the right position. No, it was the Omen.
Yeah.
Yeah, like those are good agents to defend that B hit. You had the rocket there, you had the smoke on the B stairs and the paranoia. They're still going for this though. They're going to try to get that Sage wall down and potentially win the post plant that way, but there is so much Gecko util here. They got to kill the wall. They weren't ready for the wall. Oh, the Gecko is still on the spike. No way they just wall defused that. You cannot let that happen as GX. That's unreal.
That's actually really, really sloppy. Proxima being able to find that defuse with the wingman, and then the Sage wall was amazing.
That's just not having reps against Sage on this map, I feel. Honestly, like they just were not ready for the wall defuse, which is a big strength of this comp. Obviously, you can chuck a smoke down. A lot of the time you watch PRX on this map, they're throwing a smoke down and then walling behind the smoke and putting the Gecko wingman on the spike and just flooding in with it. Like, it's multiple layers of harassing the post plant. Here's a tiles dive with the raised rocket though. Miori, nice opener onto Chanel, but immediately traded by Alkia, and in goes the Gecko all into that B site.
Yeah, Thresh not really able to find anything. No, Wentz will gladly pick up a kill there. Smurfette now for the wraparound. Backed up here by Jolina. Send out Paranoia. Still, Wentz manages to pick up one, and now Proxima dancing around Ness here. Ness will find that upper hand. Alkia, they're trying to draw her out, but Alkia wins that every day of the week.
That's
BBL
crazy.
starting to take a lead here.
That round got really messy. That was definitely a chance for GX there.
Oh, yeah.
And look, the desk was saying Alkia was not really rolling on Ascent after a good map 1. Well, I'll tell you what, a 4K in that first gun round, and then she saves them with a 3K here. She has had multiple big multi-frags that have saved BBL from getting reset, saved BBL from losing rounds that were pretty much dead and gone at times. So it's really been worth her weight in gold here. B main being contested by the breach util of BBL here. Wall up, oh, cheeky wall up, puts them on this info line towards A. Would have really preferred to leave the Sage there, to be honest, if anything. Now the Gecko's kind of trapped here and can't use the util around the map to be able to find info, but I mean, at least you've got info down the bottom of A main and a cheeky little off angle that might find you a pick later in the round. The wall will break at some point, though.
Yeah, exactly. If just nobody shows up there, then this is a lot of wasted time on the side of BBL, and it looks like this time Proxima has decided to start rotating. She will find Miori and be shut down there.
Yeah,
Girl
and look at
theft
this
immediately
roll.
committed. Yeah.
Yeah, they know that BBL is very out of position here, and Wentz just has nothing. She's used both slow orbs, she's used her wall, she's just solo in elbow with nothing but a gun, but she's putting it to use here, Joy.
Yeah, that she absolutely is. Massive of her to find Smurfette there as well.
How is
and
she
then
alive?
finds a second. How is she doing this? Still has the heal and the rest in hand, by the way. They need to deal with this Sage up in elbow. Jolina kick things off here for Giant X. Spike. Jolina.
Spike planted.
Planting this onto that A side. I mean, the Sage is still there. The rest of BBL starting to rotate in. There's a Rolling Thunder for the swing. But still, BBL, they find their mark here. They shut down Sarah. Miori, though, is good to find Wentz here. So no resurrection will be coming in this round anymore. Jolina with the shadow step to the reposition. Just try to find that crossfire, but it's Miori that finds Felipa. Alkia, last one standing, picks up one. Can she do it? Can she pick up two? She needs to defuse. Gets it halfway. But she will not complete that. Jolina takes her time, finds her target.
Oh, that round was just everything, everywhere. Could not keep track of it. But big clutch from Jolina. And this game really, really back and forth. Definitely reminds me of Bind. A lot of very, scrappy back and forth rounds where everything is being thrown at the round by both teams in a very small portion of the map. Less so about, the push and pull and map control, and much more about just massive brawls over these bomb sites.
Yeah. And GX, they've decided to call in a little bit of a timeout. They've tied up the scoreline now. They don't want to let BBL run away with it after they have just lost 3 consecutive rounds.
Yeah, this one probably a bit more of a nerve settler for Giant X after, a hectic back and forth round. You call a timeout in a round like this, knowing that you've broken the money of BBL. You just need to calm the team down and kind of align them on where the game state is and what you need to do in the next couple of rounds, and just kind of see if you have a bit of a read on the way that BBL is playing so far, remind them the tendencies and things like that, because, you're going into an anti-eco here, you're going up against the Sheriffs. You just need to keep things nice and clean and calm, and then align yourself for the next gun round.
Patient so far. A little bit of noise made here in B main.
B main control taken. Giant X linking up with Miori down in tiles. That is an angle that exists in the game. These are the Omen Sage Wall shenanigans that were being mentioned.
Oh.
Wenz is continuing to be very sharp on the Sheriffs, and in the blink of an eye, we've lost 2 picks. One of them from the Sage boost. Sarah's going to try to flip the narrative, though. Nice 2k from her to restore a bit of a sense of normalcy. Look out for Chanel and Elbow, though.
Yes, her Sheriff doesn't do a lot of damage at the moment. Jolina will find her. Up in the smoke, it's still Proxima.
Planted.
Has all util available to her, but would be wise to wait for the backup of Alkia. Alkia creeping up closer and closer. Has to take her time here to clear every corner. Oh, a very unlucky bounce back here, but Alkia actually able to pick up a 2k. Now it's Jolina to clutch it out, the shadow step. She picks up 1. She has to pick up the second, and she does once again. Jolina clutches this out.
She keeps bailing Giant X out of these situations. Winning every clutch, winning every XVX. This game really could be going either way, but Jolina winning every clutch. Alkia having multiple big multi-frags. This round definitely got spicy against the Sheriffs. And I think, you know, timeout was called. Coach was probably saying, hey, it's only Sheriffs, guys. Let's just make sure we close out this anti-eco nice and clean. The last thing you want to see is your Omen having to pull off a 1v2, but at least you took the round. Their economy very battered and bruised as a result of that. Showstoppers here for Smurfette. BBL's got 4 big ults ready to go. Rolling Thunder and the Showstopper could be very difficult to defend in the post plant for Giant X here. Raze is already in position, ready to respond to this B threat.
There's a Showstopper into the corner that will take out Alkia. No Showstopper for them this time, but it is BBL that manages to pick up 2 kills here. Actually, Proxima picks up 3. Wingman still in hand. Ness has to really bide her time here. Last man standing just has to try to isolate these fights out. She has to try to look for that fast reload, but now she's being cornered in, and BBL is shut her down to equal up the score once again.
Good stuff from BBL. Despite losing that opening pick to Smurfette, I mean, the nade pulled for Alkia, which actually does kind of break up the push a little bit, and you can see Proxima and Schnell get some impact off the back of that nade, even though Alkia does just get dunked by the rocket. I think Schnell was on top of Market over the top of the smoke, and Proxima playing the pivot position from the backside of the B site really does a good job shutting down that B hit. They had 3 players ready in position, and they defended it well. So Giant X, this is the consequence of these rounds getting so close here, Joy. Against the Sheriffs and in multiple rounds, Jolina being required to clutch. They are broke now. Smurfette trying to go over the top of the wall, but doesn't quite get the movement right. There was a chance there for an opening pick to be found over the top of that Sage wall. If the satchel movement was on point, the fault line was hit, but missed opportunity for Giant X. Back to the drawing board now towards middle.
Yeah, taking their time, slowly making their way towards that B side. Oh, Alkia deciding to pop that Showstopper. Who doesn't actually immediately fire that shot. Could have had a nice double with that, but she does find Ness. Miori, good to trade that one out though. Still no resurrecting play.
This is getting awkward. The Spike's trapped in market. Giant X kind of repositioning
30 seconds left.
back towards middle. Oh, they're going to Omen ult it? Yeah, Jolena picks that up with the Omen ult. Now they have actually a free A side. Smurfette in a disruptive position. They got Miori with a Vandal on the lurk. Oh, BBL. This could be a very nasty round to lose.
This could definitely be a nasty round to lose as everybody on the side of GX is set up to take some names. We see some guns, some gunfire coming out here. The trade of Miori in the spawn. And she will win out here. Smurfette actually falls though on site. Trash will be committed right away. Trying to clear out anyone who's further there. Miori good for a third. Jolena still on site. That defuser needs to be shot. Can't find the shots though, and the defuse will stick, and that is BBL taking the round.
Yeah, Thrash gets a double detain there. That makes all the difference for BBL, but that really got sloppy for a second. Giant X definitely putting themselves in a winning position, to be honest. The double detain was absolutely huge. Smurfette as well, going down that early before the other players could kind of get involved in the post plant, giving duels away to Giant X before the spike even gets tapped. Can sometimes kind of backfire. Crash up now for Giant X. And they're just going to use it straight away. It's just a set A hit. Reactive wall and slow orb out of Wens. Trying to keep them at arm's length. She's going to play on top of this as well. Seems like Giant X are somewhat aware of that. Trying to clear the Sage wall now and make their way up elbow. But it's a little bit difficult to get into this A site. And they definitely won't make it in before the full rotation comes in here for BBL.
That might become really tricky for them as Smurfette decides to jump into Alkia's face. Alkia will take that free kill any day of the week now. All of a sudden, it's really starting to look scrappy here on the side of GX. Crash doesn't find any targets this time. Miori finds the trade, and there's a Rolling Thunder coming out here for Sarah. She decides to swing out onto the side. Can't connect the shots. It's such a messy fight here, but Proxima still holds her ground onto the side. Now it's Sarah. 4 HP left to play with. Has to find some really clear head taps. She's just starting to try and swing out, but there's just nothing that can be done. BBL, they're on the roll now.
Yeah, these are some really, really messy fights. A lot of pressure on both teams, it seems, right now. And we're just, yeah, as I mentioned before, really hard fighting for A. There's no sowing seeds of doubt, you know, working map control and then, you know, pivoting back in the mid-round. There is no mid-round. It's literally just, I'm hitting A and the other team is hard rotating A and we're 5v5 fist fighting over the site. And, you know, may the stronger team win. That's what this game feels like. And to be honest, that's really what Bind felt like. This feels like Bind 2.0 to me. Giant X back on the pistols. Dizzy clears our middle. Ness going to pick it back up. Boombot into market. Little bit of info towards B main as the camera's taking a peek on in there.
A lot of people in the market, but actually Smurfette to find the first frag here. Miori shot down is a really nice start of the round. BBL now a kill up. They have their resurrect available. They might be able to sandwich Wentz, and then that denies that one more time here. Felipa though manages to trade her out. Every piece of util just getting thrown back and forth here. Paint Shell's doing a lot of damage, forcing these two remaining players off. They're running out of time. Alkia still up in the market. Proxima though, backed up by Alkia, will close this one out for BBL.
Last round.
Yeah, well done. Things got a little bit spicy there for a second, especially after they lost Schnell there. Wens is trying to do the dance of just staying alive. And with the smokes player dead, there's no B main smoke for her to play around, and, you know, not much she can really do there. So staying alive is the best she could do. Allowed the rest of BBL to kind of get into positions to kind of harass the other team. You know, a lot of the times he'll flood with a util dump, but in that case, they were just kind of playing the Rangers versus the Sheriffs. Giant X now looking like they want to just get a B split going, but they've been denied entry into B main by the fault line and the paint shells. Trip broken in B. And once again, this info line set up for the Gecko. Proxima has got all of A control, but that is not really useful when you're getting market split.
No, and that's the opener that they wanted here on the side of Giant X. Cypher uploading, meaning that they've now revealed everybody. They know exactly where everyone on the side of BBL is. The plant will be confirmed. On that B side, they can hear the market door. Will be shot at here by Wentz as she backs off. Thresh to clear the market will be stopped. And finally the Resurrect is coming through, and all of a sudden we're looking at an equal playing field once again, but not for long as Miori is not having that. Ness finds a nasty hat tap here onto Wentz. Another one for Miori, make it 4 as now finally Giant X get another round for themselves.
Yeah, that was another really clean gun round. Clinical for Giant X. Similar to some of those executes that we saw over on Ascent. When they execute their game plan, when they actually like get the site entry that they're looking for and time out their util, they're a really strong team on this attacking side. So look, 5 rounds on attack of Sunset. You'll take it, and now they're going to move on to defense, and they've got the Cypher. Cam up over the top of mid and A can set up some nasty trap plays, and this is going to be, this is going to be crazy in mid. You can see all of Giant X ready for the mid control to come out for BBL. They've got so many characters with big pieces of util. This could be painful.
Yeah, this could turn sour really quickly as they lie and wait in the market, holding down that fire line. As it's a lot of util connecting, allowing Ness to pick up 2 nice kills here, but BBL bites back.
Spike down mid.
Just Felipa standing here. Spike dropped in mid.
Yeah, beautiful mid trap from Giant X there. Off the back of that contact on market. They had the camera on A as well. Felipa, fault line coming back off cooldown from her. Gonna try to isolate a fight from top middle if she can find it. Miori posted up on the line just jiggling, and that's gonna give the info to the rest of GX to kind of coordinate the swing here.
Yeah,
really
that
well played.
is done and dusted. Another pistol round here for Giant X.
Yeah, and that mid trap was filthy. Like, that's the kind of thing you can do with this comp. With the Cypher comp, the Breach as well. Like I mean, they didn't even do it off the Cypher cam, but this is the kind of thing you'll often see done off the Cypher cam. But as soon as that mid contact was taken there, you know, it's just a really well-constructed pistol round from GX. They've got some Cypher util on B. They have lots of players in market. They can easily flood the B site. If they come mid, they've got a mid trap, and then they've just got the camera for info on A and probably a pre-planned set retake of that A site. Is that going to go on the map? No, Ness has got it.
Oh, Bulldog. Not quite finding anything yet here, except for a whole lot of BBL players.
Yeah. And they're going to find that Bulldog now. Punish the peek from Smurfette there on elbow. She's trying to farm up her rocket and getting a little too greedy there, maybe. I would say a decent peek, though. I mean, Sarah got a nice little fault line in there, but the counter util and the peaks were better for BBL. Now the reclear over here on A main, GX sees nothing, and that's a big problem. They got to get back in position in terms of the rotation, but after the A main reclear, BBL just say, hey, they saw nothing at A. We're just going to walk back to A. They've got no info on the rest of the map. Neither one of these teams rotating off A. They're just staying as a pack.
Yeah, first contact will be found here by Schnell. Sarah, tucked away here.
30 seconds left.
Has the tremor, but Ness and Miori are on cleanup duty over here. Sarah will equal that out for them as well. That will be all for BBL. Giant X ties up the scoreline once again.
Great Gecko flash from Ness there. Caught absolutely everybody. Got the aftershock on default. Very, very hard to hold on site against this kind of comp. But BBL, great damage inflicted. I mean, they take a lot of sets of armor. They take a Bulldog away from GX. The other Bulldog was picked up by the player with the Ghost. So not too much loss. But a plant taken for BBL. They're quite happy with how that round went for sure. Couple Sheriffs and some Bulldogs for Giant X. We'll see what they can get done with this kind of bite. It's a pretty slow default round here for BBL. Keeping an eye on B main, smoke to market. Listening out at A. There was a little mid trap there for Giant X, trying to catch someone working their way in there, but didn't catch anything this time.
No, BBL, they've definitely learned here. Like, this time we are not falling for it. Playing very patient now. Just trying to gather some info, but...
And this is a little clever for Giant X. They've thrown the one-way over on this A side of the map, which makes it look like this is not the Cypher setup. And they put Miori over here with a couple of trips.
Cover going out. Stealing
Wall will be used and Wingman will start to plant the spike here. Miori will find Felipa though, just as the Sheriff. So the Vandal will find its target here. Now Sarah. The rest of Giant X have arrived to the scene. The Tremor blind will fly out. With Alkia on the side. Nasty, nasty flank, and she will pick up two. BBL. Jolina, the last one standing, runs out of the smoke straight into the crosshair. BBL takes the lead once more. And this map is just a neck-on-neck race once again.
Yeah, 4 guns taken through for BBL there. Really good stuff from them. Giant X just on the half bite. And Miori just didn't really get much value on that A site. I mean, only had a Sheriff and armor, so even though the site was double tripped and camped, she couldn't really play off that setup. And, you know, usually you want your Cypher to turtle inside the A site or play retake off the trips and then have that reactive utility to create some kind of opportunity. Both trips committed to mid here, and the camera keeping an eye on B main. Big B main group here for BBL. Over on that A side of the map, Giant X throw the one-way down and wait for a reaction for BBL. They're waiting for BBL to take some of that A main map control, and then they've got a set punish ready for them. But that's not what BBL are interested in.
Not yet. Jolina finding that first frag here. Slightly
well
moving
done.
into B main, making some damage to there. Some noise,
They-
but now... Go ahead.
They heard her on the close position, like throwing smokes, and they try to aftershock her out and find that first pick, but she's able to actually punish that and take Alkia out. That's huge.
Oh, now they're coming in though. Through the market, she gets another one for free, singles them out. That is the 4th kill for Jolina. Massive, massive round for her.
Wow.
Oh my
okay.
gosh, she actually got that. That's insane, Jolina. Calm down.
Like, in that round as well, like, they have no cash in the bank. They need a clean gun round there. And look, they try to isolate her over on B main. Like, she was ready with the paranoia over on B main. They heard her throwing smokes from the close position. Alkia tries to walk up and kill her with the aftershock. You know, Jolina just one-taps her, and then they try to split market on her, and she just kills the whole team. That was a massive play. An ace for Jolina. Sets up Giant X on this defensive side with full cash. And now they have potential to reset BBL. Here's a quick B main take out of BBL. Alkia trying to clear the trip. In goes Thrash. It's an empty open site. Full retake here. Giant X playing around this Thrash usage from the get-go. So the plant going to go down. Dobby getting sent in. Proxima's going to pick up the Thrash for the after plant, and GX are going to try to attempt this retake after breaking the Sage Wall.
Bit of damage here with the pain shells. No heal available just yet. Jolina Picks up one. Chanel's good for two, but Ness will shut her down here. Still stuck in B main.
She's going again.
BBL. Yeah. Thresh back up offline. Oh. Nice crossover there here. They're starting to run out of time. They need to start this defuse. But with the constant fire, there's just no defusing.
Nice reply from BBL. Only one player surviving on either side. But yeah, the fast B main take, really well executed. You can see what Giant X's game plan was there. Just wanting to play full retake on B, play around that Thrash, and be able to commit to the retake. But that's the power of the Sage, and that's something they mentioned on the desk as well. Like, having the Sage wall that deep position or get like a proactive, aggressive wall in a post plant is actually really annoying to deal with. And in a map where those B-side after plants a lot of the time come down to time, the Sage with the wall and the slow orbs actually stalls out the post plant a lot of the time if you're able to use that util well. That's pretty much what happened that round. BBL, the fast B main take, got that spike down quickly, cycled the Thrash and used the Sage util perfectly, and all of their util in the after plant. This time Giant X, fake pressure towards B main. They try to shut BBL out of that part of the map, but BBL's not buying it. Giant X have not been good enough salesmen here, and BBL's going to go ahead and kind of re-clear this part of the map, put a little bit of pressure, which is going to pull an extra rotate over from Sarah. But this time BBL walking back to A late. There's a full Cypher setup here for Miori though. And the Thrash as well on Ness.
Yeah, Miori is left alone for now on that A side. As people have started rotating over because of the immense amount of silence on that A side. But now BBL has made their entrance. They've made it known that A is where they want to plant this spike. Thresh getting committed once again. Finds one, Schnell. TPing up top. Ness trying to find the kill here, but Schnell up top manages to shut her down, and Alkia finds a third kill of the round here with her showstopper.
Unfortunate. Another massive double entry from one of the Razors here. This time it's Alkia, and the showstopper shuts the round down. These fast side takes from BBL into quick post plants are being really effective. Sarah trying to stay alive here. Nice little off angle, able to pick up Philippa and put herself a little closer to the Rolling Thunder here. And BBL just going to respect the fact that she can hold on to this gun in middle. But Giant X, like, they keep having the Cypher set up on A and then don't play around it well enough. Like, Ness needs to be able to provide supportive util to Miori here. Look, she's in the site, out in the open. You need to be playing inside your cages. You need to be playing in a safe position where you can pop cages, where you can wait for the dark cover on elbow, and then have the rotating in initiators or the site supporting initiator set you up with good util. You need to be able to like turtle in the site, stay alive. When the other team executes into you, you're getting kills off of your trips, you're staying alive, and then that's where you need to see the Dizzy come over the top from Ness, and then Miori can peek off of that and try to multi-frag on the execute, or Sarah come in on the rotation and throw a fault line down through spawn or something like that. Like, those are the kind of plays that Giant X need to be doing, but instead the Cypher's just getting no value and getting shut down for free.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just like they're not ready for this fast and aggressive approach that BBL has had. Now they're coming off of their timeout here. They feel the pressure is on. The scoreline, you know, we're able to tie it up still. 2 consecutive rounds needed to tie it up, and then, you know, start looking for that match point, try to roll that momentum, which we expected Giant X to do coming into this map.
I mean, it feels like Giant X, they're playing decently enough, don't get me wrong, but they have had their fair share of round wins off the back of some pretty big clutches from Jolena. Haki is going huge for BBL. This is going to be a big fight over A main for both teams.
Oh, yeah, Giant X, they were ready for that one. They pick up 3 kills here off the back of that. Spike will be dropped. Retrieved here.
I mean, they just crept up on the line, gun out, and took the fight to BBL. And that's a pretty common play on Sunset at the moment, is simply just the one-way goes down the bottom of A main, and the attacking team will just wait for the one-way to cycle out, and as soon as it's about to go down, they start taking A main control. I mean, that's something you see like Heretics do a lot with the Sova comp at the moment, just like playing around the one-way timings, creating pressure on the other side of the map, and then coming back. But in this case, Giant X just dry walk up, and as soon as they expect BBL to take that map control, they just shoot him. Simple as that. Now they're up 5v3, and with a weaker buy, it's looking like they're going to cause a pretty big upset in this round.
Cover going out.
Yeah. Cover flying here. They're running the clock with a little over 10 seconds left. BBL has to look for this plant. So Chanel forced the plant. Jolina finds her in the back, shuts her down. Now tucked away in the corner. It's an Andalusia flawless here for Giant X.
Look at all the guns picked up as well. They came into that round with like, what, 1 or 2 rifles, I think. And a couple of sheriffs. And they leave the round with full rifles. Came into it with 1.5k each, and they leave with a flawless round. That changes the trajectory of this game. Look at the money on BBL. That was Giant X contacting up A, flipping the script, flipping the economy. They've got tons of cash now on defense, and BBL are broke.
Yeah. Yeah, BBL just sitting on simple guns now. Having to try to clutch this out somehow, but I mean, I think you just have to accept that most likely Giant X is going to tie up the scoreline.
For sure, and they're going to have more than enough economy to win the game here. Pressure back on BBL now, Joy.
Yeah, absolutely true. Smurfette looking to make first contact here. Gets put down to half before they decide to back off.
I mean, Smurfette and Ness are both very low. That is making me extremely nervous.
Yeah.
A split coming in now.
Yeah, it is Giant X's game to fumble this one. So Smurfette now tagged away in the corner. She moves forward and she will be shut down.
It's fumbling.
It's
fumbling, Joy.
Yeah, I cast a curse. I did it. It was all me. Sarah manages to pick up 1, but now it's Miori and Jolina. They have done this before though.
Oh, this is a sneaky position. They've actually got a pretty dirty crossfire into his spawn side. That's the easiest kill of Miori's life. Neural Theft now online. All of these players trapped up in elbow, and the spike is stuck on the site. Only 20 seconds. The paranoia in on in.
Oh, we're gonna cage. Jolina though, she gets 1. A nice head tap here. And another! Miori! Oh my god, they tie up the scoreline anyway.
Oh my god.
Oh, we were both getting proper nervous here. We're like, no, don't fumble it now.
I mean, it's not as bad for them to lose all those guns because they just picked up a handful of guns in the last round.
Yeah.
Luckily, they were able to make sure they didn't fumble there. But that got very, very scary for a second. 2 on 4 saved there by Jolina and Miori. Sage Rez and Breach Ult online now for BBL. Breach Ult for Sarah, and this is interesting. We haven't seen this yet. Cam Trap on B main. They're expecting BBL to go for that B execute, but this time it's actually the market approach from BBL. This might catch them completely off guard.
It actually might. Only 2 players really on site. There's the Rolling Thunder coming out though. BBL, they pick up 2 kills. Clean as day here. Oh, and the Showstopper doesn't even get the chance to be fired as BBL. They're just taking names here. Spike has been planted. Yeah, what a call indeed. Now, Jolina back in the market. She's done wonders here before. Can she isolate them out this time? No, she cannot. BBL. 11 rounds on the board. And Andalusia flawless.
Giant X was trying to hit him with the rock, paper, scissors treatment. Like, they had the cam trap for B main. BBL's done that. B execute so many times, Joy. They set up to try to deal with that right from the start of the round, and BBL just hits him with the reverse Uno card. They go 1-4 through market. I don't even know if they've done that yet. And Giant X are just caught with util in hand, close B main. They get rolling thundered by the solo breach in B main, and absolutely, I mean, rolled. It's literally in the breach ult name. They're now running out of cash. If they drop this round, that half buy win will be for nothing, and they'll be broke right on series point.
Yeah, that's not the place to be. The satchel out, though, not working out. Smurfette just ready, lying in the waits there behind that smoke.
You've literally satcheled yourself down the barrel of the Vandal perfectly. That is not the way you wanted this round to start. Unresable as well. Wen's just walls off top mid. She wants nothing to do with that. Salt the earth and burn it. Let's start again. 4v5. We never speak of this. We'll go back to the B main contact and see if we can make that work.
Yeah, trap wire actually triggered right away. The cage
They
will
didn't
come
even
to
kill
follow.
it. It's still up. They did hit. It's hit twice.
My God.
It's gonna hit. Oh, it almost hit again.
Yeah.
They still get out there. What?
They do it, yeah. They're just gonna barrel on through. The plans will be confirmed here on B. The remaining members of Giant X making their way. Ness will be coming up here through the market, where Schnell is holding down that fire line. But Ness is just so quick. Quick taps. There's Thresh coming out to play. Doesn't find anything though. Now Proxima stuck in B main. They need to start defusing. Wingman will be destroyed, and so will Ness, and so will Proxima. Will take the last one out. BBL taking us to, well, series point.
That can't be allowed. You cannot.
Illegale.
You cannot drop a round when the enemy raise satchels into your Razor's barrel, and they're running through a smoke and a trip into the B site. That's crazy. They pulled that off. That is crazy. BBL won that like 2-on-3, 2-on-4, whatever that was. That was insane. And that breaks the money at Giant X after they had the half buy win. And now, after however many rounds that they have tried to run this B main trap, BBL now goes B main. You could not write a better script. They pressure B main control. They've got Schnell up on the box, doing her best boo impression, waiting for someone to walk under her, and that's not something that's been seen before, but what a vertical flick from Smurfette to get the opener. Now a chance to go and res that Omen, but Giant X may play around this. Smurfette's got the paint shells ready to go as soon as that res comes in. That's probably a dead Sage.
Oh,
and
there's the Thresh as well.
yeah, Thrash gets sent in. Response from Alki is better though.
That it is indeed. She picks up Ness. Smurfette actually quite low. But yeah, Schnell dead for good now. The swing here, Smurfette, good for a third. The paint shells. Trying to clear the corners. It will be enough for a fourth, but Proxima will find her in the end. Now Sarah still on site.
One enemy remaining.
Has to play patient here. Will find them.
30 seconds left.
When's the last one standing? But Sarah will put her down. We're not
What a
out yet.
4K from Smurfette. That's ridiculous. Great awareness as well. The vertical flick was in. That was an insane vertical flick onto Schnell. And then they knew, like, just had the awareness, knowing that the Sage Res is there. They had an instant trap. Paint shells kill Schnell. Still no smokes up, which made this site here a bit of a nightmare. And then Smurfette's just getting more and more paint shells, taking more and more duels, absolutely doming on the Raze, which allows GX to be able to flood back in here and keep themselves alive. Round 24, timeout for BBL Queens. What's the money looking like? It's a bit all over the shop for Giant X. Couple of players going down to light armor here. Showstoppers up for Smurfette after that absolutely massive multi-frag in the last round. No real odds to speak of for BBL outside of the From the Shadows from Schnell. They've still got plenty of money to put a really solid buy together here.
Right there.
They're going to have a chat. about what to do.
How to close this one out. I mean, you're so close to winning this series. Moving on to go up in the bracket here. And send Giants to that lower bracket run.
Let's see what BBL have come up with. It's just going to be an A set play. Miori's over here. Only money for one trip, unfortunately. Gecko is going to scan multiple players. Raises on the other side of the map. TP deep into spawn. Spots out the Cypher playing retake on the site. That's good info. They know that the Gecko's here. They got to respect this cage for the time being. But is this trip going to hit?
Paint shells. No steps hurt just yet. They saw the orb flying. She will be revealed. Backs off. It's Miori.
This is such a nervy round. They're going to hit now, though.
Yes, they are. Ness finds the first one. Picks up a second. Destroys the wingman. Looking for that third one. The party is found. And Smurfette finds Philippa in that trade kill. Now Ness stuck in the corner. Schnell has arrived to the scene, though. Will be shut down. And it's just Proxima left. No way to retrieve any of her little buddies. They're just out in the open. They're expiring. Pushed off that angle by the fault line. She tries to swing.
30 seconds left.
Just shut out of the round. Stuck behind a dark cover.
Yeah.
Nothing to be done. Not a single opportunity given.
Past the spike, actually.
Yeah, 20 seconds though.
Here's the steps. That's one, but not two. Ness is good for 3, and that will tie us up here.
Yeah, that one trip
You
from
know what that
Miori.
means?
Yeah, another OT. That one trip from Miori was insane on the stairs. Alkia has to jump it. Gecko Flash reactive from Ness over on Gen's side was perfect, and then able to multi-frag with the Sage running into the trip. The rest of the team more than enough time to rotate in. BBL, they never have a backup plan. Neither one of these teams on the attacking side ever has a backup plan. It's it's never map control, and it's never like site pressure into I'm gonna fake, I'm gonna go back here, I'm gonna try to pull rotations. It's literally just I'm coming into the site. It's just about when I'm gonna do it, and that just allows Giant X to hard commit to the rotate. They just have 5v5s over the site to see who's gonna come out on top. It's crazy and it's chaotic. Everything's happening at once. But Giant X keep themselves alive at 12 apiece here, and they're going to take a timeout here and have a chat about what to do.
Yeah, once again, both teams feeling the pressure here. We're in OT, we're on series point. Who is going to move up? Who is going to drop down? It's all on the line here. Looks
like
Luckily,
BBL's gonna do this Sage wall up the Gecko thing, which I'm not a big fan of. That there's only one thing I want my Gecko to be doing in the mid round, and it's not sitting on top of a Sage wall staring at A main. I want him to be running around, throwing util, getting info, flooding into the sites. Really much prefer to see the Sage boosted up there. But again, I guess they are going to get the A main info line. Ness gonna clear out spawn again, clear out mid again rather. Door broken for Giant X. They're taking a little bit of a look with the camera into B main. And once again, BBL with a pretty hard lean towards B. Wentz keeping an eye on middle. Proxima sitting on top of the wall.
Yeah, where you do not want her to be. Oh, satcheling into the market. Oh, Philippa trying to jump her, but Smurfette is good for a great double opening frag here.
Perfect fault line, perfect double satchel. That is just vintage from Giant X.
Here comes Wingman as well with the spike.
Okay.
Paint
that
shells
round's done.
Yeah, I mean, this paint shells to clear the corner. Chanel will pick her up Smurfette picks up Chanel as she tries to dodge the ability. Showstopper online now as well. Like, this is, yeah. Just amazing stuff here from them. There's a showstopper comes flying out. Jolina though, still good for a kill. Sarah in the back picks up the last, and that is going to be 13 for Giant X. One more to win here.
That's just a real simple round for Giant X to win. They work the map well. Boombot goes in for Smurfette, scans someone, fault line off the back of that. You had the follow-up, Paranoia, Dizzy, double entry from Smurfette off of the util, and she's even going to get a follow-up one with the second paint shells. Like, that is what Giant X does best. That is Smurfette at her best. Send her in with the supportive util. She will find you entries, guaranteed. Giant X series point now. Moving over to the defense. Keeping the same setup that allowed them to actually grind this one back in the last round as well. Once again, Cypher, a bit more retakey on A. They've got the initiators in the rotation positions. B main control and info being taken by BBL. And now they're starting to put some util pressure on this A side, trying to keep the rotations honest. Alkia's keeping an eye on middle, but Ness is much, much sharper. And you've lost your duelist. You've lost your player who's dropping almost 30 on the Raze right now. Up against series point. Can BBL pick up the pieces now?
Oh, it's not looking up for BBL here. Philippa trying to make her way onto A here, but just so much util here from the Cypher. Finally, the camera gets taken down, but they have gathered so much information now. So Proxima will commit the wingman for the plant here onto A. The rest of GX taking their time to loop around. Miori has fallen back to attacker spawn.
Huge flank coming in. Oh, the util's getting fluff. You can see the pressure's on. They're kind of tripping over themselves trying to attempt this retake, but great job from Miori turtling and spawn. Punishes Proxima for the push.
And yeah, that will be it. They find a massive spray down in Giant X. They put them in their graves. They find the defuse in the overtime. It's Giant X that is going to take this map, Sunset, and win this series 2-1.
Oh, that really could have gone either way. Very, very tense games of Bind and Sunset playing, you know, very, very kind of brawly Valorant for sure. Like just really, really hard fighting. A lot of kind of initiator, util interactions, and both of the Razors running it down and, you know, getting those entries, getting those multi-frags, things like that. You know, Ascent was really cut and dry, and for that reason, I feel like Giant X might be, you know, slightly more deserving of the series win over majority of maps. They looked more competitive than maybe BBL did, but BBL for sure had a chance to close that series. They definitely could have taken a 2-1 in multiple of those overtimes. So definitely showing that they're a very, very strong team. And whoever they take on in the lower bracket is going to have their work cut out for them for sure, Joy.
Yeah, they absolutely are. I mean, Ascent was just such a showing of force for Giant X, and we thought they would ride that momentum into Sunset. It was really going either way. They managed to close it out, but I can't wait to hear what our lovely analyst desk has to say. So over to Mitch, Tom, and Zach.
Thank you so much, Joy, and Pilsky will let you go. So, Tom, as we look at that series now from hindsight, I'm sure people get what I was doing there. No,
I'm sure they don't.
No, go back and, I mean, the lighting and listen, I guess people probably don't know who Queen is. Chrissy Costanza probably doesn't. We've got a player breakdown to throw up on the screen here, Tom, and talk me through it, because we had a pretty close map yet again.
You just gotta say RIP Alkia for that performance on a loss. Like that is brutal. Like, she had so many unbelievable rounds. I think that was the story of this map. It was like a lot of close games. You might talk about like the different strategies that were thrown in throughout the game. A lot of the time it came down to individual brilliance, these crazy clutches, especially early in the match. And I think this game easily could have gone either way if the score didn't make that obvious enough.
Yeah, were you expecting this, Zach? Because obviously we spoke earlier, and one of the things that we said was Alkia had been a little bit shaky so far, hadn't hit her stride, and here we actually see her activated, but still not enough for the victory.
I mean, on that map number 1, she was definitely there, but on map 2, I think that was like the worst jet map I've seen from Alkia in like a solid 2 years. She was activated here, but unfortunately it's just not enough because while I think both teams were playing incredibly well, I think that for Giants X, towards that second half especially, they just were able to, once they got that 6-6 half in their favor, they just were able to kind of swing it in their favor. And even though it went into OT, I think a lot of the clutches that they were winning, like this one from Jolina, this absolute atrocity where they knew exactly where she was. They didn't use any utility to clear her out, and she gets away with an ace. Like, those kind of mistakes were what were really punishing BBL, I think.
Yeah, definitely caused a few issues for them. But in the end, look, we end up OT on 2 maps, in fact, because Bind was exactly the same. We did say earlier on that maybe that first game was buying us a little bit of time, you know, quickly getting out of the way to make room for this, and it looks like that was the case. But Tom, after closing this one out, where do you feel the chances are at? Because let's be honest, right, first of all, the losers going on to play Falcons down below, that's a tough game. The winner moving up against G2 Gozen, so there really was no sweet spot for this matchup.
Hey, it means there's good opportunities for a rematch, right?
I guess so.
I'm not feeling overly confident. I think that's always the case when you need whoever that like second, third team in the region is to really be in a sort of dominant position. But sort of looking back a little bit, just going into this match, I wanted to have that sort of like head-to-head graphic because I just think that it was cool to see that we had players from sort of either side really performing to such a high level. I think it's a great sign for GC in general, but also, as said, heading into that lower bracket, like you have a player like Alkia who can have those standout performances. This is a roster in the form of BBL Queens that have had mass changes, losing 2 utter superstars to rivals, and you mentioned it, going into that lower bracket. Well, one of those players is going to be in that matchup, so it's an exciting run through for BBL Queens to potentially get some real revenge versus players that have moved on to other teams. And for Giant X, this is an opportunity for them going up against G2 to see if they can go against the best. Because I think second place in EMEA Game Changers has been something that many teams have achieved. Getting to that #1 spot, there's a team you have to go through first.
Yeah. There's always a bodyguard there protecting that spot, isn't there? And I think, you know, moving into the looking more specifically at the game, we're going to be talking to I believe we actually have a very rare interview with Jolina in a little bit, so I'm very excited for that. But Zach, I wanted to get your thoughts on how this third map was set up, because the second map was incredibly dominant and it can be difficult to bounce back after those sort of results. In fact, I'll come back to you afterwards. Maybe I'll even ask Jolina directly, because it seems our interview is ready to roll. So we'll bench that one for a moment and we'll get Jolina in here. First of all, thank you so much for joining us, Jolina. Appreciate you taking the time out of your day.
Yep, no worries.
Well, this has been a very long game, first of all. So again, further thanks for taking the time out. I wanted to start out by looking back for the viewers back a couple hours ago, because in Bind, y'all were 8-4 down at the half. What was the conversation like going into that next pistol round? Did you feel a lot of pressure in that first map?
I think we were doing fine mentally. Like, we were just talking about the next pistol. We were feeling confident. And we knew that also like Ascent is up next, so we know that. I think like the whole map pool was good for us coming in, so there wasn't really any worries.
Yeah, I think you know, you knew the next map coming up was good, and it certainly was. But it was 13-2, absolutely dominant. But I wanted to focus then on the mental of going out of those, because it's often said by players that the closer losses are the hardest ones mentally when you go. I was an hour long, I think, from the time the first barriers went up. How does your team handle being 1-0 down in that fashion? Like, what's the conversation going into map 2? Is it just because, you know, Ascent is so strong, the mental's good?
Yeah, I mean, we were all like before the game as well, we were saying that we're all feeling really confident and like good individually. And so like I also said before the pistol round, like, I mean, in groups we lost to Nasser like 13-3 or something on Breeze, and we came back in the series. So like a close game, it's fine. Like, it's looking good for us. Like, we've been in the worst.
Yeah, been there, done that. Absolutely. And obviously Ascent, yeah, like we said, super strong. I'm curious to think, like, obviously you're good on the map, your prep was good, but was there anything special that happened here today? Because the scoreline was still incredibly dominant, and players like Alkia, who went on to be fantastic in map 3, kind of shut down on those. It felt like you just had the correct answers every single time.
I mean, yeah, it's like because we are confident in our Ascent, we also continue to work on Ascent every time a lot, so that we know for a fact that we have something new to come with and we can feel strong on the map every time we go into it.
Got you. Okay. Well, before I let you go, we're looking forward to the next game because you lost to G2 in the lower bracket final of Red Bull Instalock. Granted, you know, some extenuating circumstances in the format of that tournament, but you were 1-1, a little bit of a grudge match, perhaps a little revenge, get even. Do you feel better prepared for the match this time, though, with such a solid season already behind you?
Yeah, for sure. I think, like, I mean, obviously it's the latest tournaments, we're going to be the most prepared yet, but I really feel like we have had the time to fully like get together and be ready. So I'm looking forward to the G2 match.
Well, I cannot wait to see how it goes down. Jolina, thank you so much for coming here and joining me, and we'll let you go and prepare for your next matchup.
Thank you.
All right. Let's bring back in the analyst desk. Let's get Tom and Zach ready to roll. And Zach, I was going to ask you before we threw to that interview, 13-2 Ascent, you lose that as BBL Queens, and then you come into a very stalled out Sunset. Do you think that map 2 plays on your mind at all after suffering such a defeat?
I think it definitely does, because I think that the biggest roadblock for most of the teams is that mental. Sometimes you just can't help it for some reason or the other. Maybe you're not prepared, maybe they played better, you're gonna lose a map, but if you're not able to get over it, it's gonna be very difficult. And I think BBL, like, shout out to them today, they played lights out on that map. I do think that they were feeling a little bit of pressure, or maybe there was just a little bit of confusion going on in the heat of the map, because there were a lot of minor mistakes, I think, that really cost them the map there. But that said, to be able to, they got off to a really strong start, if I remember correctly. It was like Giantex being able to win the last 4 rounds in a row that got them to that 6-6 scoreline. It was like very BBL dominated until then with the kind of performance that Alkia was having. So it was surprising to me when it started, and it was very surprising to me when it got so even as well, because I think that BBL were able to reset completely into this particular map.
Well, I'd like to take a look at the bracket and the schedule now, because we've already talked about the upcoming matches. Let's take an actual look at them, Tom. G2 versus GX. I think that's going to be an interesting matchup at the lower bracket where elimination is looming. Looks spicy.
Yeah, I think it's always going to be difficult. I think a lot of teams that will be looking at a minimum at that sort of top 4. I think BBL Queens definitely sort of fit that bracket, but Falcons KC as well, I think is an absurd looking matchup. So I don't know. I think there's not really a game where I think a team is going to win dominantly, and I think we're going to be in for some 3-mappers.
Well, let's take a look at tomorrow's schedule. We'll take a look at the games that are coming. Oh, did I hear no schedule? No schedule. So let's not take a look at tomorrow's schedule.
I think it's going to be
you guys know
the matches
lower
we saw
bracket.
in the lower bracket. So
Yeah. Easy peasy.
Sorted.
It's BBL Queens, Falcons, and KC Nazar tomorrow, and it's starting the same time, same sort of stuff. What we do have is a graphic to pull up for you. The contenders registration is open, and you guys better get involved. Zach, I don't know if you want to bring us through this one. You were excited about it.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, I think that Contenders is a really cool way for people to get into game changers, into competition. If you ever want to be a pro player. Fun fact, I'm actually thinking about signing up for this, even though I kind of suck at the game, so it should be fun. But that said,
you could get a free win. There you go.
Oh no!
A free win. You could facing off against Zach. So there you go.
Yeah,
Perfect.
True. That's true. Free win. I thought you were referring to me, but I was like,
no,
yeah,
not
Tom's
you
being too nice. I was like, yeah, Tom's being too nice, but yeah, no, that's fair. But I mean, it's also really cool because Contenders, I think, in my opinion, is one of the best things about Game Changers EMEA, because it's a structure that really sets you up for long-term success, where even if you make it to the playoffs one time, you don't play consistently, you drop back down to Contenders, you're able to grind back up. And I think that it's a pattern that I've observed this year as well in the VCT, right? If you look at the teams that are picking up the trophy, it's the ones that have played the most. So I really like the structure, and I think if you ever want to become a pro player, well, that's your chance. Sign up for Contenders.
Well, exactly. That is your chance, and you've got the information there earlier in the stream on exactly how to get that done. Folks, it has been a lot of fun here. I've enjoyed my day in the hosting seat. It was little stressful, and we had Tom along for the ride, which, you know, may not have helped, but always good seeing you, Zach. Always good chatting to you.
Thank you very much for having me. And you know, I think I really like both you and on host as well as your friend, you know, who was doing the interviews. He seemed quite fantastic.
Colleague. Well, that's all we've got time for here today, folks. Now it's time to toss it off to some highlights. Enjoy these, and we'll see you in a bit.
Got off to a reasonable start. Like their attacking side of Icebox was looking good.
Delicate, gentle, precise. Calm down. Why are you trying so hard? Isn't this too much for you? Aren't you scared? Don't play. Don't compete. Stop complaining. Whatever you do, it'll never be enough. Greatness comes from within. Just wait and see.